box. Raise your hand if you want to ask a question or a comment. Coffee and lunch will be outside, and we encourage all of you to connect to each other. We can help to facilitate that later. We have interpretation. It's in Spanish, only in Spanish, I'm afraid, but we hope that will facilitate the participation of others. So thank you so much. Now, of course, I need to say a round of thank yous. I know it's that moment, but I must do that. First of all, a big, big thanks to Australian DFAT, who have supported this conference as part of their flagship programs on the WPS agenda. Huge thanks to you. And also, of course, to the co-editors, if you don't know them, you must know them by now, of Gender and International Criminal Law, Susanna Sesquito, Indira Rosenhal, and also Valerie Oosterveld, who unfortunately couldn't join us. This is the book upon which part of this conference the idea came from. I really encourage you to read it. Also, a huge thanks to UN Women and also to Joe Powderly from Leiden University for co-hosting us. And of course, Alex, without you also this would not have happened. So thank you so much indeed. Now, I just mentioned why. Part of the reasoning, we were just talking about it this morning, about 18 months ago, Valerie and Susanna and Indira started the conversation of how could we put as well, what more could we do to put this book, the theory, into practice. And this conference is part of that discussion, an ongoing discussion. And also at Legal Action Worldwide, it was really important for us to support this conference. We're an organisation that works with thousands of victims and survivors in conflict areas across some of the most complex and protracted conflicts that are ongoing today in Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. What do victims and survivors of horrific crimes ask us for? Justice and accountability. Many of those that we work with have suffered from horrific gendered crimes, and it's really quite difficult to answer their questions and to serve them what they want. And that got us thinking, so how can we do more to assist them? And that's why also we want to see all of you and all of us working together as part of this conference and an ongoing discussion. I'd like to mention 3 things that we've been thinking about as an organisation. The first is discrimination and dehumanisation. For decades, I would say that we've made progress trying to have equal rights. And yet, if we look around the world today, what do we see? Horrific conflicts where discrimination and dehumanisation are based not only on gender, but nationality, race, religion, and sexual orientation. Social media is encouraging those fires, burning those flames. So we see burning conflicts in many different parts of the world today. Those conflicts are resulting in horrific crimes, some that have been contextualized as apartheid and genocide. And so it's within that, victims and survivors come to us and they ask, what can be done? How can you help us? How does international law help us? And in particular, international criminal law, help us to achieve justice and accountability? What is the very purpose of international law if it cannot protect our rights? So this is the landscape that we are working in. And when I lecture in different countries around the world, this is the question, what is even the purpose of international law? But I believe without that law, where can we go to? We must uphold international law and international criminal law. It's so very vital. And as many of you will know, without that tool, what do we have left? We have weak governments or politicians not ready to also move forward. So the final part, I know I've been speaking a little bit long, so I'm taking that luxury, I'm going to move on, is that survivors and victims, they are absolutely central to our work, to our role. We work with them. They must be within the justice system, and we empower them to fight for their rights. And then we're very happy that many of them are here today with us. So that's a little bit by why we wanted to be here. We want to hear from you throughout the next 2 days. I'm now going to hand over to Alex to say a few words. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you very much, Antonia, and welcome everyone. Very warm welcome to this conference. I'll be quite brief. My name is indeed Alix Villemain. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Initiatives for Gender Justice. And let me just briefly add on to what Antonia said. We celebrate as the Women's Initiatives our 20th anniversary this year, and we will spend it commemorating the Women's Caucus. Now, many of you have heard me say that before already and stress that Women's Caucus, because we believe that now, I don't want to say more than ever, but as ever, strength lies in partnership, which is why we're so happy to work together with our co-organizers for this 2-day conference, but also to see all of you here to learn together, to learn how to advance our advocacy, to make the world a little bit more just, a little bit more equal through justice. And one of the things that we really look forward to and commend our colleagues at Law for is within that framework of partnership to see how we can solidify that through a possible hub. So let's see about that. Let's learn about that. I'll leave it at that. Our time is quite short. We have much to learn today, many people to hear from. So thank you again very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Alex. I'm now going to hand the floor to Catherine Ardito from the Australian Embassy. Welcome.
Standing. So good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catherine Ardito. I'm the legal advisor at the Australian Embassy here in The Hague. And on behalf of the Australian Embassy, I'd like to extend a big thank you to our wonderful organisers, to Antonia and the team at Legal Action Worldwide and all the other co-organisers here today for making this conference possible. And it is an honour to be joined today by so many distinguished guests and gender justice practitioners. Australia is thrilled to partner with Legal Action Worldwide on this conference and also on the establishment of the Gender Justice Practitioners Hub that we'll hear more about in the second day of the conference. We know that in most instances where grave crimes are committed, victim survivors do not have access to justice. We recognise that practitioners need safe spaces to come together and discuss these issues and share learnings and deepen their understandings of gender responsive practices. And we understand that we will be more effective in preventing conflict and achieving and maintaining peace and security when our efforts are united, coordinated and sustained. Here in The Hague, the International City of Peace and Justice, Australia recognises the importance of gender across all international institutions, including at the International Criminal Court, where we co-chair the complementarity facilitation, which includes a mandate on sexual and gender-based crimes. And as co-chairs of this facilitation, we were also pleased to welcome the launch of the Office of the Prosecutor's new policy on gender-based crimes last year. And we look forward to continued engagement with the court, states parties and civil society on how we can all strengthen our efforts to prevent and punish gender-based crimes. Globally, Australia takes seriously its commitment to working to advance the gender equality and women, peace and security agenda. We know that gender equality is the #1 predicator of peace, more so than a state's wealth, level of democracy or religious identity. And when peace and stability break down, existing gender inequalities are exacerbated, disproportionately impacting women and girls. Yet as the Women and Peace Security Agenda enters its 3rd decade, the protection of women and girls, human rights, prevention of sexual and gender-based violence, access to justice and the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in conflict protection, peace and security processes have yet to be achieved. We continue to witness the rise of forces seeking to reverse progress towards gender equality and the protection of women's rights. Climate change, the pandemic, and prolonged and intersecting conflicts and crises are further exacerbating progress. Our collective commitment to advancing gender equality and the women, peace and security agenda must remain a priority. We must reduce discriminatory laws and practices, address harmful gender norms, and eliminate all forms of violence that target or disproportionately affect women and girls and people of diverse gender identities. So we welcome the Gender and International Criminal Law Conference today as an important opportunity to deepen collaboration and coordination amongst gender justice practitioners and women, peace and security champions. However, we recognise that this work does not come without its costs, both personally and professionally. And I'd like to thank you all for being here today, in person and online, to help advance this vitally important initiative. And I look forward to the discussions in coming days, and also to welcoming you to a reception at the Australian Ambassador's residence this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I have to say that we love working with the Australian government. It is a true and equal partnership. And I really believe that that is what we need if we are going to move forward on these very difficult and important issues. So thank you very much. Now we have Pauline Brush from UN Women. Welcome. Trying to combine two words at once, didn't work.
Thank you. Yeah, hello, good morning, colleagues. Also, warm welcome from my side. My name is Pauline Brosch. I'm a policy analyst in UN Women's Peace, Security and Resilience section in New York, where I work on protection and justice-related issues. It is a great honor for UN Women to co-host this important conference, and I would really like to thank and congratulate all organizers for this excellent organization and also for putting together this fantastic program. We as UN Women are proud to support this conference, which is bringing new voices and colleagues into the conversation about gender and ICL. Back in June 2018, UN Women supported the workshop for the conceptualization of the Gender and ICL book. And it is very exciting to be now here and to see how key issues discussed in the book are shared and discussed with a broader audience. Just a month ago in December, the ICC Assembly of State Parties met in New York, and it was really great to see how many gender-related side events there were, with many of the colleagues here in the room and the co-organizers being organizers or being part of the conversations, and how discussions around ICL and gender get more attention and seem to get more into the mainstream. And I think the number of participants here in the room and also registered online is another proof of that. So I won't take more time, just to say that I'm very excited for the next 2 days in which everyone a successful conference. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now, for our last speaker, Joe Powderly from Leiden University. You know, Joe, it wasn't easy to decide whether to hold this conference, I have to say. We were looking at many locations and we, of course, have chosen Leiden, and we're very grateful to you. Please come and take the floor.
Thank you so much, Antonia. It's a great pleasure and an honor to have won the bidding war for this wonderful conference. And on behalf of Leiden University, on behalf of the Grotius Centre for International Legal Studies, I welcome you all to our campus here in The Hague, but also for those of you joining in person, but also the hundreds of participants who are going to join us over the next couple of days online. I think that is maybe one of the most important facets of this conference, is that we are able to bring together as many different participants from around the world as possible for this really important discussion. I want to, in particular, thank Alex and her team at Women's Initiatives for Gender Justice for reaching out to myself and my colleagues at the Grotius Centre a number of months ago with the idea of hosting this conference. At the Grotius Centre, our central research programme is entitled On the Frontiers of international law. And this subject fits squarely within that research project. This is an area, an issue, a subject of profound significance, not only to international law, but also to domestic prosecutions of gender-based offences. I want to thank all of our co-sponsors, the Australian Embassy, UN Women, Legal Action Worldwide, but I also, in particular, want to thank the editors of this incredibly important book, Susanna, Indira, and Valerie. When you produce a book in academia, you hope that maybe you will have a book launch, and that book launch might spur some discussion and might inspire some interactions with your work. It's a very rare thing to have a book that inspires a 2-day conference, which brings together practitioners, survivors, and scholars on this particular subject. So I think a real debt of gratitude is owed to Susanna, Indira, and Valerie for putting together this volume. I know it's the inspiration. We will be going beyond what's in that volume, but without it, I'm not sure we would really be standing here today. So thank you. I know you've been sitting patiently in the background, but very much you are to the foreground of our discussions in the days to come. So I also, just briefly, of course, want to thank the team at the Grotius Centre and Katie in particular for putting together the logistics, which is never an easy thing on a conference of this scale. It takes an enormous amount of work, and I'm really grateful to my colleagues for all the effort they've put into this. So with that, I will conclude and welcome you all, and I look forward to our discussions over the next 2 days. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. And one of the participants said to me as we walked in, wow, this is a galactic space that we are in this morning. And I said, yes, because we are going to be going out of this world to have creative thinking. So we need a space like that. So thank you very much for that. And I would be very remiss before we go open up and move to to Susanna and Indra if I don't thank my team, who have been also working extremely, extremely hard. So huge thanks to all of you who've helped to make this happen. And on that note, I'm going to move up here. And open for our keynote panel. So a huge welcome. I think we've already introduced them. They need no introduction. You've seen the book here as well. Understanding gender is vital. Why does it matter that we get it right? We're going to hear from you, Susanna and Indra. What was the impetus behind this book? We'd love to hear your thoughts, and an answer to that question, a very warm welcome to you both. And thank you so much for making this happen today.
Welcome. My name is Susanna Sakoto, and I want to add my thanks to Joe Leiden, the Australian Embassy, UN Women, and of course, our co-organizers and partners in crime in organizing this conference today. Really thankful to Antonia and Alex and their teams. And of course, to Indira and Valerie, who for personal and family health reasons couldn't be with us today. But this has been a true collaboration and wonderful to see it finally come to fruition. I will say a few words, hand it over to Indra to talk a little bit about the genesis of the book, and then come back to you to try to answer this question of why it matters that we get it right or continue trying to get it right, because I think it's a process and a continuing challenge. The conference has been in the making for quite some time, and many of us had to overcome some challenges to be here today. But as I look out on this room and to the many people who are joining us online, I am reminded of the importance of gatherings like this and the significance of this work. When Indra and Valerie asked me to join as co-editor of the book on gender and international criminal law, I have to confess that I hesitated at the time, given the many commitments I already had at the time. But At the same time, I had a sense, even then, that this was a project with the potential to have an impact, not only because of the people who were already involved in the project. It was clear to me that the book was going to benefit greatly from the deep experience and deep thinking of academics, from the practice and experience of practitioners and activists, but also because it was an opportunity to bring together academics, practitioners, and activists, and to examine the place of gender in international criminal law from these different perspectives. As lawyers and scholars who have engaged in the field of international criminal law as advisors, as experts, as amici, all three of us as co-editors recognized the importance of dialogue on gender and international criminal law issues between and among academics, survivors, scholars, practitioners, and activists, and felt like this book had the potential to serve as part of that dialogue and as a springboard for continued engagement and discussion on these issues. And that's what I hope we're here to do in the next couple of days, to use some of these themes and issues that our authors deal with in the book as a catalyst for these discussions of the themes we've covered and those we didn't, and to deepen our collective understanding of the gender dimensions of international criminal law, and to help us think of ways to strengthen accountability for these crimes. Our hope is that this conference, that we have this privilege of coming together and building on the foundational work of the book. I want to encourage you to share your experiences, to actively engage in our discussions over the next couple of days, and consider maybe how these discussions might help inform your continuing work as scholars, practitioners, and researchers in the field. I'm going to stop there and hand it over to Indira to talk a little bit about what brought us together to put this book together, and then I will again resume talking about a little bit why this matters. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Indira Rosenthal, as you probably have all worked out by now, especially because there's a name tag in front of me. I did threaten Alex this morning that when she said, introduce yourself, that I'd say, hi, I'm Indira. I'm a Pisces. I love bushwalking and small fluffy dogs, or one small fluffy dog in particular. But don't worry, Alex, I won't do that. I'll keep it very professional. I have all the thank yous as well, but they've been made now, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to say thank you to everybody for this huge amount of work that's gone into putting this together. We've had a few false starts, so there's been work that may have felt like it was going to be wasted, but in the end, not so, because here we all are today. So yes, I've been tasked with introducing the impetus for this work, this book, which is also the impetus, I guess, for this meeting, for us all being together. So this is a sort of a scene-setting exercise, and it's also a bit of a personal story, but I think it's illustrative of all the issues that we still face and that we tried to, I guess, that informed the book in the first place. So the idea for the book, or really any kind of vehicle, started shortly after I began working as a gender and legal advisor at Amnesty International's headquarters in London. So although it relates to my time in Amnesty and what was happening there, I do think that that experience was definitely not unique to Amnesty. So, and I'm not in any way singling out Amnesty as an organisation, but really just using it as an illustration, as I said, for what was and probably still is a very common situation. So my first task with Amnesty was to evaluate its international justice program from a gender perspective. This global program was already in its second of 6 years when I arrived. It hadn't been designed or conceived to take account of gender dimensions or gender norms. And what I mean by this is that the designers hadn't deliberately inquired into the impact of gender norms on the commission and experience of international crimes. They hadn't analysed from a gender perspective, for example, who committed and who was targeted for crimes, why certain crimes were committed, what harms or other impacts people may have experienced because of their gender, or variations in those experiences that could be linked back to gender norms. None of that was taken into account in the design of the program. So to the organisation's credit, this gap had actually been identified, which is why I was there. And then after completing that review, this is a truncated version, after completing that review, I worked right across the organisation with many different regional and thematic teams on a wide range of human rights issues, both in Amnesty's human rights violation documentation process and in its campaigning. And what I think back to now is that I was actually really pretty naive, because I was surprised by the generally low level of understanding of the relevance of gender norms to the rights violations Amnesty was documenting, as well as the general lack of capacity to undertake even what I considered to be rudimentary gender analysis to expose them. So, for example, even something as simple as asking if women and men had the same or different experiences because of their gender was pretty much always missing. I mean, there were exceptions, of course, it's a big organisation, but as a sort of generalisation, that not even that level of analysis was being undertaken. And at the same time, there were all the common misconceptions and gender stereotypes with which I suspect everyone in the room and online are all too familiar. For example, the conflation of sex with gender and female with gender, the concept of gender, the conflation of gender-based crimes with sexual crimes, and so on. Also, strongly held discriminatory stereotypes, such as rape is a crime against females by males. It's a crime against morality rather than a violent assault. And that rape and other forms of sexual violence are somehow too hard to document or require a higher threshold of proof than other crimes. And also that only sexual crimes or crimes involving a sexual element are gendered. The lack of gender analysis, as well as these attitudes, were having an impact on the choices the organisation was making about what research to do, where to focus its resources, who to interview, whose stories to tell, how it presented its research findings, and how it went about its campaigning and lobbying. And in turn, naturally, this affected the choices made about the human rights violations it was documenting and whose rights it was championing. But these were not deliberate or informed choices, because they weren't conducting gender analysis, and so they couldn't know what they were excluding. It was just like a void, really. And also, like many, maybe most human rights organisations, I've worked in a few, not all, but a few, Amnesty didn't have any effective processes in place for systematic gender analysis. And there were no formal accountability mechanisms either. Because of this, those discriminatory stereotypes and misunderstandings were largely unexamined and unchallenged. So just to give you an example, the common stereotype that only males rape and only females are raped meant that if this stereotype didn't pop up in the research, for example, if the research didn't immediately point to females having been raped by males, then too often the assumption was, well, there's no gender here, right? So there's no need to look further. We've looked, this particular example is not there, so that's it, we're done. The working assumption was that identifying rape, maybe some other forms of sexual violence, was all that was required to tick the gender box. And I saw that this attitude had very real negative consequences and led to unjustifiable gaps, in my view, in the research of rights violations and the organisation's subsequent campaigning. But really what made me the most concerned was a lack of understanding about why any of this matters in the first place. And I really got the sense that people believed that so long as we took sexual violence seriously, we had gender dimensions covered. But this is, of course, way too simplistic. And I actually thought dangerous for a human rights organisation, because if we think that by asking, was anyone raped, that we have covered off gender in somehow, then we stop asking, we stop looking, and then we miss people. Maybe even entire groups of people whose rights may have been violated or who may have been targeted for crimes under international law, and for whom we really should also be taking action, whatever that action was. And I knew from many conversations that I had at the time and subsequently with colleagues practicing international criminal law, either in the tribunals or as academic experts, that they were grappling with the same incorrect thinking and the same consequences, basically a blocking of accountability for gendered and other crimes under international law. Somehow it seemed like the project, which I think it is a project, to expose gender dimensions in the context of international criminal law had stalled at the point at which we accepted that sexual violence is a serious crime under international law. So the book really came out of all of this experience, frustrations, and those conversations. And it seemed clear to me and others that we were seeing really the same urgent need across the disciplines to open up a discussion about what gender in international criminal law means, what it should mean from a feminist perspective, and why it matters that we get it right. So the book came about miraculously just after that thought. The book emerged. Of course, it wasn't possible to cover everything in one book, but we did try for a good cross-section so that someone scanning the table of contents, or perhaps maybe even reading the book, could see the extent to which international criminal law is relevant, gender is relevant to international criminal law, and hopefully spark more discussion and analysis and a deeper understanding of gender. Why? So we have better accountability. In my mind, as Susanna also said, this book was always meant to be a springboard, definitely not the end of things, but part of a much larger project which predates the book and hopefully will continue, I think it will. A project to deepen our understanding of gender norms, how they work, how they are omnipresent in the commission and response to crimes, all crimes under international law. So if our book can contribute to this in any small way, then that would be amazing and I'd be thrilled. ICL remains dynamic, of course, and there have been some important positive shifts in the 10 or so years since this book project was first conceived. There has been an evolution in understanding, including, I would say, among the broader, larger international criminal law community, so outside what is a pretty small group of experts who've been chipping away at this issue, doggedly for decades. And some of these developments Susanna is going to briefly mention in a couple of minutes, and of course they'll come up in our discussions over the next 2 days. So I'm not going to go through that now. But I do want to say that although we have seen this kind of progress, I think it's uneven. And so, of course, there is more to do. There's always more to do, of course. To secure these forward steps and keep building on them, we need to embed systems that require institutions to continually apply a gender lens, a gender analysis, one that takes an intersectional approach in everything they do. And then over time, through these systems, gender strategies can become part of the DNA of an institution, and that's what we should be aiming for. So, gender strategies means putting at the forefront the understanding that gender is a socially constructed phenomenon that defines and enforces unequal power dynamics between women and men, and in that way affects all of society, all aspects of society and social structures and human experiences, including the commission and experience of international crimes. To operationalise this understanding in the practice of international criminal law, or really in any field, takes conscious effort and can't be left up to the particular interests or abilities of individuals, which is what happens most of the time in my experience. You have one person and they drive the whole thing for the organisation. This is a process that has to be embedded for sustainability. It requires training, of course, but also accountability. So setting and enforcing clear expectations that have to be met, and it also requires leadership. There are credible efforts to make this happen, this embedding. For example, the IIIM Syria's work at an institutional level to embed a victim-centric approach to all that they do, which necessarily requires a gender perspective. And at the ICC, we're going to talk later about 2 new policies that seek to do the same, the gender persecution policy and the gender-based crimes policy. Although it's early days for them, we don't really know how that's going to go. So these initiatives and others show that our understanding is not static, but is evolving and refining. Thank goodness, I would say. And we need to make sure now that this is reflected everywhere ICL is practiced, advocated for and portrayed, so in the media as well. Okay, to conclude. For this project, like all feminist projects, we need continuing effort, not only to guard against backsliding, or as we're going to discuss later in the conference, to counter the anti-gender disruptors, but also to develop and understand and respond to our own deepening understanding of the complex ways in which gender and intersecting identities are relevant to international criminal law. So as always, there is more to do. Last, but definitely not least, I want to acknowledge those indefatigable and very talented gender champions, some of whom are joining us for this conference and who have taken us this far. I'm going to leave it there and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Indira. I want to, we wanted to start out our 2 days together, not just talking about the book, but also with a few reflections about why, again, we believe that it matters that we continue to strive to get this, this question right when it comes to gender and international criminal law. And I think Indira already talked about the answer to this question, right? Put succinctly, it matters because a narrow or incomplete approach to gender in international criminal law undermines accountability. It matters because it leads to impunity for criminal conduct that should be investigated and prosecuted just like any other conduct that deeply and gravely violates human rights and human dignity. So it's true, and I think Indira alluded to this as well, that since the late 1990s, international tribunals in this very city and elsewhere have made great strides in recognizing that rape and sexual violence in particular can amount to war crimes, crimes against humanity, or even acts of genocide. But these tribunals and others have not always characterized or charged crimes in a way that reflects survivors' experiences or that does so in a gender competent manner. In fact, as Indira noted, the tribunals have often, and many of us have often operated on misconceptions that sexual violence is perpetrated only against females, that it mostly manifests in the form of rape or sexual violence. And we, in the first chapter of this book, talk about a number of these examples. And I'll just mention one in particular. In one of the cases arising out of the Kenya situation at the International Criminal Court, the prosecution charged a male accused with the crime against humanity of other forms of sexual violence based on evidence in the record of forced nudity, of forced circumcision, and genital mutilation of men and boys of Luo ethnicity who were perceived as supporters of an opposition party. That was, I think, an enlightened view of the prosecution, but the pretrial chamber flatly rejected it. It flatly rejected the categorization of these acts as sexual violence, finding that they were, quote, more properly categorized under the crime against humanity of other inhumane acts. The tribunals have often also misunderstood, or misidentified the gender dimensions of crimes without a sexual element. We may be talking about the war crime of pillaging, of deportation, of attacking civilian objects, despite the fact that these crimes have often quite significant gendered impacts. Moreover, there's been far less recognition by international tribunals and other courts of non-sexual gendered harms than sexual harms as international crimes. While unlike the statutes of earlier tribunals, the Rome Statute, it does include a number of crimes that may but do not necessarily involve sexual violence, such as forced pregnancy, enforced sterilization, and gender-based persecution. To date, only forced pregnancy has been successfully prosecuted by the ICC in the Angwin case. Now, we will, of course, soon, although not as soon as I thought, have a judgment in the Al Hassan case, where gender persecution will be addressed for the first time. But we are still in early days with respect to the development of that jurisprudence. And furthermore, although international tribunals have recognized that certain conduct like forced marriage includes non-sexual harms that can be prosecuted as an international crime, many other non-sexual forms of gendered crimes, including other forms of reproductive violence and gendered forced labor, have not been explicitly criminalized. Now, it is true, and maybe not in this audience in particular, but at first blush, some of these harms may not appear as grave as the harms that have been explicitly recognized as criminal by tribunals. Yet I want to challenge us to think about the fact that non-sexual harms may actually cause as much or more pain and suffering to victims and survivors as harms that have been explicitly recognized in international criminal law. And let me give you just one example. In a case that occurred during the Civil War in Guatemala, 2 former military members were convicted of, among other things, acts of sexual violence, sexual slavery, and domestic slavery committed against Maya Quechua women near a military outpost in Sepuzarco. For months during 1982 and 1983, the women, who were respectfully known as the abuelas, Spanish for grandmothers, were not only subjected to rapes and other forms of sexual violence, but they were actually forced to take turns every few days to wash, cook, and clean for the soldiers. Now, the shifts, quote unquote, shifts eventually ended. The women, although they ended, within a few months, the women were forced to continue to cook and wash for the soldiers for up to 6 years. Now, during the trial, this is interesting because one of the strategies in this trial was to put on expert testimony. And one of the experts made clear that the gendered domestic labor that the abuelas were forced to perform, which might have been viewed by some as less serious than the sexual violence they experienced, had in fact been experienced by them as equally harmful. As gender anthropology expert Rita Laura Segato explained, being forced to leave their children and use their very own food to cook for the soldiers while their own children went hungry, some of whom died, caused the abuelas intense shame and guilt. As she noted, such was the harm that when the women testified about their sexual subjugation and their domestic subjugation, they did it with the same pain, manifesting similar hardship, referring to forced access to their body in the same way as forced access to their work. The recognition that forced domestic labor was tantamount to slavery and committed in the very same context as the sexual violence, that is as a part of a broader systemic pattern intended to spread terror among the indigenous population, allowed for it to be properly and appropriately prosecuted as crimes against humanity. But without a gendered analysis, the gravity of this harm experienced by the abuelas may well have been missed. And without our continuing discussion about these harms, we may continue to miss opportunities to further understand the crime of slavery and its gendered dimensions. And I'll just put in a plug here that we will be talking a little bit more about gender dimensions of slavery in a panel, I think, on day 2 of our conference together. In essence, it matters because a limited understanding of gender can lead to mischaracterizing, overlooking, or under-prioritizing sexual violence and other forms of gender-based harms. Impunity for these harms means not only that perpetrators are not held accountable, but also that victims and survivors remain less, some victims and survivors remain less visible than others and cut out of the benefits that may flow from accountability, including reparations for those harms. Now, I want to spend a few more minutes on just another aspect of this getting it right, and then I'm going to start with a question back to Indira. Getting it right in ICL also means that international criminal law must be flexible enough to recognize and incorporate evolving conceptions of gender and different manifestations of gender crimes. Reproductive violence provides a good example of this, right? Many of the acts understood as reproductive violence could also be described as sexual violence. But the term sexual violence does not fully describe the harms produced by these crimes. Sexual violence suggests that the primary harm is the violation of a victim's sexual autonomy. But as Rosemary Gray argues in her chapter in the book, there is an additional violation occasioned by reproductive violence, and that is the violation of reproductive health and autonomy. The ability to freely determine one's reproductive choices, including in and whether, in what circumstances to reproduce. Like other types of sexual violence, reproductive violence can be committed by and against persons of any sex. But importantly, as Rosemary points out, its commission is often linked to harms based on other socially constructed categories like gender, race, and ethnicity. We see numerous historical examples of this. We see examples of this in the period of American slavery, including how ideas of gender and race contributed to reproductive violence. We see this during World War II, when Nazis subjected Jewish and Roma men and women to forced sterilization and pregnant women to forced childbirth or forced abortion, depending on the race of the anticipated child. And we see this in more contemporary conflicts where that prompted the creation of the ad hoc tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, where thousands of women became pregnant as a result of rape, some of whom were also forced to carry their pregnancies to term under the pretext that the resultant child would carry the rapist's ethnicity. So we see that gender, race, and ethnicity often intersect with and contribute to reproductive violence, aggravating the harms that victims suffer. ICL needs to recognize and incorporate our evolving understanding of reproductive violence. It needs, as Rosemary argues, more precise language to capture harm that might be sexual, but is closely linked to reproduction and therefore produces unique and additional harms that should be recognized. These are just a few examples, I think, of why it matters that we keep engaging with each other about these issues and keep trying to get it right, keep trying to evolve in our understanding of gender in the context of international crimes. I'm conscious of time, and I know that we started a bit late. We have about 15 more minutes, and I want to give Indra back the floor, and we'll do so with a question. Indra, you, Valerie, and I talked about the many things we could not include in the book for lack of space and time. If there were a volume 2 of our Gender and ICL book, what would you want to see in it?
Thank you, Susanna. Yeah, yesterday when we met in a somewhat jet-laggy, drunken-y sort of feeling haze, I said, hey, do you want to do another book? At which Susanna very sensibly rolled her eyes. No. No. Okay, so a quick list of things I think that we didn't include, but are areas that are under thought about. I don't know how you say that in proper English. Under something. Anyway, we need to think more about them. How about that? Aggression, crime of aggression and gender. I think there's a lot more to do on war crimes and gender. Susanna mentioned a few just now. So, for example, these are just examples: pillage, starvation, forcible displacement, crimes that don't look at first blush like they're going to have any gender dimensions, but obviously always do. I think there should be more on reproductive crimes and possibly linking some violations of reproductive rights with crimes that we haven't thought about using yet, such as enslavement. People with disabilities, gender and international criminal law. People with disabilities in pretty much every sector, and I work in multiple sectors, not just ICL, are invisible largely. So I personally would really like to see more work in that area. And then I also think that there's, it's maybe time soon to look at a more of a kind of governance, organizational, structural piece around how you might create an institution, an ICL institution mechanism that begins with a proper victim-centric approach, including gender perspectives, which I know is what the IIIM Syria has been trying to do and is experimenting with. So I think, yeah, what that might mean, if that's possible, would also be very interesting. I'm now going to ask you a question. We have not scripted this at all. So, Susanna, when I was talking, I did flick to you the obligation of talking about some critical positive developments or I would say, positive developments, you might disagree, that have occurred in international criminal law practice since we first started talking about the book. Would you like to identify any, if you can?
Yes, and I think I'll talk about them since July 2022, so which is when the book first came out. The good news is, yes, there have been quite a number of positive developments since then, both with respect to policies or practice and cases. Indira mentioned that at the ICC, we've seen the launch of two new important policies, one on gender persecution and one on gender-based crimes. We will have a discussion with the sort of the spearheads, the folks who spearheaded those policy papers, the two special advisors to the prosecutor responsible for the conversations that led to those policies. With respect to cases, we have a number of significant decisions, both at the international level and at the national level on issues of gender. And I'll mention only a few. I already mentioned, of course, the Angwin case, which the appeals chamber decision in December of 2022 confirmed the trial chamber conviction and the findings in particular concerning sexual and gender-based crimes, including the crime of forced marriage as a form of other inhumane acts and the crime of forced pregnancy. Which was the first time an international tribunal issued a judgment on that crime. But I do want to say one thing about one very interesting aspect of the Angwin case was the appeals chamber decision to invite experts to submit amicus briefs to the chamber on a number of issues on appeal, including on the legal interpretation of the crime of forced marriage, sexual slavery, forced pregnancy, and on evidentiary issues are the standard of applicable to assessing evidence of sexual violence. Interestingly, prompted in part by a leading feminist international criminal lawyer, in less than 2 months, more than 40 feminist lawyers and scholars rose to the occasion and came together in groups to file a number of amici curiae briefs on these issues. A lot can be said about that process, and I would encourage you to read some reflections about that process in an Opinio Juris symposium from some of those who were involved. But suffice it to say that to many of us involved in gender justice work, the invitation by the appeals chamber was a rare opportunity to weigh in on, in a very hands-on, practical matter, how the bench could approach questions of international criminal law through a gender competent lens. So something I think that was pretty remarkable. As I mentioned, the ICC is also about to issue a judgment in the Al Hassan case, which is the first case in which the crime against humanity of persecution on grounds of gender has been tried by the ICC and the first international tribunal to have jurisdiction over that crime. As I said, I think the decision was supposed to be this week. The judgment was supposed to be read this week, but has since been postponed. We wait eagerly the decision in that case. Among the decisions at the national level, I will note two coming out of the Colombia's Special Jurisdiction for Peace, which is the transitional justice process established through the peace accords of 2016. One is the September 2023 decision opening macro case 11, which will investigate sexual violence, reproductive violence, and other forms of gender violence in the context of the Colombian armed conflict. We will have an opportunity to hear from Magistrate Oscar Parras, one of the magistrates on this case, in our session on national practice tomorrow. The second is a decision in macro case 2, which pertains to crimes committed in Nariño, located on Colombia's Pacific coast. And that decision relates to crimes committed by former FARC commanders and recognizes gender persecution based on a pattern of violence against LGBTQ plus persons and takes an intersectional approach to the crime of persecution. These decisions come out of the recognition chamber of the special peace tribunal, and there's much work to be done on these cases, but they offer an example of tangible progress on issues of gender at the national level. I'm going to wrap up with two just very brief, noteworthy developments. One is, and I think we have Akila in the room as well, ongoing discussions of the definition of gender and gender dimensions of crimes in the context of a draft treaty on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity. And of course, I want to end, and I would be remiss if I did not end, with the recent appointment of our very own Valerie Oosterveld as special advisor to the prosecutor of the ICC on crimes against humanity. I'm going to end it there. And then I know we just got a flag for 5 minutes that we have to open it up to you for reflections or comments on any of what we've talked about so far this morning.
Good morning, buenos días. Thank you so much. My name is Julissa Mantilla Falcón. I'm very glad to be here and to see Jueza Ibáñez, a Peruvian as well, Jueza Socorro, and all of them. I'm a former commissioner, Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and I was also working at the Peruvian Truth Commission. When I was listening to you, when you, Susana, asked what else can we expect in the second book? Actually, I have to read the first one. But when I was thinking about it, I was thinking about how important it is to have more views from Latin America. I know that they include Daniela Kravitz, and it's very good. We work together in UN Women, but I'm thinking about different countries, like for instance, Peru, Guatemala, Salvador. No, this is first. And the other thing is when you talk about intersectionality, I'm going to talk about it tomorrow more. When we talk about intersectionality, we're talking not only about all these characters. I was thinking about language, because now I can speak in Spanish, puedo hablar en español, y sé que estas maravillosas traductoras lo van a hacer. I can speak in English, but what about Quechua or Aymara or all of the region? I'm talking about the Indians country, no? I'm talking about Peru, Bolivia. What about that? I think that it's important to include that, and to include, besides all the academics, also people that are in the field. Like, for instance, I'm thinking about a Peruvian lawyer that is Gloria Cano, that is one of the most important, and Jueza Ibáñez knows, of course, that, for instance, she's dealing with cases like Manta case that was a general rape in Peru like 20 years ago. So how to include these people and how to understand that, I know that it's a book about criminal law, how to understand the extent of criminal law, but the limits as well. And the limits include other issues like, for instance, economic social rights. I mean, how can you access to justice and how to tribunals if you don't even have who take care of your children? Yeah, that's 3 ideas. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for having us from the International Development Law Organization also here in the room. I have a quick question. When you described the Sepur Zarco case and you explained how domestic servitude, the forced domestic servitude of women was experienced by them as equally painful to the sexual violence that they experienced, and I think, absolutely. You also mentioned that part of their experience was also the fact that they had to give up feeding their children, because they had to feed the soldiers, and that led to children's starvation. And I think so. That is probably quite different from their own domestic servitude as an experience. So my question is, do we then see here a kind of continuity between the crime against women and the crime against children? And do you see that as something that is also a less explored area of international criminal law?
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with that question and then circle back to Yulissa, and a warm welcome to both of you. Absolutely. I think, you know, as I've mentioned in Indira as well, I think we need to continue to evolve in our questions and understanding. It was at the time quite evolutionary to recognize this as domestic slavery, as part of slavery. And I think tomorrow we'll have an opportunity to really push the boundaries of that in our discussion with Patty Sellers and Jocelyn, who I think is also here in the room. There she is. But I do absolutely think that we have more to do in terms of accurately and fully capturing the harms that flow from conduct. And the starvation of children itself was an independent harm that wasn't surfaced and highlighted visibly in that case. So it's work in progress, absolutely, and I think we should do more. And on Ulissa's various points, I will say two things. One is that you were a part of a Latin American network for on the litigation, strategic litigation of gender-based crimes that I think has worked to support one another in the region to do the very thing that that you sort of talked about, expanding, looking at the limits of crimes, of criminal law, expanding beyond that. But also that with Antonia and this exploration of the potential for a gender practitioner hub in this area that we will be meeting with Latin American scholars, activists, practitioners, Gloria Cano among them, hopefully, to inform our conversations about the utility and the potential of the hub. And I will hand it over to Antonia unless you have.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our first panel. And thank you so much for so eloquently putting out the achievements that we've made so far, but also the gaps that we have to address. It really resonated with me when you talked about the victims and survivors and talking about more than the sexual violence. What we hear from the thousands that we work with is what has happened to their children and the impact on them. And that comes time and time again. I know we have to close. You need your coffee. But of course, I have to ask Indira one question. When were you working for Amnesty? Okay, a while ago. I think we're all relieved to hear that. And on that note, thank you so much. Let's break for coffee and biscuits. It's just outside. If we can come back at 10:30, and for those online, thanks so much. Oh, let's give them a round of applause. We have yeah, yes. And for people who right there having been in that situation for the it's very frustrating. No, it's the problem one that I left seeing the question there, but I'm gonna do that now and I'm gonna get it so much more. Yeah, no, I will. Is there a way got it. And then online comments for you. Yes, yes, please. All right, everybody, I hope you enjoyed your coffee. We are moving in to the next panel, and it's my great pleasure to introduce this panel. It's a panel that's incredibly important for us as an organization, which is survivors' perspectives and their activism on gender, international criminal law. And of course, that is why we're here. We often say we are working with and for the survivors and victims, so it's my great pleasure. This morning we heard that we have made some advances, so I'm interested to hear what this panel will have to say about that. If I may, Lorraine, before introducing, I just want to say something I heard last week when we were working with victims and survivors who said we've given up on justice, we're only now seeking accountability, because justice is elusive. Now, I wonder what this panel is going to say. It's my great pleasure to introduce Lorraine Smith-Van Den, founder of Tilawa, Justice for Women. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here. It's remarkable to imagine that we've come together in this really beautiful space to talk about an issue that is near and dear to my heart, but also to have this panel of amazing women who are here to share their experience, to talk to you from their heart about their lived experience and their work in the field at the grassroots level. My name is Lorraine Smith-Van Den, as Antonia said, and I will be chairing the session. A few years ago during COVID, I decided to put a few years of experience together, launch out, take the risk, and start an organization called Tilawa Justice for Women, which is dedicated to bringing women survivor and community-based leaders together to strengthen their capacity to lead more effectively and to amplify their voices by facilitating access to national and international platforms where their expertise and lived experience can make a real difference. This session will be focused on highlighting the critical importance of placing survivors at the heart of discussions, policies, and legal developments concerning gender justice. It explicitly acknowledges the unique insights and perspectives that survivors and survivor activists bring from their lived experience and practical expertise. This is not a tick box tokenistic session on victim participation and inclusion, included to fill a gap in this two-day conference, by no means. It is a recognition of the right of survivors and survivor activists who have been directly or indirectly impacted by gender crimes to be included in every conversation which examines and challenges conceptual norms, understandings, and practice in the field. I've worked with survivors long enough to know that there are invaluable lessons that can be learned from listening to survivors. We can be inspired by their relentless resilience in the face of adversity and their ability to encourage and inspire others despite what they have faced. What is less attractive, but nonetheless true, is that in this era of enlightenment about victim-centeredness and survivor engagement, there is an occlusion of the fact that these survivors and activists who are here represent less than 1% of those who are fortunate to gain access to these platforms. That most are forgotten after conferences like these end. That many face unbelievable systemic barriers in their country, which they must return to. And that most survivors are barely surviving financially because most of their work is voluntary and woefully underfunded because they have not built up a credit history and are not trusted by large donors. Today, we will hear from Sylvia Achan, Pamela Angwesh, and Camila Siddiqui, survivors and activists from Uganda and Afghanistan who have dedicated their lives to changing the trajectory of gender injustice in their countries. I invite you to really listen to what they say. And more importantly, to listen to what, for various reasons, they cannot say. In fact, more will probably remain unsaid than said. Speak to them in the margins if you get a chance. Don't bypass them during coffee breaks and lunch. So the conversation will continue. Let me just very quickly introduce Sylvia. Sylvia Achan is a survivor who was abducted by members of the Lord's Resistance Army during the decades-long insurgency in Uganda. She lived several years in captivity and was the victim of several gender-based crimes. Since returning with her children, she has made it her lifelong mission to support vulnerable women and children to obtain justice and reparations. Pamela Angwesh, to my far right, is the founder and executive director of Gulu Women Economic Development and Globalization. Pamela is a powerhouse activist. Does anybody know the song Unstoppable? Well, she embodies the word unstoppable. Please don't ignore her wheelchair because she's unstoppable. She is unstoppable in her fight for women and girls in Uganda. She has won numerous awards for her grassroots activism on behalf of women and girls in northern Uganda in particular, including the EU Human Rights Defenders Award. Camila Siddiqui is a prominent women's rights and economic activist who has worked in leadership roles in different sectors in Afghanistan and the United Kingdom. Despite several notable achievements as an entrepreneur in Afghanistan and prominent roles even in the Afghan government, Camila was forced to flee when the Taliban took over in 2021. Since then, she has continued to advocate against the gender apartheid being experienced by women and girls and for their right to education. So let me start with Sylvia. Sylvia, share as much as you feel comfortable. First of all, it's really great to have you here. Share as much as you feel comfortable about your experience as a survivor and how that has made you an advocate for victims of sexual and gender-based crimes.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Thank you, Lorraine, for that broadly introduction. I also won an award in South Korea. I was the first recipient of Kim Bok-dong First Peace Prize in South Korea for my dedication as a survivor. Because I said, when I still live, I will also continue to advocate to become a voice for the voiceless, though I suffered the atrocities of the LRA in northern Uganda. I must say this, that I am a voice for the voiceless because we have those ones who are down there in hard-to-reach places and they can't speak now and you're not seeing them. So as a survivor, I'm speaking. I want to tell you the story that it's becoming a song, but I'm in a right position. I'm not going to cry because I need to focus on what the victims want. Life in captivity, who were abducted at a tender age. I'm not the only one who abducted. We have several girls and boys who were abducted. Still then, life in captivity had not been easy. You see, the LRA war itself it's not a good one. Because like that we saw in captivity, there are many things that we saw there physically. And I'm glad to God that I am alive. Because the first day I was abducted at a tender age, going in the bush, sleeping in the bush, and then even what we saw in captivity. I remember one time, the second day in captivity, we had so many girls who were abducted, and the rebels that we got them there, we found they were teachers, they were religious people. So we stopped in a place where they told us to go and begin fetching firewood and then cook food. In that time when some of the ladies went to fetch firewood, one of a friend who was near me said, "Silva, please, let's go and fetch firewood and then also get some water so that we cook very fast. They have given us few minutes to cook here." What I told her is that I'm not going. I feel I'm tired. Then another one said, "Don't tell them that you are tired. When you say you are tired, they will kill you here and there." Then I went and begged. I said, "No, I'm not tired, but I'm waiting to cook." So then some of the ladies went to fetch firewood. 5 minutes, we started hearing the gunshot. They were trying to threaten them, and they grabbed them. They came back. So when we were there, they told us, "Get up, everyone, single line." So there were 3 lines. And what they said is that, okay, we want you to see what is going to happen. You must not turn your back, because when you turn your back, then you'll be the next person. So the lady who told me that we have to go and fetch firewood was one of the person who was brought in to be killed. Then they tied her eyes and said, "Everyone, single line." Look, then someone who was there started praying. After praying, they didn't shoot her, but the way she was killed was like they used the panga, and then yes. So yeah. So in that pain, all this pain, when I came back from captivity, I said, "No, I need not to sleep. I need to think about and see what should be done to my sisters and brothers who suffered the atrocities of the war. I need to style up. I need to do something." I started begging so that I could go to school and study. And study so that I take other survivors in the next level, you see. So I saw the suicidal cases that was in the rise during that time, and there was no psychosocial support to them. They needed the psychiatrist to treat the mind. Then I said, yeah, this is something that we need to do so that we don't die of this. We need to change our communities. Because you see, the women who came back from captivity, some of them came back with their children, and now these children are adults, you see. So we never know, these children might be the people who could change their ideologies or bring a better world, or even become presidents, and even give even psychosocial support to their mothers who spent many years in captivity and didn't go to school. So I felt it's very important for us, for me, to become an activist and begin speaking about this. I even go to radio stations and then even beg for airtime whenever we don't have airtime. We beg and then we begin advocating for that. But there's high need to treat the mind of the victims with involvement of the psychiatrist so that their mind is healed. And then also, since they're also with their children, they can even talk to their children in a good way, not bringing the transfer of aggression of what happened, so that we bring a better world. Yeah. And
let me let you pause there. I'll come back to you. Don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Pamela, I'm going to pass to you because you've worked with Sylvia and other survivors in Uganda. And I want you to tell us how Tell us about your work as a community-based activist in relation to gender crimes, and in particular, how your organization works to facilitate survivor engagement and access to decision-making platforms in relation to gender issues.
Thank you, Lorraine, and to you all who have been here. My name is Pamela Nwechem. I'm the Executive Director for Bulu Women, Economic Development and Globalization. The reason for Sylvia's story is for our establishment. We started this organization to put together the voices of grassroots women, especially women who are war victims, and also to see how their voices can go beyond the boundary in our post-conflict community. So the biggest work we've been doing is that we are convener, we are facilitators, and we are leaders of women grassroots foundation and groups. We have over 650 foundation and grassroots groups. And we've worked with UN Women, we've worked on women peace and humanitarian program. We've also worked with the EU and other USAID and other funders. And to do that, it takes really a great passion to be a frontliner on this. And looking at me in my wheelchair, I think that I have been on frontline for over 20 years now and addressing this. We have mobilized the women, established numerous grassroots solidarity women movement, conducted advocacy and gender justice, especially empowering women war victim groups to voice themselves. We have also supported the Women Survivors Leaders organizations to gain access and opportunity to interact with leaders and parliamentarians on both state and non-state actors, and to ensure that we maximize their voices and agency. The voices is important because a story that is not told cannot open way for more strategies and implementation. And I really want to thank the organizers of today for bringing us to this level, because a lot of platforms are silent about grassroots actors. And yet all this policy, the good books we are writing is meant for the grassroots people, because that is where life is, and that's what is happening. We've conducted mentorship and coaching for women survivors leaders to give them skills so they can influence spaces and negotiate their path. We have recently, together with Lorraine, also, and Talawa Justice for Women and University of Nottingham, established Women Survivors Task Force leaders who are trained to become rapid response. On transitional justice, our major effort is to look at an engendered victim-centered transitional justice process. Unless that is done, then there is no transitional justice. Unless it is engendered, victim-centered, transformative, inclusive, and that's really important for the women. Now, talking a little bit on the gender, on the transitional justice processes, because this is where the plight of what Sylvia is talking about. In our country, we still have a problem because we don't have this TJ policy. But for us, we are looking at gender transformative approaches that should take care of promoting both social empowerment and victim agency. Example, for women to understand their rights. And that secondly, the processes of victim participation is more important. It should explore gender perspective and also women lived experiences. And so survivors' lived experience, which have got material influence in shaping and designing every program, is important. Victim participation should explore opportunities for women to have ability to express themselves. And that's what we do. We also make sure that victim participation should undertake an overall intersectional approach. And through that, it should help women to mobilize, set an agenda, become in coalition movement. But also the intersectional design of programs should move beyond targeting women, but deeply listening to their needs and also priorities. And we also advocate for gender training and gender prosecution. A lot of training should target activists, lawyers, and judges on other jurisprudence regarding gender-based crimes. And we are also advocating for economic justice for women and girls. We did some project with the Trust Fund for Victims, and also establishing platforms that enable women participate together with their children born of war. In the case for Uganda, children born of rape have already gone beyond being children. They are 27 years old, they are 30 years old. So we are also talking of youth and young people that need a separate programming in terms of how they can be supported. So this is what my organization is doing, and in partnership with very many actors. Please continue to be our partners as well if you're interested in this conversation, because we are targeting women with lived experiences that the world needs to know. Thank you.
Pamela, I actually want to stay on this point a little bit longer to ask you to flesh out this discussion about children born of war, because what some persons may not know is that, you know, you mentioned those who are 27 years old, but very recently, a number of children who are in captivity are now being repatriated. They're coming back into Uganda. So now you have this dynamic between those who came back some time ago and those who are now coming back, and the challenges remain the same. Can you talk a little bit about some of what you see happening in terms of tensions between those who were there before and those who are coming, and even the women who are now coming back?
Yeah, and so for the LRA war in northern Uganda, there are so many sections of war victim groups. Sylvia came earlier because their abduction happened earlier. Now we have a new group that is from Central Republic Africa that came like 3 months ago. And the women's story remained the same, but they came with real children. We've recorded 76 children, I remember. But these children were still born in the bush. We are not children born in a health facility and all that. And now we are talking about addressing the gaps that is suffered by the earlier group. They have this gap of ensuring that the children born of war have access to meaningful employable opportunities, and because they are grown up. But also you need to understand that all these children we are talking about is that the synergy is that all these children are stateless. The government did not guarantee them registration so they can have national ID. And imagine being stateless. For those who have grown in 30 years, in 27 years, have every potential to be mistaken, maybe as people in criminal activities. They don't have the identification, they can't even access any job placement because they cannot identify themselves beyond their maternal lineage. The women were raped. The women were sexually abused in many ways, you can name them, and they have children as a result of that. And so these women cannot identify this kid belong to this rapist number ABCD. And so they have children asking them questions. Where do we belong? Do we belong to which village? You know, so that is affecting the issues of reintegration. Because children on the street cannot live on the street forever. And now the reintegration has to happen at their maternal lineage. And so the women has to carry all their children, go with it to their home. And for which there is discrimination, there is stigma, and they keep telling them these are aliens. So we can't accept them to even inherit land for survival.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the ones that have just arrived like 3 months ago, they also need livelihoods. They also need identity. And they need to be resettled back in the community. So we have a mix of transitional justice processes, but I would really let you know that it is seated within the gender perspective. At the end of it all, it is the woman who is the mother, play a role of a father, and must provide them necessary, support. But also, they should get a world for them. They should get a village for them. They should belong somewhere at least. You can't live in a society where you don't have a belonging and identity.
Yeah.
And all is enshrined on the woman who suffered, remember. These women have their own untold stories. Their body was used as a battlefield during the war. And the war was fought on their body. And they need to heal. And they have to put aside their own issues and begin to look at their children's issue. So you can see how it is multi-dimensional.
Yes, absolutely. We are gonna get to another part of the world. I mean, we have Pamela here, we're gonna talk about the gender apartheid issue, but I just want to wrap up a little bit with Uganda, because Pamela, you've done a lot to try to keep survivors engaged, but I want to hear from Sylvia. What does survivor engagement mean to you? And what do you think needs to be done to make sure that survivors are involved in decision-making processes? You know that the transitional justice process is going on in Uganda. It's been going on for some time. What is it that survivors want to see and to hear?
Thank you once again, Lorraine. The survivors engagement to me means empowerment. It also means experience sharing, an opportunity to start to advocate for victims' rights. There's a slogan that says, nothing for us without us. It's very important, because when policies are being made, it's very important to involve the survivors. The United Nations Security Council resolution of 1325 says women also need to be involved in conflict resolutions. Women plays a greater role, especially in bringing peace in the country. There's a way they speak, so it could bring everything to what the world needs. And then engagement with decision makers. It's a huge opportunity to initiate policy formulation, which are pro-victim. It's very important.
So what does pro-victim mean for you? What does that really mean when I mean, it sounds good, but talk to me as Sylvia, what does that mean for you, Sylvia, when you say pro-victim and that sort of thing? Because we've talked about this several times before.
To me, it means you always need to involve the survivors. And secondly, there are these policies that need to also, how should I put it? It has to protect the survivors. They need survivors protection law. It has to be there, because sometimes the survivors, they keep quiet on what they underwent. It's very difficult to talk about it. There are others who are quiet. I could put an example from my organization. We brought this program of Make Music Matter. If you Google Golden Women Vision Uganda, Make Music Matter, you unite. There's a peace and unity. Peace and unity. So when we unite, and then we need to call upon for peace to be prevailed here on earth. Because when the world is full of violence, it's something that will be very bad. That's why I need to give the key message that I would request the national and international communities to unite and pay maximum attention to early warnings and signs of any conflict that might arise in any country, because it's now globally, not even now Uganda. We need support. We need to pay attention to these early warnings that is killing people. We need to be smart in that and help, especially the grassroots organizations, the grassroots communities, who is unreachable. Yeah, I forgot one thing, Lorraine, please forgive me. Let me say this, then I will be healed. You know, the women, when they came back from captivity, some of them were gang raped. And you know, the gynecological problem, it's very hard to treat. And it's very expensive to meet the gynecologist. I have seen, like, verified that there are few gyns in the world, and they are very expensive. So, you know, women are dying silently with chronic illnesses in them, and yet some of them came back with in a childbearing age, and others went back, got the current men, also with their children born of war, but still it's hard for them even to tell their husbands about this. And some of them says, if I tell the husband, then he will give me a missed call. He will now leave me, and yet I need a space to live with my husband and the children. So this is something that is very important. We need to treat. There's need for what? There is need for education. There is also need for the hospitality. They need to treat them. Then there's need for mental treatment. There's need to help heal their mind by bringing the psychiatrists, though they're very expensive. So in that, they will go to the next level.
Thank you so much, Sophia. I just want to change gears a little bit now and move over to Afghanistan. And Camilla, I'd like to invite you to share a little bit about your experience before and after the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban, and what eventually motivates you to advocate for the rights of Afghan women and girls.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much for having me in this conference. I'm Kamala Siddiqui from Afghanistan. Today I would like to share my story and experience about a country that there is no life for women, there's no right for women, and it's completely different from the story of other part of the world. When Taliban took over of Afghanistan in the 1996, I was very young. I was 18 years old. And when they took over of the power and came to Kabul, my father and my brother fled from Kabul to Iran. And my mother and my sisters we were living alone at home, and without any income, without any work, and there was no hope for us to survive. And I was very depressed for a few months, and we exchanged a lot of novels and different books to study, because Taliban have banned universities, schools, and work for women. And then one day I was thinking that how can I help my family and my sisters? One of my elder sister was a tailor, master tailor, and I discussed with her and I asked her that how you can help me, because we need some income for the family. And my sister said that it's not an easy job to teach you only in 1 month or 2 months. Then I went there. Then she said that if you want to come to my house and learn, please come. I think for 1 week or 10 days, I went there, and there was no transport facilities and income for me to continue that. There's a long story. If you have interest, please have a look to the Dressmaker of Haifana book. And then when I come back and I start a small business in my living room with two of my sisters, and after 6 months, I was able to create job for 150 women in the community. The business was very successful, and then there was some people come from UN Habitat and IOM International Organization, and they contacted me and they asked me that how you can start this business, please come and help us. And then when the situation changed during that time, there's a one very, very dangerous story that one of the young girls that arrested by Taliban, and she was my friend. She was working with one of the community development program. She sent a message to me that please tell Kamala to stay at home. I never know that. I just come and share this story with my mother. The next day, my mother and my elder sister stand in front of me and they say that you have a business, you have an income, too many people are working for you. Why you're going to work volunteer with this UN Habitat? Then I was quiet and I respect my mother, and I feel that it's difficult for a mother to send a child or a young girl in such a critical time and difficult time to work in the community. In the next day, I was ready and I just say to my mother that I'm going to continue my work. I have a lot of hope for future, and I never tend to become a just Tyler. And if something happened to me, please remove my name from the list of Siddiqui family. And I just left. And you know that there was a lot of challenges, but I have a lot of achievement as well. When the situation changed and the government announced the open market, it was difficult for me to continue this business. I was thinking that how can I register this business somewhere to share my experience with the other girls? Because, you know, I was very young. I just graduated from college. And how can I share this experience with the other girls that they have to be rich and have a good time? I started a small, with a one laptop computer, I started a consulting company by the name of Korean Business Development Service, and I was able to implement 56 projects around the country, and I had trained 10,000 people that time. Thank you so much. Maybe.
But you get the story halfway because the Taliban took over again. And we want to hear from that point. What happened for you as you left and what spurred you? And I understand, obviously, given that this is a public event, so speak as freely as you think you can. But tell us what happened after the second insurgency or takeover.
Before I come to that point, I just want to tell you a little bit about my experience with the government, that how I recognize, especially my leadership, to join with the government. That time, I was very famous. I became a voice of Afghan women in the private sector because I established export and import company, the first taxi company, and Pink Taxi, a lot of other businesses. And Excellency President Ghani invited me to join the team. And then I started my work as a Deputy Chief of Staff in the palace for 3 years. And then I was Deputy Minister of Commerce. When I left my job, I was acting minister. But I left my job without resignation because I noticed that there is no space for me to continue. And then I come back to the private sector and invest and start income generation project in 17 provinces of Afghanistan and create job for 500 people again. I was there in the same time that Taliban took over Kabul. It was very difficult for me because my children was in London and my husband was in London. I was in Afghanistan, and there was a lot of friends and people called me and please leave the Kabul and come back. And I said that my flight is on 20th of August. Why I should leave now? And the day the Taliban came to Kabul, I was in Kabul by support of my friend, the lady that she wrote the book about me, the American journalist, my friend Gail. She supported me and put my name on the list, and we flew from Kabul by the private jet to Switzerland, from Switzerland to Germany, from Germany to London. It was really tough time, especially for my children and my husband. When I was sitting for 7 hours on the plane and I was waiting for the accident, my husband was on the phone with me and my children was waiting for me. And after 7 hours, they gave us a chance to flee from Kabul. And when I come back to London, I was very sick. For 6 months, I was very sick. and I was not able to work and think about what happened. All my 25 years achievement and experience, I just lost it in 24 hours. And then one day I wake up and I was talking with myself that, Kamala, you were 18 years old, that you establish a business and support a lot of people. Now, with this experience, this age, you have to do something. I established a network by the name of the Silent Girls Connected. There are 300 young girls on the network, and I work with them online. And because all of them, they were graduated from university and they were very in the same situation that I had, they were sick. And every day I gave some advice for them. And then I established a community interest company in London. I support economic empowerment for refugee women in London. And recently I established the Afghan British Business Council and Afghan British Business Network in London. And I support education in Afghanistan right now. And that's all.
That's all. I support education, guys. Kamala, let's just call it what it is, gender apartheid. We're living in this era. You have experienced it, you have lived it. What does the international community still need to do?
As I have respect to international community, especially this kind of conference and seminar, it's a great opportunity for all of us to come and discuss. But this is the time that we have to do some action. Economic empowerment is a solution. If every day we just discuss about gender issues and also human rights and women's rights, and there is no solution, I think we will waste our time. This is the time that we have to have an action, and we have to teach women individually to start their own business, to have money, to have a power in the family, in the community, and also if they want to be in the government.
I'm going to leave it there because I'm sure there are questions, and I only have about 10 minutes and I want to open it up. You've heard from Pamela, from Kamala, and from Sylvia. I'll invite the audience now. If you have any questions, please. Yes. Oh, for the persons online, could I give you one of this?
It's not a question. It's a show of respect and congratulations to the sisters, in particular from Afghanistan, from Uganda. I had the good fortune this past year to work with a student who was doing her master's thesis at the University of Amsterdam on the subject of rethinking complementarity. And she took her energy and her lessons and her thesis from the stories of the women's movement, the survivor movement in Uganda. And I think that if anybody in this room or online wants to consider and look at the possibilities for rebuilding the idea of complementarity so that it means something sustainable for our common humanity, Uganda will be a wonderful place to look. So thank you. I celebrate you.
It's with people on the one. Ah, perfect. Yes, please. I have a.
Thank you. First of all, my respect to all of you, and as you mentioned, you especially, it is important to have the survivors here, to listen from them, to listen from the field. One issue that I work all the time is the continuity of gender violence. I mean, it is since you are born, you know, whether you are a child until you are older. And it starts before the war, during the war, and after the war. So this continuity, I'm asking now, what would you comment about that? How does it affect your life, before being captive, and what's going on now. Because sometimes we focus in the case of sexual violence or gender violence during the violence, during the war. But what about the other difficulties that you are approaching, you are living right now?
Thank you very much. I'd just like to take one or two additional questions. I see one hand here.
First and foremost, thank you so much. You're really guiding us, your strength and your vision. And I wanted to ask you, what is the role of males, of men survivors, but also of males in your respective communities in Uganda and in Afghanistan in advancing the fight with the gender-based violence and the wider equality in your communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One final question, and then I turn back to the panel. Yes, oh, now I see hands, amazing, okay. Yes.
Your stories are really inspiring, and I was just a little curious about your experiences, maybe with victims who are also perpetrators like child soldiers who are coming back to the society, being reintegrated. So your experiences with these kind of children, and what are your feelings about them? Because in captivity you may have experienced something not so good with them. And also my question to Ms. Camila, that what difference do you see between gender-based violence during Taliban 1 and Taliban 2? Thank you.
Hello, I also want to thank you for sharing your experiences and what you lived through. I'm from Mexico, and as you mentioned that in Uganda, the transitional justice process has been for a while, and I think there's all these very important lessons that we could also learn from in other parts of the world. And I think it's very seldom that we have the opportunity to exchange these perspectives. So I just want to ask if you have had the opportunity to exchange all these knowledge and experiences with, for example, places in Latin America, and if not, if I just wanted to ask if you consider, or how could we contribute for this to happen more often, because I think it's crucial for us to keep building these networks to achieve better perspectives on reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. And there, I think, was that, there was another, yes.
I can ask.
Well, maybe share it and then we'll see if we get.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all. Yes, very inspiring. And I'm so happy that you could make it, really. I wanted to ask you, Pamela, and as I said, maybe we can do it in the break or something, but just a bit more about strategies you might have identified for the situation, the serious situation you described with children being stateless and not having any national identity, etc. All of the things that flow from that.
Thank you, Dira. I'm gonna hand it first to, let me start with you, Camila, because I think many of the other questions were for colleagues in Uganda. So the difference between Taliban 1 and Taliban 2, I think, was the only question for Uganda?
Yes. There is a difference that when the Taliban took over of Afghanistan in 1996, the girls' education was not in that level. There was no social media, there's no internet, there's no freedom of speech, all these things. When the second time Taliban came, there are a lot of girls that they fight on the street and they take a lot of risk. The difference is that in the first time, we were not able to walk on the street without a mahram, without a man member of the family, and also without covering our face. But now the girls, at least they did not cover their face, and there are a lot of fight. But when we come to the point of that they banned the university schools and there is no life for women, it's the same from the first time and the second time. And I think there was one more question that in Afghanistan about the main perspective about the genders. I think, yeah. In Afghanistan, the biggest challenge is the lack of education. Most of the Afghan men that they are educated and they work with different international company and also in the government, they respect women and they gave a chance for their women to work. I am one of the example that my family is an educated family. My father and also my husband family, they support me a lot and they gave me a chance to be here today. But the biggest challenge is lack of education. But when you go to the province, there are a lot of challenges and there is no belief for women rights and women work or education, anything. This is the difference between the city and also the educated people and uneducated people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can hand it to Pamela.
Yeah, I think a lot of question is for Uganda. Now, I want to begin with the first question is talking about revictimization. I could say that is a gap in terms of access to justice and legal redress. Because, like she said, victims and survivors that return from the bush, and maybe victim of sexual and gender-based violence, how can we avoid repetitive, kind of serial violence? And we have these records of sometimes one victim is re-victimized, and at the same time suffered multiple. And yet, the perpetrator is becoming a serial perpetrator. So there is a gap in terms of legal redress. And I want to take this for Uganda case, is the fact that, let's clap for judge, the prosecution of Dominic Ongwen. And,
yes.
And she did it from the gender perspective, because Dominic Ongwen prosecution the basis is that most of the counts were sexual offenses and sexual crimes. So what is Uganda learning in terms of taking that approach to ensure that access to justice is deepened to the extent that some of the sexual violence cannot just be prosecuted without looking at how much harm it has caused a woman? Because we are beginning to know that sexual violence is completely also war crime. It is war crime. Imagine someone is raped and got every disease and sickness and is going to die in silence. It's the same as somebody picking a gun and putting it on your head and kill you once for one. And that's what Sylvia is saying. We still have to heal for a long time, and because we have this in us. So the other thing is on male engage strategy, engaging men. And we are doing it as my organization, WEGJIT. We realize that we need to work with men at 3 levels. Working with men as partners, working with men as peer educators, and also working with men as clients, which is the most difficult part of it. Because there are certain level of impunity that we need to address them with working with men as partners. It's a good strategy. And I would want to encourage my feminist movement that we cannot do it completely on paper and rubbish that space. If we want to have certain 50 and 50% agenda, we need to make sure that we should not get tired working with men. Of course, the data can tell you that the highest numbers of perpetrators are always men. But we need to translate it on the other way around and bring them on board. Child soldiers. Yes. In our case, the children that we abducted years ago are now men. That's what you need to know. And that is affecting even the recognition of child soldiers anymore, unless they are still below 18. But they had the worst experience of how you want to know. In the international criminal law, the most important thing is all about choices for you to achieve your rights. They didn't have that opportunity to make choices in life. 1 minute? Oh, this discussion is so beautiful. The organizers need to give us some time in future more time. Yeah, so again, what I would only say is, even you now, you cannot forget about what happened in your life when you were a child. And that's how complicated working with child soldiers who have grown up to big people now. I want to talk about opportunities. There's always the silver lining of everything. Uganda can be used as an opportunity for learning, especially on transitional justice. I want to applaud the government of Uganda. The TJ policy is one of the best in Africa. It's only lacked implementation. And right now we have the possibility to implement the transitional justice policy, even if it is not yet adopted into law, especially areas that are not complicated, like working with traditional leaders, reintegration programs, and interim reparations. Because the interim reparation is what gives life. It has the livelihood. It has the opportunity to support the victim. Strategies. In terms of strategies, working with children born of war, like I said, they are already adults. The most important thing is to involve the children born of war into platforms like this, because they have a voice. They need a space. They need to be consulted in most of the things. So we cannot assume now that we can discuss issues of children born of war in their absence. Yes. Because they are grown up, they are youth and young people who, when they are left unattended to, can ignite another war.
Thank you so much, Pamela.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to invite you to join me in thanking this amazing panel. Like I said, there is a lot that is left unsaid. We know about other laws in Uganda. There's a lot that is left unsaid. But a lot has been said. And so I invite you to think about it and to speak to them in the session. Thank you again, ladies, for coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela, Camilla, Sylvia, and Lorraine. Wow, what a panel. And actually heard something that struck me, that only 1% of survivors and victims from conflict contexts can actually come and be present on the panels. And you're speaking for so many others, and we are so grateful for that. And it reminds us, of course, how difficult it is to bring victims and survivors for many reasons, visas, security. For example, we have tried for 1 year, it was 1 year, to bring Rohingya victims and survivors before the Human Rights Council and also to give testimony for an Argentinian court. So we need to become better at this. And also something that struck me is in relation to the economic power. How many victims and survivors?
What they say is, we can't feed our children, we don't have healthcare, we don't have access to education. So we need to really look at this.
While I'm continuing, I'm going to ask people to come up. I think you know who you are for our next panel. Where is Katerina, Angela, Natia? Please come up. Come and sit up here on the panel. So we salute you, all of you, for your work and your courage, and stand by your side. Thank you so much for coming. Please take a seat. And while we're just taking a seat, I'm going to talk to you about something I read, that maybe you did last week in the news, where we've seen cases before the International Court of Justice, as well as the International Criminal Court, described as, look at the blockbuster that is happening in The Hague this week. Look at the spectacle that is taking place. That is what is being written, but this is not what is taking place. What is taking place is unfolding before our eyes what we heard. Crimes that have been taking place against communities, victims and survivors, and the horrific impact that it has upon them. So I think we really would ask us as well after that panel to consider that. The law is there to be utilized, but also placing them at the forefront. Voila, now are we all gathered together? We also have an online panelist joining us. For those of you online, we are going to come to you as well first for your questions when we finish this panel. We haven't forgotten about you. Right. I'm actually going to continue speaking, everybody. So sorry for that. I'm going to now chair this panel because this panel is on practitioners' perspectives and the national and international experiences of adopting a survivor-centered approach. So you can see the relationship between the last panel and this panel. It's very difficult for victims and survivors to come forward, and how can practitioners work with them to ensure their experiences are reflected before the courts, and also to advocate with them and on their behalf as well. So I'm really pleased to welcome this panel, and we're joined from practitioners from Ukraine, Iraq, Myanmar and Zimbabwe, which is fantastic. We're moving around the world, as you can see. And for time's sake, I'm going to go straight in for our first panelist, Katerina. You're from the Ukraine, a practitioner. And I'd like to ask you to discuss with us the ways in which experience and work with survivors of conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine have shaped your practice in implementing a survivor-centered approach, which is a lot more difficult than we talk about. It takes time, has an impact on practitioners. How has this approach changed the way that you investigate and you document and advocate for justice and accountability? Welcome, Katerina Basol. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonia, and thanks a lot to everybody. It's such an honor to speak after the previous speakers, after the survivors who really lead us with their strength and with their resilience and with their vision. And I will try to build my response to your question, Antonia, also largely through the prisms of Ukrainian survivors, females and males, in terms of how to address sexual and gender-based crimes perpetrated amid Russia's aggression since its very beginning in 2014. I will build my response in actually two sections. I wanted to speak about the positive developments about the gender in Ukraine's justice responses, but also about the challenges that remain even and especially since the full-scale invasion in 2022. First, the most noticeable positive development is the visibility of the multiplicity of the crimes. During the first phase of Russia's aggression between 2014 and 2021, there have been very little domestic investigations and prosecutions of conflict-related crimes perpetrated in occupied Crimean Peninsula and eastern Ukraine. There was just the first communication to the International Criminal Court being prepared by the Prosecutor General's office, and that during the first 8 years of the war. So we could see that the visibility of conflict-related sexual violence and other gender dimensions of atrocity crimes was not really there during the first phase of the war. Now it has changed with the full-scale invasion. It has changed because for the very sad reason, for the increased geographical spread and increased gravity of the crimes, including conflict-related sexual violence. So currently Ukraine, within its war crimes unit, has a specialized conflict-related sexual violence division, headed by a female prosecutor who has worked on domestic violence and gender-based crimes. So there is a stronger gendered presence. There's also an increased amount of investigators and prosecutors who work within that division. And it has been an expressed demand not only of a female, but also of male survivors of sexual violence during the first phase of the war. Not surprisingly, they said that it was actually easier for them to share their experience with female professionals rather than male professionals. Importantly, a strategy for investigating CRSV has been adopted in Ukraine. I think it's an important symbolic step by the Prosecutor General's office, but it really needs further development because it's more of a roadmap that states the basic principles, the involvement of victims and witnesses in building the cases, the references to the best practices, to the international protocol on documentation and investigation of CRSV, to the Murad Code, but more details have to be implemented beyond this first mapping document. Also, the survivors have been very active in two dimensions. First, in advocating universal jurisdiction proceedings, because through the engagement with the professional community, and I see the representative, the lead of the Ukrainian Women Lawyer Association, URFAM, here, these professionals have really explained to survivors that justice is not limited to courts, first, and it's not limited to Ukrainian courts. So the first known submissions, for instance, through the office of the prosecutor in Germany, actually concern sexual violence perpetrated in the Kiev region since the full-scale invasion. And the second very important dimension of survivors' work and engagement with policymakers and indeed with the international community and the Ukrainian public is the advocacy for reparations and urgent interim reparations. Global Survivors Fund, the organization of Denis Mukwege, SEMA Network, and its Ukrainian branch, SEMA Network Ukraine, have been advocating for urgent interim support for male and female survivors of CRSV, and this has been remarkable, especially during the ongoing warfare. Now, turning to the principal challenges that are still there. I would totally agree with the speakers from our first panels that unfortunately the confusion between sexual violence and the wider gender-based crimes is still there in Ukraine as well. First, so while the emphasis on conflict-related sexual violence has been there, the exploration of the gender dimensions of other crimes, such as torture, enforced disappearances, deportation of children and adults, are still to be infused. Second, it's also very important that while the ongoing reparations process in Ukraine is getting pace, there is the first draft law registered for establishing a registry of victims of conflict-related sexual violence and providing urgent interim reparations for them. The issue is that the advocacy for this process is led mostly by female survivors. So there is quite an apparent lack of voices of male survivors who also are very various in their backgrounds, POWs, civilian men, gay men who are POWs and gay men who have been captured in occupied territories. So their voices have to be amplified first to show the spectrum of the crimes, but also to show the variety of the needs which are there for all the survivors, not only women. And another concern is that while the major activism comes from survivors, female survivors, who were targeted by Russia during the first phase of the war. Many reparations initiatives, indeed the registry of damage, which is functioning in The Hague, it applies only to those people who were victimized since 2022, since the full-scale invasion. And this is my biggest concern, not only as a lawyer, but as a citizen, as a Ukrainian. We cannot differentiate between survivors. We cannot differentiate between victims of sexual violence who were assaulted during the first phase of the war and since the full-scale invasion. So any reparation program should cover those who were harmed since 2014 onwards. And finally, gender identity of a perpetrator and their community, and gender identity of a victim and their community matter a lot. Russia recently has criminalized what they call the LGBTQI propaganda, and that laws, so-called laws, would apply also in occupied Ukrainian territories where Russia has the de facto control. And I argue that Ukraine should respond to this through the wider measures supporting LGBTQI community in its own territory. Ukraine should strive for the survivor voices indeed in the reparations policies in responses to conflict-related sexual violence, but it should also strive for the wider recognition of rights of all the people who fight to support the country, and that includes the supporting the introduction of civil partnerships for the LGBTQI people in Ukraine, not in contrast with Russia, but in showing that this current war is really the war for the human dignity and for the primacy of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katerina. I'm going to take the liberty of asking you a quick question and a comment. She doesn't know what this question is going to be, by the way. You talked about the reparations for survivors. Who's going to pay for these reparations, and have any been paid out yet?
Well, under international law, Russia, as the perpetrator, is obliged to pay. But international law, also the guiding principles on remedy and reparations, which are rooted in the human rights framework, they say that also other countries can step in essentially to help the survivors while waiting for the remedy from the main perpetrator. And also urgent interim reparations, essentially what we are speaking about, mental health support, what the survivors themselves have already mentioned during the previous panel, mental health support, wider education opportunities, support with housing. It's something which is not as expensive as, for instance, the reparations needed for the infrastructural rebuilding. So currently, both the Ukrainian government, together with international partners, is able to provide this basic support to individuals, especially, as I mentioned, because the hopefully the pilot urgent interim reparations program will help survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, which are currently not such a big number of people, those who have come out. Later on, we're hoping it will also incentivize survivors to come out and understand that redress comes not only through the courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also for reminding us actually of the criminalization of LGBTQI. We heard in the previous panel that Uganda is a model for transitional justice, not a model for LGBTQI community, where it's often said now it can be one of the most dangerous places to be LGBTQI. So we have also these difficulties in the context that we are working in. Now we need to move on to Angela Mudakuti. You are the Legal Advocacy Director on Waging Justice for Women from the Clooney Foundation for Justice. You have a rich experience at the international level. Can you tell us some of your perspectives and how you prioritized survivors' needs through your work? Welcome, Angela.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with friends and colleagues. And as has already been said, the panel before us, absolutely incredible. Thank you, Lorraine, Sylvia, Pamela, and Camilla. You are the reason we are here. So thank you for that. So when I look at the panel and the title of this panel, Adopting a Survivor-Centered Approach, one would think that that's already at the heart of everything we do. But more often than not, justice is done for survivors and victims, but not with survivors and victims. And that's what needs to change. And as I answer your question, Antonia, I'm going to address us as litigators, us as human rights activists, practitioners, litigating core international crimes domestically and internationally across jurisdictions. I have three main points: intersectionality, victims and survivors as experts in their own rights, and remembering why you got into this work. So victims and survivors are not a monolith. They are not all the same. I remember when I worked on a case on crimes against humanity in Zimbabwe to be investigated and prosecuted in South Africa, one of my clients said, I just want someone in authority to hear my story. That was some semblance of justice for them. I had another case dealing with apartheid-era crimes in South Africa, where people just wanted the truth. Where was my loved one buried? How can I find his or her remains? That was justice to them. They have different desires, different needs, different perspectives, and different conceptions of what is fair and just, which brings me to my first point. Intersectionality is absolutely key. And I know there's an entire panel dedicated to this, but allow me to start here with it. Because intersectionality has to be part and parcel of our approach to justice and accountability. It's got to be baked into our strategy from the very beginning. It's not a standalone issue. And we know that organizations like the Emergent Justice Collective have done incredible work on this, and I know you'll hear from one of their founders, Lily Cather, later. So we know that intersectionality was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw, and I won't go into the definition because I know you all know what that is, but it's important to acknowledge that as individuals, there are multiple grounds upon which our identity can be understood. So how does this apply in an ICL context? The way we understand victims and survivors will show that one person can have numerous identities. And these identities will characterize how they are targeted and the nature of the harm that they will suffer. For instance, on account of their sexual orientation, their gender identity, socioeconomic status, level of formal education, and ethnicity, to name but a few. So I'm Black, I'm a woman, I'm from Zimbabwe, and I come from the Global South. All of these identities will play a role in how I am perceived, how I am understood, and in the case of core international crimes, how I would be targeted, and indeed the nature and extent of the harm that I would suffer. So isn't it appropriate that the justice I would receive reflect those realities? So in practical terms, I'm talking everything from how the investigation is conducted, for example, which crimes are acknowledged. I remember working on a team many years ago, and when the leader of the team was asked, what about sexual and gender-based violence? His response was, it's too difficult, hard to prove, let's stick to easier crimes. And I know many of you in this room have heard that before. Crimes that disproportionately affect women and girls are too difficult to prove. Other things you need to ask yourself as you investigate. Who is considered a victim and a survivor worth talking to? Who is largely overlooked in an investigation? If you're looking at sexual violence, are you only speaking to women about that? Or are you asking them about their other experiences? What about male victims of sexual violence? We can see how using an intersectional lens in ICL can give us a fuller and more comprehensive understanding of the experiences of affected communities. And that will help us approach accountability in a more thorough fashion and to center the experiences of victims and survivors. And there is a very interesting webinar that was conducted by the Emergent Justice Collective where it was Valerie, Sarita, Maxine, and Priya, who's also here today, who unpacked these ideas, and I encourage you all to go and watch that as well. It's very interesting. So intersectionality, fine, we understand the theory, but how do we operationalize that? And one of my key topics on this is diversity. Not just in terms of different disciplines and team composition. Not just, yes, we need analysts, we need litigators, we need translators, we need victim and support units, but you also need teams that are diverse in every sense, gender and race included. So let's sending teams of middle-aged white men from the global north to investigate sexual violence against women in the global south be a thing of the past. If they have no understanding of the cultural context in which these crimes are committed, or the nuances or euphemisms that are used by survivors to talk about sexual violence, how will they fully understand the harm suffered and therefore the crimes committed? Seeing as we're in The Hague and the ICC is not far from here, I'm going to use that as an example. As of March 2023, the ICC has gender parity, 50% women, 50% men. Great. But when you dig deeper, 82.6% of the women at the court are in P1, P2, and P3 positions, the lower positions at the court. At the very top, D1, the statistic is 0.5% of D1 level staff are female. Yes, ask me how they got to 0.5. Let's look at geographical representation. Of the 388 professional staff at the ICC, 249 are from Western Europe. Break it down even further. Who holds the top positions? At the very top, D1, there's 7 positions. 5 are held by people from Western Europe. P5, there are 38 positions. 26 of those 38 are held by people from Western Europe. At P4, 41 of the 68 positions are held by people from Western Europe. That's 60% of the P4 positions that are held by 1 of 5 regions. Every time I'm given the opportunity to talk about this topic, I jump at it. And many of you have probably heard me say this over the years, and you feel like you're hearing the same thing, but that's because nothing has changed. And that's the point. I know there's a lot of work ongoing. There are working groups who are addressing this issue. There's a focal point on gender, but we need to move faster with this to really do justice. So that's on intersectionality and how to operationalize it. My second key tool in making sure we center the experiences of victims is understanding victims and survivors as experts in their own right. Their lived experience, amongst other factors, is part of their expertise. And once you start recognizing that and bringing them to the table as not just sources of evidence, but as experts with expert opinions, it'll shape your case and the work that you're building. I'll refer very quickly to the example of the Hussein Habre trial. We all know that that case would be nothing without the work of victims and survivors. And it took 25 years for us to get there. And I'll very quickly read something that Suleiman Genge read and said during his part of the hearing. And I get very emotional when I read this because it is very powerful. He said, in 1988, I was wrongfully accused and imprisoned in inhumane conditions. From the depths of my cell, from the depths of that madness, I took an oath before God that if I got out alive, I would fight for justice. I'm convinced that if God allowed me to remain alive, it was to carry out this mission in memory of those who died and disappeared. With my friends and with the help of Chadian and international organizations, we undertook a 25-year campaign for justice. Because of that stubbornness, I was fired from my job. I was threatened by Hussein Habre's henchmen, and I had to go into exile in the United States. But this stubbornness has paid off, and today I stand before you. It's a powerful reminder of what victims and survivors go through and how powerful their advocacy is, and ultimately how our work is meaningless without them. And the last point I'll make, and then I'll wrap up, is remember why you got into this line of work. Remember when you were, 21, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, you wanted to change the world. Tap into that feeling when you are chasing the legal precedent, when you're looking for a technical legal victory that may mean nothing to people on the ground. So let's not just do justice for the victims, but let's do justice with the victims and survivors. Thank you.
Well, Angela, of course, I have to ask you the question then. There may be some people here in their 20s, and if they're planning to start out the career in international criminal law, what is the advice that you would give them in one line?
Buckle up, it's hard, but you can do it.
Get ready for the roller coaster. All right, thank you very much, Angela. Let's move on now to Natia Navrozov. I'm sorry for my brutal pronunciation, head of the Legal Advocacy Department with the Documentation Project at YASDA. Now, you've been leading the work of YASDA in gathering Yazidi survivors' testimonies that have been submitted to national and international justice mechanisms. Can you tell us what you can share with us from your best practices and what your lessons learned are? Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Antonia. And I also would like to start by thanking all the organizers, and it's an honor to be here with such a distinguished panel. Also echoing my colleagues, thank you very much to the previous panelists. I really look forward connecting with you because a lot of the issues you have mentioned are issues that I am facing and that survivors, Yazidi survivors in Iraq are facing as well. Echoing what also Angela just said, I want to share a little bit, a little story with you of when I started to practice human rights and when I moved to Iraq. I'm a Yazidi myself, not from Iraq, but from Georgia. And when ISIS attacked the Yazidis in Sinjar, of course, it affected the diaspora very much, including myself. I was then still studying and I had this career that I had designed in my head. I wanted to become international lawyer in arbitration, commercial arbitration. I had already secured a very good internship that I still did because I had committed to that. But once this was done, I asked myself, like, what am I doing? I'm a Yazidi, I'm a lawyer, and I had the opportunity to study law. How can I help my community? So I moved to Iraq in 2018. And echoing again what was said, I was very young, and in my head, justice meant justice in a courtroom. I thought I would meet survivors and help them to access courtrooms, national courtrooms, international courtrooms. And of course, this is very important to Yazidi survivors. But when I started to speaking with them, the top 3 demands that they actually had wasn't criminal accountability. First, they wanted someone, anyone, to look for their missing people. Up to today, around 2,600 Yazidis are missing, and no one is looking for them. The second demand is usually the exhumation of mass graves. Sinjar, so the Yazidi homeland, which was attacked by ISIS, is still full of mass graves. And this process has been, you know, moving forward over the past years, but is very, very slow. So how can Yazidis be expected to return to the areas if it's full of bones? And then the third demand, and again, echoing previous panels, is usually economic empowerment. A lot of women, Yazidi women lost their breadwinners because the Yazidi community remains led by men before the genocide, and it's still the case right now. So these women were not used to be breadwinners, and it's very, very difficult for them. So, you know, I wanted to give the short intro. I want to talk a little bit about what happened in Sinjar. I'm sure you're familiar with the Yazidi genocide, but just in case. So Yazidis are an ancient ethno-religious minority, mainly based and living in Iraq, in Sinjar, but there's also a diaspora all over the world. Due to previous conflicts and persecutions, Yazidis had to spread to save their lives. ISIS attacked Yazidis simply because of their religious beliefs. So it was clearly a case of genocide. And mainstream media usually depicts ISIS attacks as something that just happened. But it's not true. Yazidis have been persecuted in Iraq and also elsewhere for generations. In our history, we said that Yazidis survived 73 previous genocidal attempts, and the ISIS attacks were the last one. In these attacks, which happened on the 3rd of August 2014, the crimes that ISIS committed were pretty much based on gender, but also age. Men who were considered being too old to be militarized were executed right away when they were captured. And women and girls and also young boys were enslaved, taken to captivity sites, also in Syria, and forced to stay in captivity, where they were subjected to sexual violence, forced labor, forced pregnancy, and a wide range of crimes. It is in this context that YASDA was created, so the NGO I have been working with for the past 5 years in Iraq. YASDA was created 2 weeks after ISIS attacks on Sinjar, and it was created by Yazidis themselves, which is very, very interesting, so grassroots organization. YASDA has 2 main mandates. One is the humanitarian aspect of the work, so we provide psychosocial support to survivors, we help them to get livelihood opportunities. But a second big aspect, and I'm gonna speak mainly about that, is the advocacy, especially the legal advocacy that we are doing. I myself have been involved in a documentation project which gathers evidence of ISIS crimes, both in the form of survivors' testimonies, but also crime scenes that we're documenting in Sinjar. When it comes to survivors' testimonies, we collected over 2,500 testimonies, a lot of lessons learned that I'm gonna share. And for the crime scenes, over 150 crime scenes, mass graves, destroyed Yazidi temples. So ISIS also targeted worship places of Yazidis. So, you know, all this evidence has been collected over the past almost 10 years. This year also marks the 10-year commemoration of the Yazidi genocide. So what are we doing with that evidence? We're publishing reports to raise awareness, and you can find a lot of them on our websites. But as Antonia mentioned, we're also using that evidence to bring justice to Yazidi survivors. ISIS is a global threat, and we know that thousands of ISIS members operated in Iraq and Syria from over 80 countries. 80, it's a lot. However, up to today, there were only 9 cases in Germany that prosecuted ISIS members for crimes against Yazidis. So it's a very, very low number. We are using our evidence to give them to the investigators, prosecutors willing to work on these cases. And because we're in the Netherlands, I also want to highlight that Netherlands is now the second country that has indicted a female ISIS member, Hasna A, for crimes against Yazidis, and the trial will start this summer. So I invite you to closely monitor that. In doing our work, and this is going to be my last part, of course, we speak with a lot of survivors, a lot of, the broader community in general. And one of their main complaints is that when people speak to them, and I mean non-Yazidis mostly, they usually don't know anything about them. And I'm going to give you an example. In one of the cases in Germany, so it was the first case, so we should also be, give the German court some space to learn. But in the first case, the German authorities had appointed an interpreter who speaks the family of dialect of the survivor, but it wasn't precisely the dialect she understood. She was too shy to raise anything, because imagine being a Yazidi survivor coming into Germany, not knowing anything, being by yourself, and thinking that if you say something, maybe you're gonna lose this opportunity to get justice. I was in the courtroom with a colleague, and we were able to pick up, because I happen to speak German, he was speaking the dialect. We picked up that there was something really wrong with the translation. The second example was the judge kept asking the survivor, because the survivor was describing how she was tortured and forced to stand on a roof. And the judge could not understand what she meant, and he kept asking her, like, what do you mean you were standing on the roof? And we were wondering why he keeps asking that question. And the survivor was wondering, why does he keep asking that question to me? And she thought he was questioning her credibility, and she was very, very stressed. And then we realized it's because the German judge was picturing roofs like this. And in Iraq, the roofs are like that. And people use the roof to sleep on roofs. And it's almost like another room of the house. So based on all these lessons learned, we prepared a guide that I invite you to read. It's on our website. It's called the Get to Know Me Guide. And the name is very obvious, but what does the guide contain? So it gives very practical advice on how to engage with Yazidi survivors. So a colleague mentioned the Murad Code, and we have a lot of general principles available on the do no harm principle, how to have a survivor-centered approach. But this is only step 1. Step 2 is to create guidelines that really focus on a specific community, because each community is different. And also within that community, people are not the same. So the Get to Know Me guide is really on Yazidis from Sinjar. There are also Yazidis in Iraq that are elsewhere. So they have some different characteristics. There's a map of Sinjar. Sometimes investigators coming in don't even know where to place Sinjar. There's contextual and historical background on Sinjar and Yazidis, how they have been persecuted for years, how they might be scared from the authorities because they are not used to engaging with them, and of course, how to pick the right interpreter and which dialect, specific dialect, they should be speaking. We also have some aspects on SGBV, of course, in the guide. One of them is that the word sexual violence, rape, does not really exist in the dialect spoken by Yazidis. So they usually use the Arabic term. So we have put some expressions describing on what they usually say to characterize sexual violence. And it's really to help practitioners interacting with Yazidis. We also give some, practical advice on the setting of an interview room. Yazidis and people in the Middle East tend to sit on the floor, for example, and many Yazidis, when we interview them, really like that because it allows them not to directly face the interviewer, but to have them on the side. So yeah, I have many things to say, not a lot of time. So I really invite you to read that guide, and I'm here to exchange on it. And then maybe one last point is about male survivors. So of course, in the Yazidi context, there was a big focus on the female survivors, and it's very important. But in our line of work, we have also spoken to male survivors who were not only militarized, but also subjected to sexual violence. And this is a huge gap that hasn't been addressed yet. And in the coming months and years, we will focus on that as YASDA, but I also invite anyone working on that context here to look into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Natia. One very quick question. If you had one recommendation for survivors who want to form their own group, what would it be?
So I actually have helped to establish a group called the Yazidi Survivors Network in 2019. And it was very fascinating because the demand came from the survivors. They said, you engage with individual female survivors, but we want to be a network. So the first step we took is to provide them some very, simple capacity building on transitional justice. What is transitional justice? We asked them to engage on reparations. They don't even know sometimes what forms of reparations they're entitled to. We gave them lectures in English on how to use a computer, etc. So I think capacity building is really the first step.
Thank you so much. I think we all really admire and commend your work. Now, do we have Noor? Are you there?
Yes,
From
I
the Women's
am.
League of Burma. Welcome.
Yes, I am, but I could not open the camera. It
Well,
said you can start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. Well, we can hear you
Okay.
and we can see a picture of you. We're sorry not to see your face on the screen.
Okay.
You're doing some very difficult work in Myanmar right now. And our question for you is, what is your vision? How do you see the future for survivors? How can they obtain justice at the international level? What more can be done? Welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Actually, I tried to come to join in person, but I have a little challenges of my document, so that's I could join in online. So before I respond the question, so I would like to take opportunity a little bit and share about overview of the Burma to Myanmar context, because it has been not only the military coup in 2021 that committed the crimes and also human rights violation, especially targeted sexual violence issues. So here, since 1948 to 2022, I will briefly share you about how is the Burma Myanmar system has rooted by the military along the way. So here's the first coup happens, even though we had independent from the British colonized in 1948, but we started most of the ethnic started revolution since the independent, and that we had a very brutally human rights violation and crimes against humanity and war crimes, including genocide, since the military coup. So the first coup in 1962. So that's rooted by the military, as well as the we had uprising 1888, and also we had even though we had government that they are ununiform, they are taking off their uniform. Most of they are from the military, and also the period of the first civilian government under the 2008 constitution was the 2015 and 2013. So this is the overview of the Burma has rooted by the most of the military, and also here's the 2021 military attempt to coup started. Even the previous of the uprising or military coup, so they mainly affect in the ethnic area, and then not really in the upper area. But right now, across the countries have violation happen and crimes committed by the military widespread and across the countries. And also start from the 2017 as well as genocide happened in the Arakan state, mainly targeted the Rohingya community. So there's more than 600,000 of the Rohingya forced to flee, and also evidence of the sexual violence include rapes against Rohingya women as well. So these are the same happened last 17 years, 7 decades, and until now. So giving you a brief, a little bit of the ongoing ethnic conflict and human rights violation across the country never stop since Burma got independent. And that from the generation to generation of the different military junta, even during civilian government control, the military has constantly committed widespread human rights violations and committed crimes, in particular target the ethnic areas and minority groups such as Rohingya. So before the 2021 attempted coup, we had over 400,000 of the IDP, displaced people, has been growing up over 2 million since the coup 2021 now. So there's a lot of challenges, especially humanitarian assistance. So this is our overview of the human rights violation and also killing, torture, or include rape and genocide and sexual violence strikes across the country here. And that also here you can have look on the map that all the countries faces many of the human rights violation strikes and also sexual violence. So here more than 2 million faces the humanitarian assistance challenges. So I want to go through to the women's perspective, women in Burma, especially mainly focus on the 2021. So we had more than over 60% pro-democracy human rights defender are women, and they represent from different ethnicity and their religion and age across the Burma. And that here, the last data has a record, also include some of the LGBT as well. So I didn't put the record of the LGBT here. So the later records update more than 700 women were killed and more than 3,000 women in prison. So here the detail that women's center and death include death penalty and also arrested number of arrested cases number. So Burma, Myanmar, the military has committed and continue to threat the life of the women in under the normally civil, include the even normal civilian government control as well. So as a Women's League of Burma, we documented more than 100 cases raped by the rape case raped by the military junta from the 2010 to 2011, and that also in the from the 2001 to 2022 we documented 90 cases. That's only Women's League of Burma documented. We have a lot of other women's groups and also other groups that documented the human rights violation that include rape case or include sexual violence as well. So
No, I'm so sorry to
yes.
interrupt you, but I'm afraid to let you know you have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Because we want to give time to the audience. So sorry.
Yes. Yes. So I will try to finish as soon as possible. So this is the rape case and sexual violence happens. So here ongoing conflict-related sexual violence since the coup. So rape and sexual violence, domestic violence, forced to be sex worker and trafficking are the most happened to the women's and the girl and LGBT. And what we had challenge, so safety and security and all those detainment and arrested and sexual violence and sexual assault, and also limited out information sharing and documentation as well. So what we want international community to do, so for forming the justice system, so for all people can easily effective long complete for the violation, abuse, and the crimes committed by the military, and a support survivor reference pathway to local through the funding ethnic and women's-led organization, and support our call for the of the UN Security Council and the human rights mechanism to take a responsible action against the military junta for its continued atrocity and crimes, and also to immediately and effectively end the military impunity in Burma and the weekend of the credible of the legal institution and the traumatized survivor of sexual violence. And also call and support our reference of the ICC, refer the military to the ICC. And that the last two points I would like to mention
Yes,
here.
1 minute, no.
Yeah, for the survivor, so women-led organization who operate the ground of the conflict area have been changed their approach. They stay offer assist of the survivor seeking shelter in their safe house and also provide accommodation and food and counseling to the survivor. And also, we also have many local women says survivors are suffering from physical and mental trauma. So these are also, we need help for them. And that the last 2 point is funded for the women's group and civil society, support those groups that immediately support the survivor and empowerment as counseling. And then the last point is the growth, the improvement of the international stakeholder intervene through the dialogue with the national unity government or ethnic area sister group or international actor must also refute the military junta legitimacy as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time is not on our side. Let's put your hands up, get in quick. Okay. I happen to know Sam's name and Prashanti, so they're in an advantage. So we're going to come to Sam, Prashanti, and then to the back. Can we take an extra 5 minutes? Can you wait? Yes, I'm seeing lots of nods. Right, great. Please make your questions to the point. We'll start here and then go to the back and then here.
Hi, my name is Prashanti Mahindrathan. I'd like to start off by congratulating the panel for your fantastic work. This question is to Catherine. This is from a litigator's perspective, a sort of a nuts and bolts kind of question. Now, if you were charging someone for a non-sexual type of offense, let's say plunder, that would affect the entire village, which was, plundered or destroyed. In addition to the crime-based evidence that you generally lead to establish that underlying conduct, underlying crime, what additional evidence or what elements of the mens rea would you have to adduce to show that this crime was committed in a gendered perspective?
Thank you. My name is Samuel Emonet from Justice Rapid Response. So my question is for Angela.
Angela, you know that we are increasingly including intersectionality in the terms of reference of the experts that we are deploying to support our partners, but we would like to accelerate that and sort of educate everyone we are sending in terms of expertise. Do you have any recommendation in terms of education on that topic? And a quick comment for Natia or anybody on the panel. Do you have, or the audience, do you have experience in integrating survivors and victims in formal governance structures of organization to empower them and influence the sort of strategic decisions of those organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. And that's actually a question that we also have online. So I'm just going to read it out while the microphone is passed. What steps are being taken by your respective organizations to include victims and survivors as experts in justice and accountability efforts? So a little bit different, but similar.
Thanks a lot. I'm Fabrizio Guarigle from IDLO, and thanks to all the panel for the amazing presentations. A question to Katerina Bussol, and thanks, Katerina. It's always lovely to listen to you. Key question, I mean, I completely agree with your diagnosis as to the difficulties encountered by the Office of the Prosecutor General to effectively investigate and prosecute gender crimes, and the divorce between the victims groups and the Office of the Prosecutor General, exacerbated by the long distrust between civil society and the Office of the Prosecutor General, but also by the lack of a proper prosecutorial culture to reach out to victims and to be victim-friendly and survivor-friendly in their investigative and prosecutorial approaches. Now, there is a strategy that, as you said, is largely symbolic at this stage. It's a set of programs out there and declarations of principles, but there's also an operational development, and namely the creation of the Victim and Witness Coordination Centers, which is a first step to try to establish an entry point for victims and survivors. What is your view on that development, or what do you think it would take for those centers to really make a difference?
Do we have one more question? Let's take there. Are you both with IDLO? Oh, I'm afraid we're just taking one from IDLO today. We'll have to come back to you at lunchtime. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Alexia. My question is more about your personal perspective. You all come from very different backgrounds, working with very different survivors, and yet trying to apply the same set of laws. Is that frustrating at all? Or how do you compromise with thinking in your own mind, this is what is right? This is what justice means to all of you as people, you know, as lawyers, as practitioners, and yet applying to very different groups and communities who understand justice in a different way. Angela, you said something like, I just want to be heard from someone famous, from someone that actually matters. So how do you, if at all, compromise with that?
And we're going to take a last question from over here. Blue jacket, third row from the back. Encourage you to put your hands up very
Hi,
quickly.
my name is
this
Jamil.
afternoon.
I'm a Yazidi victim from Sinjar, Iraq. My question for Angela, you talk about ICC and about the D1, D8, and P5 positions, and there is just few women. And I think it's not fair, because if you applied for it, they will not say, or will not accept you because you are a woman. And I hope that you talk about the Colony Foundation as well, and how it is, like how many women in the high positions. And in my opinion, there was like a much important case you focused on it. Like, for example, you are working with the Colony Foundation, and Amol Colony is the lawyer of the Yazidi case. And Karim Khan, who is the persecutor of ICC, he was in Iraq. He was the head of United in Iraq. And in his last speech in Security Council, he said that according to the evidence I have and the investigation I did, what happened to the Yazidi, it's genocide. But after he's becoming a persecutor, he never even one word said about the Yazidi genocide and Yazidi women and what happened to the Yazidis. And a quick question for Anathia. There is a case in Netherlands now. I'm following it, and I'm attending all the hearing courts against 12 ladies, Netherlands ladies, who joined ISIS and returned to the Netherlands. I don't know, like, if you are in contact with the Dutch public prosecutor for international crimes, which is very important to have this kind of like cooperation. And for your information, not Yazda, not nobody from there who is working now in Shingal or in Iraq. They don't represent me as a victim, or what they do, I really not believe on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to the panelists to answer the questions. Any final comments? Let's start with you, Katerina.
Thank you very much. As regards the first question and the examples of the gendered layers in, for instance, analyzing the crime of plunder, the UN Commission of Inquiry concerning Ukraine spoke about the occupied territories where most men could leave, for instance, and many people who stayed were actually women with caring obligations over the elderly or over the children, or who didn't have the financial means to leave. And I actually saw, and of course, they oftentimes their cattle, their food were plundered, or they were even forced to move out of their houses and live in a street or in adjacent smaller buildings by the Russians. And actually, I saw these gender dimensions raised by the UN Commission of Inquiry, but not necessarily, at least in the public coverage, in the public communication concerning the crimes of plunder or other crimes in occupied areas, as analyzed by the Office of the Prosecutor General. So this is again a minor thing, but we could refer to it. Another example in terms of unlawful detention, the UN Commission of Inquiry would always often notice how detained men would be threatened that their family members would be raped, or on the contrary, that there would be a threat to them, that they would not be able to perform to their traditional protector function and protect their female family members. And the verbalization of these interplay with the gender dynamics and gender role usually comes from international actors, but not always is verbalized properly by domestic investigators and prosecutors, which would be a positive development. As regards the survivor inclusion in the justice and transitional justice processes, it's interesting that both the Venice Commission and the UN, when they commented on the early efforts on transitional justice in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion, they actually said that the main criticism was the lack of survivor involvement, that usually the proactive NGOs used survivors as the sources of information, and they transformed essentially their wishes to policymakers. And I think this is a major change since the full-scale invasion, especially with the community of survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, one really hears their voices in advocacy and in engaging with policymakers. The concern here is, as I mentioned, is twofold. First, that there are more voices of male survivors and LGBTQI person survivors, and also that we ensure that there's a survivors from the whole period of Russia's aggression and not only since 2022. And Fabricius, as regards your question about victim and witness coordination centers, and thank you for raising that because I couldn't cover everything in my presentation. First, it's a great positive development. The main concerns for me remain is that there is a strong intersectional lens there, and I think it's just generally a wider challenge currently for the Ukrainian state to ensure that intersectionality is not just about males and females, it's about disability, region, sexual orientation. Second, I think also the main concern is that the sensitive engagement of victims and witnesses is as sensitive in the regions further away from Kyiv as it is in Kyiv, because at the central level it's far more open. And finally, survivors still, in my experience, seem to be more comfortable engaging with the state actors while where there's some NGO support, or as I mentioned, URFEM, Ukrainian Women Lawyers Association, still somebody from the civil society domain with whom they're comfortable to work with. But I think the current leadership from the Prosecutor General's office is actually aware of it, and they're as open in engaging with the civil society as, of course, they're trying to be more sensitized to survivors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll be as brief as I can. I'll start with Jeremy's question. So at the Clooney Foundation, it is 90% women, including at the very top, co-founder level, 1 woman, 1 man, executive leadership level, 2 women, 1 man, and program leadership, it's 6 women, 1 man, 45 people, mostly women. So we're fine on that front. And to answer some of your question about sources for intersectionality, and thank you to JRR for all the incredible work that you do. I think I would point you again to the Emergent Justice Collective. And I think there are book chapters coming out. I know Priya does a lot of this work, and I do some of this work. So I would be very happy to share some of the sources we have with you. And the question at the back about, in essence, justice, one size fits all. And I think this is the danger with criminal justice, myself included, is that we often think that that's the solution for everybody, but it's not. And when you engage with victims and survivors, sometimes they want transitional justice. Sometimes they want traditional justice mechanisms. Sometimes they want an apology and reparations. Sometimes they want a forgiveness process. And we go in thinking we want crime and punishment. And that mindset has to switch, and we have to really focus on what is appropriate in this context and what is helpful to the people we're trying to help.
Thank you very much. I will try to keep it short. On the governance and how to ensure survivors are included, I want to give the example of the Yazidi Survivors Law, which is a law on reparations that was passed in Iraq. It was announced very abruptly, and no survivors had been consulted about it back in 2019. So with the Yazidi Survivors Network that Yazda established, as I said, we trained survivors on this topic and then helped them to engage with decision makers. I think Sylvia was speaking about the importance of that. And they prepared a set of recommendations, and some of these recommendations actually led to the improvement of the law. So that's one example. We also conducted a few months ago with Yazda a survey of 500 Yazidis on transitional justice. Like, what do they want in terms of justice? No one else has done that yet, and we will publish the findings very soon. Our recommendation is that Iraq conduct such a survey on a national level, also includes other communities. ISIS also targeted Christians, Shabak, Turkmens, and many other communities. On the second question, on the feeling frustrated about some of the sets of rights not being implemented. To me, the most frustration is on Iraq, because Iraq is where the crimes were committed, where most of the survivors and the evidence are. And Iraq, up to today, has not passed a legislation to criminalize international crimes. And UNITAD, which was also mentioned, collected a lot of evidence, but they cannot use it because there is no legal framework. And currently, UNITAD is also being expelled by Iraq. They only have until September to wrap up their work, and they still have a lot to do. Last part is on the ICC and also Karim Khan's engagement on the Yazidi genocide. Karim Khan actually visited Iraq a few months ago, engaged with the Iraqi authorities, and I believe now the ball is in the camp of Iraq. They can lodge a declaration, refer the case to the ICC, but you know, they need to do that. Yeah, I'm going to stop here.
Thank you so much. Noor, one final comment? While we're waiting to see if she does have a final comment, everybody, just to let you know that we're going to break for lunch now. We'll come back at 1:30. Lunch is served outside. There is a lunchtime presentation that will start in 10 minutes by IGLO on survivor-centered justice for GBV in complex situations. So if you'd like to join it, grab your lunch and come back in. Noor, are you there? No comments. Okay, let's put our hands together for this panel. What a great panel. Thanks so much, everybody. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1:30.
Yeah, I actually have a question because I left it now. So I'm actually from yeah. What's your name? Alex.
Thank you very much.
We are. Ladies and gentlemen, and friends and colleagues online, let's get started again for our lunchtime panel. So thank you very much to our colleagues and friends at IDLO to take us through their methodology and their absolutely excellent report on survivor gender justice, survivor-centered justice for gender-based violence in complex situations. Raluca, Rhea, thank you very much for joining us. And let me hand over the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Alex, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much also for being here in person and online. So my name is Rhea Chongson. I'm the Senior Legal Advisor for IDLO, and I'm also joined by Raluca Popa, who will also be presenting the report with me. And I think Raluca, if you wish to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for being here, to you and also to our online audience. And yes, I'm Raluca Popa. I work as a regional gender specialist for IDLO, covering the Sahel region and Ukraine.
So thank you. So we will be presenting the report of Survivor-Centered Justice for Gender-Based Violence in Complex Situations. For those of you who are here, we brought some copies of the report and also the summary of the report, a 4-pager. And for those of you joining online, you can of course access it through the IDLO website. So perhaps just to go into the report. So at IDLO, as many of you have known, we have been researching, development, applying survivor-centered approaches in response to gender-based violence as part of our justice programming for many years. We are an intergovernmental organization exclusively devoted to promoting the rule of law to advance peace and sustainable development. So IDLO supports a rule of law approach to ending violence against women and girls. So gender equality and women's empowerment are at the heart of our strategic plan, and a significant portion of our work in this area is aimed at combating and preventing gender-based violence. So we have been working in many countries around the world, such as Honduras, Mali, Mongolia, Somalia, Tunisia, on gender-based violence, and we focus on strengthening the capacity of justice sector institutions, formal or informal, to respond to gender-based violence, increase women's legal empowerment to access justice and claim their rights, and of course, combat discriminatory laws and ensure the emergence of a legal framework to address gender-based violence. So as justice professionals and practitioners, we know that many, and across various contexts, most survivors of gender-based violence will never report violence to any authority. We also know that those survivors who seek justice, whether it's in the formal or informal systems, navigate a range of challenges in doing so. We also know that women and girls' vulnerability to violence is exacerbated in complex situations, such as in conflict, organized crime, health emergencies, and climate crisis, where gender-based violence is more common and more severe. So statistics have shown that 70% of women experience gender-based violence in humanitarian or crisis context, compared to the global average of 30%. In the aftermath of some climate emergencies, there is a 3-fold increase in domestic violence cases globally. So these are the challenges that motivated us in putting together this research report with the Global Women's Institute at George Washington University. So we are actually joined by Dr. Chelsea Ullman online, who is with Global Women's Institute and was the lead researcher and drafter of the report. And also a shout out to Dr. Mary Ellsberg, who is the lead technical advisor for the report. The main objective of the research It was to analyze practices and approaches to rule of law and justice programming on GBV in complex situations and offer guidance on integrating a survivor-centered response to practitioners working in these contexts. So we conducted 6 countries. We conducted research in 6 countries selected for their unique complexity. So Afghanistan, Honduras, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, South Sudan, and Tunisia. And the complex settings are also listed in the slide. So we looked at situations of conflict, organized crime, climate disasters, health emergencies. And in many of these cases, they often intersect as well in situations of legal pluralism and political transition. So we felt the partnership with GWI was an ideal mix of expertise and resources. On the one hand, IDLO has been working on justice. And on the other hand, GWI is a globally recognized leader in the field of gender-based violence and has pioneered research on the prevalence of violence against women and girls in conflict settings. The report is structured in 8 chapters. So you can see at the beginning, we do look into access to justice for GBV survivors in complex situations with key frameworks, key concepts and framework of analysis. The methodology as well is also part of chapter 1, which Raluca will talk about. We look at international standards on ensuring justice for gender-based violence survivors. And then we look at setting the scene. So looking at the various complex situations that are prevalent in the 6 country case studies. Chapters 4 to 7 are the 4 areas of analysis. So we look at legal frameworks, justice mechanisms, services that are provided to GBV survivors, and primary prevention. And chapter 8 looks into key findings and recommendations. There are 3 key questions that drove the research. One is, what are the main challenges for justice mechanisms in addressing GBV in complex situations? What approaches show promise or work for improving access to justice for survivors? And what justice innovations have been shown to increase the effectiveness of the justice systems in responding to gender-based violence against women and girls in complex situations? So as we went through these questions, we would like to also present, before we look into key findings, the methodology and some of the key framework for analysis. So I'll pass the floor to my colleague, Raluca.
Thank you, Rhea. So one of the questions that really sat at the center of what we've done in the data collection stage of this project was what access to justice for survivors means. And we came at this question maybe from 2 perspectives. One was to really go through the international standards on state accountability. And that's what, of course, any legal nerd would do. So we did that in the chapter that, in the second chapter of the report. And in our reading of the international standards, and I won't go through the precise standards that we have reviewed, we have found the following as important elements. One, that all forms of gender-based violence against women should be defined as crimes. There should be clear criminal law on rape and sexual violence that is based on, the definition of which should be based on the lack of freely given consent. There should be effective investigation and prosecution, protective measures for women complainants and witnesses to gender-based violence before, during, and after legal proceedings. A favorite one of ours as gender equality practitioners as well, there should be transformative remedies to deal with root causes of gender-based violence. Eradication of gender stereotyping in laws, in the judiciary, and in the wider society. Recognition of the role of feminist organizations in justice reform, and gender balance in the judiciary. Much of these standards, for example, are articulated in General Recommendation 35 of CEDAW, but there is quite a robust body of international standards. And again, I would refer you to the report for our kind of review of those. The other perspective from which we came at this question is to kind of explore a little bit deeper of what a survivor-centered approach may be. And I have small children, so my children often play this game of spot the differences, right? So now if you think of the international standards that I've mentioned before, and if you look now at the list that we've come to based on an expert group meeting that we convened in mid-July 2021, we can ask after the presentation, what do you think, or what differences are there? And I also want to recognize and welcome some of the experts who have been part of the expert consultation as well. Priya is in this room, and there have been a few others that may be online, and I don't know the list of participants online. We recognize that a survivor-centered approach to justice is necessarily multifaceted and subjective. And we had a wonderful panel of survivors as well who spoke, and we also want to recognize their contributions and participation. And the group of experts, about 25 that have contributed to these key aspects, suggested that as part of a survivor-centered approach to justice, we should prioritize women's safety and security and guarding against backlash, collaborating, cooperating with and supporting local women's organizations who are at the forefront of responding to gender-based violence, supporting women's mobilization against gender-based violence, which is not necessarily the same as supporting women's organizations only. Decolonizing, I've let the cat out of the bag, and building the gender-based violence evidence base. Avoiding language that perpetuates the stigma associated with GBV. This is very much based on the work of Priya Gopalan, who is also here, and accommodating and addressing intersecting forms of discrimination and marginalizations. And since we did have as our co-authors of this report and partners in the research, the Global Women's Institute at George Washington University, who are lead researchers of gender-based violence, and they have also done, for example, the first prevalence study on violence against women in South Sudan. We have also incorporated guiding principles in working with survivors and witnesses of gender-based violence that have been developed mostly for research, and mostly for research directly with survivors, which we have not done as part of this report. We haven't interviewed survivors, but we have relied on research that GWI has done, for example, as part of this prevalence survey. And in the interest of time as well, let me walk you very quickly through the methods that we've used for the report. So we've conducted a relatively broad desk review, and we've also had the benefit of country context studies from researchers from all the six countries. And I'm going to come back to that with an additional information in a few minutes. We've conducted 51 key informant interviews based on a questionnaire for that I will also briefly outline for you. The interviews were conducted with a diverse range of stakeholders from government, civil society, academia, and multilateral organizations. And in total, 50 women and 7 men were interviewed. We've conducted the focus group discussions, 6, but only in 4 countries, sorry. These focus group discussions were conducted in Afghanistan, Honduras, South Sudan, and Tunisia. And we've also convened an expert group meeting. The data collection tools that were developed for this research project included a comprehensive questionnaire for key stakeholders, and we are quite happy with this questionnaire, and we hope to use it in different contexts as well, with a structure that includes, you know, questions around laws and legal frameworks, implementation of those laws, justice actors, specialized mechanisms, informal or customary actors, protection orders, the existence of and the use of, the role of women's and feminist groups and movements, and additional specific questions for justice actors on investigations, prosecutions, penalties, or sanctions. And we also had, we also conducted, as I mentioned, focus group discussions, which were based on participatory exercises. So I think here we also tried to encourage as much as possible, or to encourage, in fact, participatory discussions. One of the tools that we used were open-ended stories, where participants in the focus group discussions, also from the justice sector, were asked to imagine what would happen in a particular, or in the story of a woman that is similar to someone who may live in their community. So the other few points that I wanted to mention about the methodology and how the research was conducted was that we conducted research during COVID-19 mostly. So we had to also grapple with these limitations of lockdowns, difficulty to bring people together. We did manage to have an in-person focus group discussion in Afghanistan, in fact, in our office in Kabul. We had national researchers in each of the 6 countries who conducted the research. And the acknowledgement page for this report is quite long. So I also want to encourage you, if you look at the report, to look at the acknowledgements page, because we do list all the national researchers that have contributed to the report. We did have a national researcher for Afghanistan. Data collection was done prior to August 2021, but she herself was in Kabul on the 15th of August 2021. So in a way, our research got this very real life dimension when we were very concerned, and very happily she was able to be evacuated. And the Miss Sadiki was telling us the story this morning about how she was evacuated, and that rang very closely as I thought about this presentation, because in many ways this is exactly what happened to our Afghanistan researcher as well. The ethical considerations were also very important for the research, as they are for any research, including research on gender-based violence. We did not conduct new interviews with survivors, but at the same time, some of the principles and ethical considerations that I've just showed briefly apply to any setting where we research gender-based violence, also because with the high prevalence of gender-based violence, we can always assume that there are survivors in the room when we speak. So some of the principles, such as providing at least information about support services, should be followed in any research, and we did on gender-based violence. And passing it back to Rhea to tell us what came out of all this research.
Thank you very much, Raduca. So this is what came out from the research. First, we looked at justice gaps and challenges. So there are a lot of overlapping justice gaps that were in existence. My apologies, they're quite small. We thought we had a bigger screen, but there's also a 4-pager where you can see it, but I'm happy to discuss it as well. One of the first justice gap that really came out of the report was the legal frameworks. And I think most of us already know that although there has been progress in relation to to laws, especially on gender-based violence, particularly domestic violence and sexual harassment. I think the past decades, there has been an increase in this number of laws. There are fewer laws that addresses emerging forms of violence. So cyber stalking, online violence has been quite difficult in terms of passing that through. Additionally, there are still existing legal provisions that are in place. So in many places, we still do not have marital rape provisions in criminal law, such as I think in Tunisia at the time of the research. Child marriage laws continue to be marrying off girls below the age of 18. 2/3 of domestic violence laws globally do not cover women in non-marital relationships or have weak provisions on economic violence. And many of these laws also do not have budget allocations, so such as in Honduras, etc. So legal frameworks is a big chunk of the justice gap that was identified. The box itself says that while countries reviewed in this report have adopted special laws to address gender-based violence, except for South Sudan, inadequacies persist in this country's criminal law provision. Procedural laws are often insufficient, and emerging forms of violence lack recognition. Other legal obstacles include discriminatory standards deeply entrenched in broad legal frameworks, including family and personal status laws. So we do know that there's still ongoing reforms in relation to inheritance rights, divorce, marriage laws that are very critical in relation to gender-based violence. The second justice gap and challenge, I think, again, we all know, this is not a surprise, social and cultural barriers. So patriarchal social norms and structural gender inequality, such as normalization of many forms of gender-based violence against women and pressure on victims not to report, permeates families and communities. So this was found in in all the countries that was subject of the research, and again, not surprising for many of us who have done work in this area. The third one, and I think this is the one that I really read with much interest, are institutional challenges in relation to the justice sector. So most women, I think I've started my presentation saying most women never report the violence they experience, and those who do often withdraw their complaints or basically do not follow up on their complaints. And why is this? This is because there's a myriad of factors and challenges in the justice institution. So lack of integrity within formal justice actors in particular, and their lack of capacity to handle GBV cases fuels distrust in the formal justice system. Major challenges include corruption and the lack of judicial independence, lack of gender sensitivity, and mistreatment of survivors by the police. There's limited financial resources, limited forensic capacity, poor information systems, lack of data collection to track national trends and to respond to gender-based violence, procedural barriers including evidentiary challenges, lack of adequate procedural safeguards for victims, and low penalties and impunity. So the list is a really long list when it comes to the justice sector gap. And the report itself really also offers some of these insights from informants, which is very tragic to hear as well. So one of the things that I remembered is that one of the key informants from the Afghan government was talking about a woman who went to the police to report her case. This is one of the examples around mistreatment and how police turned the whole issue of gender-based violence into a mockery. She was beaten by her husband and she lost her back teeth. And the police were saying, well, you lost your back teeth. It's not affecting your beauty. Maybe you can laugh, then we can see if your back teeth is visible or not. So in a way, these are some of the issues that plague victims, not just simply mockery, but also not fully addressing the issues. The fourth one is gaps in essential service provision. And again, here Essential support services are necessary for survivors, but there is a lack of multi-sectoral coordination framework for survivor-centered services. And of course, a functional, easy, accessible referral pathway is also absent. And I think the last point is around primary prevention. So the countries examined in the report lack comprehensive, context-specific, long-term national prevention strategies and framework. So encompassing primary prevention and addressing harmful social gender norms, power imbalances, and a culture of accepting gender-based violence. The report actually has come up with several approaches and practices. So it's not all bad news, but there are some promising approaches, which I think when you read the report is also nuanced because you can see that many of these approaches and practices also face challenges. So one area where there is a lot of good practices around law reform to address gender-based violence. And here we identified 4 areas where typically laws are developed, revised, or amended or repealed. There's a lot of work around revising criminal law to include offenses related to gender-based violence, reform on civil and family laws to reduce discrimination against women and strengthen their rights within the family. Enacting special laws on violence against women, which I think is the laws that we're most familiar with when we talk about GBV, and strategic litigation to set precedent. There is an area around primary prevention where we do get some good practices around developing prevention models, especially in humanitarian settings, and focus around awareness generation programs to community-based prevention and economic empowerment programs as well. So this is an area where often, because GBV justice response tends to be responding to the violence, we tend to limit work around primary prevention and often is not covered in justice support and financing. Services for GBV survivors in complex situations. There are a couple of interesting good practice here. So specialized women's organizations, legal aid, one-stop centers, shelters, health services, referral pathways are some of the good practices that we have encountered. And the last one is around measures to increase access to justice. And here, the report highlights some of the good practices around specialized police and prosecution units, specialized GBV courts around the 6 countries, legal aid, paralegals, community-based accompaniment, protection orders was highlighted as very critical, as well as training of justice providers, and of course, specialized mechanisms for data collection and review, of which I think the report is one of the our proposed contribution to this. So perhaps just to end, the report has 5 key recommendations building on the research that was done in 6 countries. The first is to develop and implement a survivor-centered justice response to gender-based violence that meets the needs of diverse women, including through the use of gender-responsive laws and justice institutions. So for justice response has to center survivors in their interventions. Second is to foster integration of services for GBV survivors in ways that enhance prevention, protection, access to redress through both formal and informal pathways to justice. Third is legal empowerment of women. So it's important for women to also know their rights and to navigate the justice pathways. Fourth is support women's collective action and advocacy. And I think here in the recommendations is also centering the work on GBV around protecting civic spaces, providing financing for local women's organization and essential community networks. And last but not the least, expand GBV monitoring and data collection and strengthen research on what works to ensure that policies and practices are evidence-based and can be measured for accountability. So perhaps we end here, and we'd like to, of course, On behalf of IDLO, also thank our partners, Global Women's Institute, and we welcome comments and questions from both online and in-person participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes as people are coming in. Please, Lorraine, Indira.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sorry I only caught the tail end of it, but I'll take a look at the report. My quick question is based on the recommendation, one of the recommendations that I saw that you made about the financing of women-led organizations. And I'd like to ask if you could maybe give 3 ways in which that could be done, given some of the challenges that I have seen. Targeted financing, you use that word. The challenges I have seen in ensuring that survivor-led organizations are able to actually access funding. Most of the donors do not find that they are able to access these funds because they don't have you know, the history and that sort of thing. So I'm not going to go into it, but essentially, what does IDLO do to ensure that there is that possibility for targeted funding of women-led organizations? Thank you.
I have a question about data. Basically, were you able to get any? Do any of those countries collect data about numbers of people accessing courts for GBV? What is the time between filing, between reporting to police, police going to prosecutors, prosecutors going to court, and then an outcome? But, you know, we can talk about this afterwards, but I just, because I think we're out of time, but data.
Who would like to respond?
Okay, well, we decided to split up, but we're happy to have a follow-up question. Maybe just a quick one on financing. It is a big issue, and to be honest, the next Commission on the Status of Women really focuses on financing, and there has been several conferences as well that really talks about the lack of access of local women's organizations to finances that are already quite limited in the first place. So there are conversations around localization. We need to ensure that the funds reach local women's groups. Second, I think within IDLO, we work with local women's groups as partners, as implementing partners specifically. But one of the things that was also raised in a lot of conferences around conversations around trust and flexibility. That trust has to be both ways. Donors have to trust local women's organizations, just as local women's organizations have to trust them, and also ensure that funds are provided with some level of flexibility, especially in situations of complexity. So COVID, emergencies, etc. And I'm happy to follow up on that question as well, because this is also of interest to us.
Great. And very quickly on the question of data, we have very little administrative data that went, what is usually referred to as administrative data that went into this report. As I mentioned prevalence data, which GWI has, then data, qualitative data from the research that we've conducted. We still were able to get some, but through, for example, in Tunisia, we are supporting a project as IDLO on enhancing the gender responsiveness of the justice sector. And then within that project, we do work with also with our main donor to collect data from courts. So very little, but some.
Thank you so, sorry, losing my voice. Thank you so much. Now, for those of you who just joined us, this is the report that your colleagues from IDLO are talking about. And presumably, although I'd love a copy, it's online, I'm guessing, right? Okay, very good. Well, thank you so much for that lunchtime presentation. And now we are moving into the afternoon. I had the great pleasure to speak to a number of you during lunchtime. Wow, what a morning. And I hope you enjoyed the lunch, and let's move into the afternoon. We have some really exciting panels. And I'm going to ask Lily to join me rather. And we're going to have Jamie online. Is Jamie there? Very good. So the next panel that we have is responding to the anti-trans and anti-gender movements in international justice. And unfortunately, I think it's fair to say that in the last decade, we've seen increasingly domestic and transnational attacks on issues relating to gender and specifically LGBTQIA+. So we thought it would be very important to give a space of conversation to Lily Cather, the co-founder of Emergent Justice Collective, and Jamie Hagen, a lecturer in international relations at Queen's University Belfast, who are going to propose transnational and coalition feminist strategies for reorienting responses to these attacks on women and lives of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and queer people towards a structural critique, non-punitive accountability and transformative, not traumatized justice. Now, Jamie, we're so sorry that you could not be with us in person, but so pleased that you can join us online. At this point, Lily, I'm going to hand over to you. A warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Antonia, for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers for bringing us all together. Thank you to all of you who are attending the conversations and the discussions online. The topic of the conversation sits at a very specific vantage point in time at the moment within international law, but also within movements that are really working to oppress, to discriminate, and further violence against certain communities. And it is against that backdrop that we felt it's really important in this space and also at this time to have a very explicit and specific discussion about these issues and discuss strategies that are not only punitive and carceral in moving forward from that point. So I would really like to just welcome my co-panelist, Dr. Jamie Hagen. And I'm asking you, Jamie, before we dive into really the question, what are anti-gender or anti-trans movements that we are currently seeing and how may we find manifestations of them in international justice? Before we dive into this, I would just really like to ask you, where do you sit at this point in time, physically, but also emotionally and also kind of conceptually? And what is coming up for you in this moment? And please say hello.
Hi, everyone. Well, first, what's coming up for me is, should I be able to share my video or do we just want to do audio? Because it's not allowing me to start the video. So
Video, please, Jamie, if that's possible.
What's that? I think it's maybe because we have the slides, but whichever is is fine.
Give us a moment. We're
Sure,
just
thank
trying
you.
for
I mean,
the...
I can go ahead and share a bit about, so physically I'm in Southampton and
Sorry, we have an instruction for you. One moment.
Sure.
Apparently you need to try to turn on the video.
Yes, so it says unable to start video. You can't start your
You
video.
can't start the
because it
video.
is
Only the organizers can start the
Oh,
video.
Sure.
Sure. Just give us a moment. I always think it's nice to be able to see your face.
May you try again, Jamie, to turn on your video? Here we are. Welcome. So now, where are you at this space and time? And welcome to the space. We can also see you.
You can see me and you can hear me.
Correct.
Is the white behind me because of a screen that's set, or should I close this curtain because of the light?
It's all good. We
Okay,
see
good.
you.
All right. So I am, I tried very hard to get there today. I'm sorry I can't join in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak. Today, I primarily work on queering women, peace, and security, and so have been thinking about gender justice through the lens of women's peace building and, thinking more about how queer and trans communities experience, working for peace and what that means for justice. And so I think so much of the background of how I've started talking about this work has been around gender-based violence and has been around targeted violence and conflict. But I think through some of the really transformative work that I've seen from queer and trans communities and thinking differently about who can provide safety and sort of like what peace looks like, that gives me hope to think differently about what have been some very disappointing and exclusionary spaces, to say the least, before you even get to the rulings. So I think being honest about that and having accountability to that in spaces like this is really important. So I'm looking forward to our discussion and to engaging with folks who are there today.
Thanks so much for sharing that. And I think what you brought up, like, also made something in me click, which is something I have been a little bit missing in the conversation thus far. And it's really our drive to be expansive and our drive to be expansive towards what gender means in specific terms. Our drive to be expansive towards what gender justice means. And to me, it means intersectional justice. It means migrant and border justice. It means Black liberation. It means indigenous sovereignty. It means land back. It means free Palestine, Congo, Sudan, Sri Lanka, and Syria, and everyone affected today by colonial oppression. It means disability justice, which we have heard about, but it also means the joy, health, safety, and explicit legal and effective legal protection of trans and non-binary persons. And it means that this space has a lot of room to become more active and proactive and effective regarding these questions. As much as we are asked to celebrate the successes, we need to ask, who did we leave behind and why? So in my own understanding of how do I move forward in my drive wanting to be more expansive, I'm guided by thinkers and thought leaders that reorient towards liberatory practices and tactics from a place of enclosure. So how do I move from a place where I have tools that may be limited and structurally restrictive or comprised? How do I identify strategy from that vantage point? And something, please, next slide. Christina Sharp, next slide. Next slide. Is asking us to do is really what is required from me and us in this time where we not only have to do, but we have to undo. And what tool and avenue does queering how we understand the world, but also really how do we understand harm from a perspective that's not a cisgender heterosexual perspective? Let it be sexual violence, let it be gender-based violence, any form of violence, how do we get there? Next slide, please. And also one comment on pronouns. For me, it's pretty amazing we can have a conference on gender in 2024 without having any discussion or recognition of pronouns. Pronouns are not just a word. It's not just about saying she or they. It's, and here I quote Alok Menon, and their poetry and literature is really a beautiful entry point into this discussion, into expansiveness of gender more generally, but also towards justice and really trans liberation. And they are putting forward, it's not just a word, but it's about recognition, it's about representation, it's about the ability to be, it's about the ability to live, and it's about the importance of not going or being extinct. So I'm asking all of you going forward to be cognizant of this. And even if it's not your own concern, please be open that it may be a concern for other people. I'm now going over to Jamie, who will give us a crash course into anti-trans and anti-gender movements generally, And then we're going to dive into how we may find them or not in the international justice space.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say that so I started doing work in WPS from the perspective of civil society, looking at how women, peace, and security is being implemented, and have always seen LGBTQ organizations as part of this work. And I think for queer organizations, trans folks, the attack on trans lives has been well documented and very well known for a long time. But in the past 24 months, it's become evident to those who have not had to worry about it before. And so it's been a bit, I mean, it's been a bit shocking to sort of see folks become more aware about how convenient it is to attack trans lives and to attack gender as a term in this way. I mean, we certainly have known that attacking reproductive rights and women's access to public space and women's autonomy has been an entry point for attacking basic political democratic access in general. And so, but I think there's been this advocacy to recognize trans people and trans lives and matter whether or not they happen to also prove an early warning indicator about other violence to come. Certainly that shouldn't be the reason that trans healthcare and attacks on access to public healthcare come to people's awareness, but we are very much in a moment where there's, I recently wrote a piece that I'll talk about a bit today about how to recognize the attack in virtual spaces on trans rights as how to respond to that as part of just women, peace, and security work. This was specifically in the US context, but we can look at how in the lead up to the 2016 peace process in Colombia, and there's been extensive writing about this at this point, it was a very intentional strategy to attack same-sex marriage, to attack gender and a more expansive understanding beyond a restrictive binary, sex-based understanding. It was recognized as a really low-hanging fruit. And I think part of, speaking to, I'll define how, I use this definition of the defining anti-gender as the forms of resistance and preemptive opposition that have emerged against women's sexual agency, gender as a social construct, and sexual and gender diversity over the course of the past decade, referring to the use of terms gender and gender ideology by conservative actors. The term is now frequently used to describe the transnational constellation of actors working to preserve the heteropatriarchal sex and gender power hierarchy in all areas of social, political, economic, and cultural life. And so certainly there has been more tracking of what this looks like in legislation in the US, but I do think that in terms of movements and sort of what it means to choose to have a coalitional commitment to a gender, thinking about gender in an expansive and inclusive way, you can look at the lead up to the Colombian peace process and now the which I'm sure is being talked about, the discussion about the very groundbreaking look at gender-based violence in a way that is recognizing, yes, cisgender women's experiences, but also explicitly LGBTQ experiences of violence. So I think for me, the understanding is, yes, it's important to have that definition where we're encapsulating this mobilizing by conservative movements, but we can also look at the precursors for essentially this gap for how this space was able to be mobilized as the lack of a commitment to trans lives and the lack of a commitment to defining gender in a way that isn't binary, defining gender in a way that defaults to using gender to essentially mean heterosexual cisgender women. And I have found that in many instances, historically, my experience is that in many instances that was not an intentional exclusion. But now we see that because of a lack of a commitment and because of a lack of intentionality and commitment in this space, there are now those who are very intentionally exclusionary, using an exclusionary approach to talking about women that leaves aside explicitly trans women, but certainly those who are not in a, do not experience a binary, experience of being a woman. They are left aside. And I don't just mean legally, right? I do want to again say that I think, of course, it's important to be looking at legal definitions, but we know so much about what it happens in legal spaces is down to commitments, coalitions, allies, and who's in the room and who's able to speak to their own experience of gender. So that you can find that definition in our work that I'll share a link to the article, which is a piece for New Lines. And I can also share some of the recommendations we made about how to essentially domesticate some of these issues, because one of the other issues has been there's been this sense that anti-gender violence and these attacks are happening elsewhere and it's a foreign issue. And now I think certainly in the UK and the US, it's very evident that this is something that is very much at home and very much domestic and needs to be addressed as a real threat. And so I'll leave it at that for the time being.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a few minutes left, and there are a few things I want to say pertaining to this space in particular. I would start with the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, causes and consequences, and their public statement with an OHCHR stamp that state that there's no international human right to gender self-identification. And more recently and drastically, a letter to the WHO to say that healthcare of trans persons constitutes violence against women and girls. There has been mobilization in the international justice space, particularly by AWID, a letter that was signed by 844 persons and 550 organizations that came out publicly in response. Yet there were very little of this community of practice representative in this. And this is exactly what we mean by organizing around these issues. We can parade gender justice and international criminal law, but we need to lean into expansiveness about the interconnectivity of issues. We need to also see how international law and its frameworks and institutions that were designed as a system of domination of global hierarchies also parade cisgender heteronormative ideas of gender as part of colonial domination and violence. So it's not trans and non-binary and gender non-conforming persons that's new. What's new is the nuclear family and exclusive focus on cisgender and patriarchal relations. And here we need to do the switch also as we evaluate gendered violence in conflict. And maybe next slide, please. So there are, maybe the one before. I also want to, applaud and see the progress that has been made by institutionalized attempts to broaden some of these issues. So with the policies of the ICC OTP, both sexual and gender-based crimes, and where we moved from there, and including, of course, the IIIM's gender strategy, we see an increasing approach towards intersectionality, how intersectional approaches, what it means in the context of this work. And we also see increasingly expressed references to LGBTQI+, and persons of diverse sexual orientations or gender identity, as it's called in IIIM's gender strategy. And also as another feminist strategy, I would like to bring in the draft articles on prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity, in which the gender definition was deleted as a feminist strategy. However, in turn, if we use silence, if we use deletion as a feminist method, and here I quote Neha Lashir, whose article, Definitional Problems and Definite Solutions, Revisiting the ICC's Conception of Gender in a Gender-Critical World, published 2024. She's putting forward that if silence becomes the order of the day, it will require feminists, queer theorists, and other international lawyers in solidarity to shape the meaning of silence. So we are now called to shape the meaning of silence, but we need to organize effectively to do this. Next slide, please. And here are a few concrete ideas how to move forward, both in institutional, but also advocacy and organizational way. I think we have the terms now in the policies, but we need to be more specific between sexual orientation and gender identity. That the struggle and need and also violence of a lesbian person is very different from a trans person in a conflict, yet in terms of category, we have a complete conflation. We have a risk of creation of the other category. and to be mindful of the experience, as I mentioned, of trans person, gender non-conforming persons, and non-binary persons. We have to, acknowledge that these two issues are not the same and engage in deconflation. And this is particularly important if we speak of the highest, form that we have of international criminal law at these courts, and also if we speak about individual criminal liability in this context. So these differences are deemed worthy noticing and acknowledging. I think also if we use key terms and glossaries to explicitly represent all gender identities, including trans persons, which is currently not explicitly explained, for example, in the policy on gender persecution, we have an explicit reference and explanation of intersex person. We don't have this for trans person. Is that a strategic silence? Is that a silence? We need conversation. We also need representation of all sexualities, including pansexuality and asexuality. Wherever sexuality meets our lives, asexuality also means it. And the current way we understand violence is through a sexuality lens, and that is not the case for all people, and we have to kind of advance protection and safety in that regard. I think I want to build on Angela's point regarding the statistics at the ICC and how we need to honor positionality and the role it plays in understanding harm, and also the role positionality can be as a method to move beyond heterosexual cisgender perspective in understanding violence. I also want to say that if an institution, let it be the ICC or another one, offers us data on gender that doesn't tell us anything about who the people are, or that equates gender with cisgender women, and if we have a category of geographical representation that doesn't tell me anything about class or caste, then we have statistics that are used by the dominators in these institutions to continue structural discrimination and inequality in the institution. So I want to know in the gender category, how many trans women, how many indigenous women, how many disabled women, and then we can start the conversation. Right now, we don't even have the beginning of the information to start the conversation. Jamie, over to you for the last minutes. I have some additional points, but Jamie, over to you for the last minutes on Coalition of Queer Feminist Solidarity and your work around queering women, peace and security.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I do want to say that there are organizations that have been working on this. There are resources available about best practices. All of that is very important. And I do think there is a recognition of the crisis moment. I think it's fair to say we're in a crisis moment around this. So I do want to very quickly say the recommendations. Absolutely fund LGBTQ experts, because it's not enough to ask for consultations. It's something that needs to be thought of from the beginning, and additional partnerships that should be, long-term for thinking about how to respond to this violence, because attack on trans lives, attacks on LGBTQ people are, as the framing as we've been talking about it, is about anti-gender violence. And that's why building these coalitional movements that are about engaging with LGBTQ organizations to better understand how to respond to this violence, but also how to think differently about what gender justice looks like in the next 3-5 years. We found through interviews with LGBTQ organizations across the world. Chitra Nagarajan and I interviewed LGBTQ activists who are living in conflict-affected contexts, and one of the biggest issues is the need for a stronger network of folks to even be engaged in international spaces, and of course funding. And so these are familiar for us doing women in work in women's rights and gender justice, but the best way to understand how to respond to this is to have this feminist commitment definition in terms of definitions, but also in terms of who's invited to panels, and in terms of how you're framing your research proposals, right? You can't really meaningfully engage in Lebanon with queer communities if you don't from the beginning have an intention of working with LGBTQ folks in whatever capacity those organizations are recommending. So I know we've only got, I can speak a bit about, in Colombia, I've had the opportunity to work with Colombia Diversa and also Christian Aid. We developed a toolkit on queering women, peace and security that is available now. We'll be doing some sessions in the next month with UN Women to hopefully pilot this in a couple different countries if folks are communities are interested in this. And essentially it is, looking at how we take seriously this definitional shift, but also looking at what challenges and opportunities come from coalitional work together, recognizing that, of course, there are significant, one of the big issues we actually found is the class challenge of these movements being at very different moments. Women's rights movements, as much as it is a challenge to get funding, are in a very different place than LGBTQ movements that very often are still working for basic protection from direct targeting and direct violence. So please do be in touch. I would love to speak more about the insights. This toolkit really draws on the experiences in Colombia, which has the first Colombian just developed the first Colombian National Action Plan that does have, throughout the National Action Plan commitments to queering and LGBTQ dimensions. So I know we're up against time, so I will I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much. And I just want to uplift some queer and LGBTIQA+ authors in international criminal law. If you could just go a few slides back. And I encourage you to engage with their work, writing specifically around these issues. And they may not be in the book, but I hope they are in a book in the future. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jamie. And thank you so much for having us and allowing a space for this conversation. It means a lot.
Great. Thank you so much to Lily and Jamie. We're going to continue this discussion, and we just heard from Lily that gender justice equals intersectional justice. And so that's going to lead us into our next panel. I also have to give a shout out. So I look at those, the literature here. The second person is Nick Leddy, who's our head of litigation. I hope he's online. He couldn't join us in The Hague, unfortunately. And with that, we're going to expand our panel discussion. So I would be delighted if Katrine de la Hoz, Deputy Director of Colombian LGBTQI organization Caribe Affirmativo. Very good. Madeleine Rees, Secretary General of WILP. Of course, please come up to the front. I can move. We don't have enough spaces. And also we have Tarek Zedan, Director of Helm Online. Tarek, are you there? Tarek, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm unable to start video, but I'm able to join by audio.
Okay. Tarek, I'm so sad that you cannot join us today. Sending greetings to you in Beirut. It's Antonia.
Thank you. I'm also sad. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Antonia. Nice to see you again, actually. The last time we met was when you were in Beirut.
Beirut, a place dear to my heart. Right. I think for time's sake, we're going to hand over back to Lily. I hope during this panel, we're going to look at what opportunities can ICL provide to address the historical discrimination and violence committed against LGBTQI, and I'm sure a lot more. So welcome back to hand back the microphone to Lily. Is there another microphone? Ah, it's on the other side. Let's go into questions at the end of this one.
Yeah, thank you so much. And welcome to the space, Kat or Katrine. Welcome to the space, Madeleine Rees, Executive Director of WILP, and Katrine Kat is the Deputy Director of Caribe Affirmativo from Colombia. And online, we have Tarek Zedan. And thank you so much for joining us. We need to really navigate this hybrid space. And this panel is really a chance to hear about your work and hear about particularly how you have visions towards intersectional gender justice and queer liberation that may be through international criminal law, that may be beyond, and that may be in a context in which there's severe historical but also structural exclusion and violence against LGBTQAI+ communities. It may be on the international stage and arena and to work kind of across contexts and to employ approaches and feminist strategies that are intersectional in natures and that depend and flourish on the partnerships you build over time. And one of the guiding questions for this conversation is really how can our safety, security, and well-being as LGBTQA+ communities be ensured? So it's not just about how do we participate in these formalized justice processes, but really how is it about the quality to live, to thrive, and to survive, and ultimately lean into ideas and realities of queer liberation. So with that in mind, I give over to Tarek. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure, and I wish I was able to be there in person, but visas is another pesky issue that we need to resolve in terms of freedom of movement for people. So maybe we can talk about that at some other time, but there's some more pressing issues today. So I only have 7 minutes, and I've been asked to discuss a few things, starting sort of with what exactly is the situation that's facing LGBTQ people now in Lebanon particularly, but in the MENA region in general. And I will restrict a lot of my comments and a lot of the what I want to share with you to the legal and judicial arena. For many countries in the region, including Lebanon, the primary mode of criminalization is through through colonial era laws or contra-natural laws that criminalize sexual acts against the order of nature. And this has been sort of the primary way through which courts and security apparatuses in Lebanon have, detained and attacked and tried to sort of violate the rights of LGBTQ people here. The issue, however, is that this sort of targeting and this sort of criminalization had multiple assumptions. It assumed that there was a functioning judiciary. It assumed that the Lebanese government was stable. It also assumed that there was a very particular relationship or understanding of what exactly is the rule of law and how does it fit into the existing social contract within the country as a whole. And so a lot of when these assumptions start to shift and change due to seismic geopolitical and economic changes, you find that very quickly looking at LGBTQ rights violations and protection it becomes quite limiting, because if you look at the data, the primary violations, the primary harm that is causing LGBTQ people is not coming either from the judiciary nor from the security sector at this point in time, but neither does the judiciary have any solution for it, because so much of the violations that are taking place are not just coalesced or do not just use law, and more particularly civil and political rights violations as the central locus through which a lot of harm is happening. In fact, we've seen a very clear migration that the majority of the rights that are being now violated and negatively impacting the lives of LGBTQ people are social and economic rights. And here, the topography of the legal work and the engagement with the judiciary becomes more complex, because it's not just most of the cases that we're getting are not criminal cases. They have nothing to do with the penal code. They're actually civil cases that have to do with involuntary expulsion from work or expulsion from household or denial of services, and this is currently in many parts of the global south, and certainly in the region and in Lebanon is what we're experiencing. And so the question becomes, how exactly do we engage without at all ignoring or sacrificing the importance and the central role that judicial reform and the law and criminal justice reform in Lebanon needs to play. And this brings us sort of how we do things here in order to compensate for these seismic shifts that are an unfortunate recurring reality in the global south. and do not enjoy necessarily the stability and the same relationship that many countries in the global north do, where many of these trajectories of liberation are often negotiated and assumed to be the blueprint for liberation for the rest of the planet. In the Lebanese context, because of our insistence of centralizing judicial and legal reform, our work does not necessarily revolve around the centrality of criminal law. It's not necessarily just what the law says. Our work does not prioritize legislation or reform in the law at this point in time. Our work is much more basic, much more grassroots. Many Lebanese judges are actually very hesitant and quite not unreceptive to arguments that utilize existing international law when it comes to we've noticed many cases that are deemed unpopular or that are deemed part of what a judge would think falls under their jurisdiction in terms of protecting, safeguarding society. And LGBTQ issues, gender and sexuality are very much within that sphere. So our work is more about influencing the entire jurisprudence on gender and sexuality with judges, with the judiciary as a whole. So it is about changing the culture of a space rather than engaging in court cases alone, or rather than engaging in reform alone, which has been attempted before. There's consequences precisely because it was premature and it did not enjoy the necessary work that needed to prepare these spaces and these frameworks for that kind of very direct intervention. This essentially means that the role of the judge is what we constantly engage with. What we want to sort of reform and rethink and negotiate is what exactly is the role of the judge in safeguarding society, and who exactly does that, what exactly constitutes society, and how is it in line with the natural progression of society, which we've seen happening when it comes to LGBTQ issues, not just in the global north, but in multiple successful cases in the global south that have also inherited the same contra naturam laws that we have. The other lesson is that this also fundamentally renegotiates the role of the lawyer, as opposed to not just somebody that engages in court cases, but there's a massively or a much larger need for a more sort of, I don't want to say the word advanced, but I want to say diversified tactical repertoire in what a human rights lawyer working on these issues in our context needs to be. It's not just enough to argue the case in front of the judge. And in fact, the role of the lawyer becomes also how to situate the issue publicly with the media, how to situate it with multiple states outside of the courtroom itself. So it's not as simple or not as direct as so many existing criminal law procedures would otherwise lead us to believe. Finally, the question is like, how can LGBTQ safety, security, and well-being be ensured, and how can international criminal law support in this? I believe that there is definitely a very important role for international criminal law. It's that one needs to be very mindful as to when that role is to be highlighted and when it's to be scaled back. So it's not an issue of importance as much as it's an issue of timeline and strategy. But one thing that we're noticing extremely, and it's extremely worrying for us in Lebanon and the region, is particularly the migration of online to offline harm. And it is the lack of regulatory frameworks that we can engage with that govern digital spaces, govern artificial intelligence, govern algorithms, which are rapidly becoming one of the most major concerns that we have in safeguarding the safety and security of queer people on the ground. There exists lots of bodies of law. There exists some sort of strategy moving forward where we can integrate both international and local legal and legal frameworks in our trajectory for liberation. But it's on these issues, it's still very gray. And unfortunately, in that grayness, there is a massive amount of human rights violations that are taking place in a culture of silence and impunity and complicity with many of these social media platforms, all of which are not in our region. They're registered in other parts of the world. And I think the conversation really needs to start very earnestly on how we can address these issues together as international actors in this space. Thank you.
Jamie?
I'm sorry, I thought we were moving to Katrim to speak. No?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was just wondering whether you want to make the transition, and I want to keep you included in the conversation.
No, I
Yes,
appreciate that. I
okay.
appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm rapidly writing notes because there's so much I want to follow.
That's wonderful. Okay, for the
But I
conclusion.
think maybe since you're both in the room, maybe you can give
Yes, okay, I'm going to do that. Thank you so much, Tarek, for this intervention and really situating us again in kind of like the reminder that the tools that we have are much broader than international criminal justice, but kind of the opportunities and limitations we experience in using these tools can inform international criminal law strategy. With that in mind, I turn over to you, Katrim, and I would really love if you could share with the audience about the work that you're doing with your organization, and particularly some of the structural exclusion, both historically and presently, and how international criminal law, international law as a framework can be helpful, but also perhaps restrictive, and how do you move beyond that in your work?
Hello, everyone. Bueno, voy a hablar en español. Quisiera como empezar por algo que me ha pedido Lili, que converse el día de hoy y que ha hablado también mi compañero Tarek, y es sobre las limitaciones del derecho penal internacional frente a la imputación e investigación de crímenes basados en género. La primera, y voy a empezar por la oportunidad, teniendo en cuenta el contexto que nos ha dejado Tarek, y es, creo que hay una oportunidad frente al derecho penal internacional, y es que hay tipos penales que están condensados, ejemplo, en el Estatuto de Roma, que no están dentro de nuestras legislaciones nacionales, y eso permite abarcar un número y una masividad más grande de delitos. Un ejemplo de ello es el crimen de persecución. El crimen de persecución que el año pasado, el 2022, la Corte Penal Internacional expidió un policy sobre el delito de persecución, ha sido imputado por primera vez por la Jurisdicción Especial para la Paz en el marco del caso 03. Este delito...
No, I just need to interpret.
So I believe there will be consecutive translation for the space. So we are now giving over to the translator and then back to Katrim. So we do it part by part so people who don't speak Spanish understand. Over to the interpreters. Thank you.
Yes, firstly, hello, and I will speak in Spanish. Just to address Lily's question, and as some of my colleagues have done, I'm going to talk about the limits in the prosecution of gender-based crimes, and using the framework that Tarek has talked about, I'm going to talk about the opportunities that this gives us. And one is the criminal types established in the Roma Statute that are some criminal types that we don't have in our own legislation. And this gives room for a diversity of crimes, such as, for example, the one of persecution, which was included in a policy paper in 2022. And this policy paper was used for the first time by the Special Jurisdiction for Peace in its case 03.
En ese sentido, esa es una oportunidad, ampliar la gama de delitos que tenemos a nivel nacional a partir del derecho penal internacional, pero también hay unas limitaciones. Y las limitaciones, voy a empezar por una y es, el derecho penal internacional ofrece casi que una mirada totalizante sobre la diversidad. Y al derecho internacional imponer una mirada totalizante sobre la diversidad, lo que nos hace pensar es en la necesidad de que los marcos del derecho penal internacional sean mucho más flexibles. Ejemplo, muchas veces en el marco de las legislaciones y en el desarrollo del derecho penal internacional se tiene en cuenta el acrónimo LGBTIQ+, pero siempre hay expresiones, y lo hemos encontrado en el caso de Colombia, que escapan, por ejemplo, a ese acrónimo y que también hacen parte de la diversidad sexual y de género.
And so, yes, I was saying this is an opportunity because we have a wider range of crimes that we have in our own jurisdictions, and in our own legal systems. But this also imposes some limits, such as, for example, the totalizing view on diversity that international criminal law imposes. So the framework of international criminal law should be more flexible, and a very specific example of this is the acronym. So we have LGBTIQ+, but what we see in our national framework is that we have expressions that go beyond that acronym.
La segunda limitación que me gustaría resaltar es que el derecho penal internacional sigue siendo muy heteropatriarcal, incluso en espacios como este que reúnen esfuerzos para pensarlo fuera de esos márgenes. La ley fue creada en algún momento, y sobre todo el derecho penal internacional en su mayoría, por hombres y estereotipos de género. Y eso hace muy difícil llevar a cabo una efectiva investigación e imputación de los crímenes basados en la violencia de género.
And the second limitation is that the international criminal law system is very heteropatriarchal. The law was created by men and gender stereotypes, and it is very difficult to carry out an adequate investigation and prosecution of crimes.
Y esta limitación se complejiza cuando hablamos de interseccionalidad. Un poco desde la teoría feminista del sur global, voy a citar a Auchi Curiel, habla de que las violencias están de alguna manera atravesadas por unas matrices de poder y opresión. Y cuando intentamos analizar el derecho penal internacional, a veces estas matrices de poder y opresión se escapan porque no tiene esa perspectiva amplia sobre esas violencias.
And so this happens especially if when we have this intersectional analysis. And in these matrices of power and oppression, and I'm going to quote Ochi Kuriel here, they act and overlapped with discrimination and violence, and that should allow us to think about the need for intersectionality to improve our analysis.
Y finalmente, la última limitación es que una limitación que reconoce el policy de 2022 de la Corte Penal Internacional es que ha habido un retraso por juzgar y procesar crímenes basados en género. Y eso hace que haya como dos consecuencias. La primera es que no se investiguen adecuadamente o se imputen dichos crímenes, no solo en la Corte Penal Internacional, sino en otros tribunales nacionales e internacionales. Y dos, que sigue existiendo una falta de visibilidad en los registros históricos de este tipo de violencia basada en género.
And the last limitation I'm going to talk about is one that is reflected in that policy paper of 2022, and it's the delay in the prosecution and in when trying gender-based crimes, that this delay not only leads to the fact that they are not being prosecuted, and we see it both in the ICC and in other courts, but these also contributes to a lack of visibility in historical records.
Bueno, y frente al trabajo, que es la pregunta que me ha hecho Lili específicamente de nuestra organización, Caribe es una organización que tiene base en Colombia y trabajamos con personas víctimas del conflicto armado, también algunas personas refugiadas y migrantes. Y trabajamos mediante una metodología de casas. La metodología de casas lo que hace es trabajar por la construcción del tejido social, el tejido social que ha fragmentado la violencia, y en cada una de esas casas, que están en 8 lugares diferentes del país, las personas LGBTIQ+ se han reunido a crear formas de resistencia y también a dar a conocer al país y al mundo entero las formas de resistencia que han trabajado frente a la violencia.
And with regards to my work with Caribe, with my organization, we are established in Colombia, and we work with the victims of the armed conflict as well as some other victims such as migrants. And we worked with a special methodology that we have called homes. We have 8 homes in which we tried to strengthen the social tissue, where the people from this collective can come together and can work on the ways of resisting, resisting the violence that they suffer. So we not only work on it, but we also try to disseminate it and explain what we are doing together.
Una de las formas en las que han trabajado como la resistencia y dan a conocer pues el trabajo que han realizado en Colombia es a través del arte. De hecho, hoy traje algo para mostrarles, aprovechando que estamos en una conferencia que permite eso. Déjenme íselo.
So I brought something today to show you the work that we were doing in terms of resistance.
Esta es una arpillera. Fue realizada por personas LGBTI buscadoras en el marco del conflicto armado en Colombia. Y para ellas construir una arpillera, cada uno de los cuadritos los hizo una persona diferente. Y hay algo que quería resaltar como el trabajo de resistencia que hay en Colombia, y es la importancia que le damos a la juntanza colectiva, a la colectividad. Porque, por ejemplo, cuando escuchamos y documentamos los testimonios, más de 244 casos de violencia en contra de las personas LGBTIQ+ en Colombia, lo que nos cuentan es que cuando una persona es desaparecida, se fragmenta toda la colectividad. Y eso es muy potente también, y a veces es una de las restricciones del derecho penal internacional. No alcanza a dimensionar los procesos colectivos en los que efectivamente viven las personas LGBTIQ+.
This is an arpillera, and this was made by the people in the collective, the people in those homes, in those houses. Each one of the squares that you see was made by a different person. And this shows that what is important to us is the collectivity. So when we hear and when we document, when we listen to the victims of the numerous cases, when they tell us that one person in one community has disappeared, this actually affects the whole community. And here's also where we see one of the limits of international criminal law.
Y finalmente, una de las apuestas en las que construimos nuestro trabajo es un poco develar las intenciones de las violencias, develar como esas formas en las que el patriarcado afectó la vida de las personas LGBTI+ por un sistema normativo que les impuso normas sociales, normas de comportamiento, que les impuso corrección, aniquilación, exclusión, y que es muy importante para nosotras porque eso no se da en el vacío, sino que se da alrededor de una complicidad social en donde no solo eran los actores armados los que perpetraban esas violencias en contra de las personas LGBTIQ+, sino que hay una complicidad social de las personas que habitaban esos territorios.
So, and then here there's another thing that we have committed to working on, and it is the intent of that violence. What was the purpose of the violences that were committed, and how this has affected the people in the collective. These were social and behavioral ways that were imposed on them that led to their to this violence against them, and that how to address this in the social complexity, because there was also some complicity from different social actors.
Y esto al final lo que devela son las formas en las que el patriarcado impone un sistema heteropatriarcal en donde las personas LGBTQ+ son discriminadas, excluidas y violentadas. Y eso nos llevó entonces a un problema particular, que era superar el subregistro de estas violencias. Durante estos años de trabajo documentamos más de 244 casos de violencias perpetradas en contra de las personas LGBTQ+, y es una apuesta por construir memoria histórica, por construir verdad, pero también una apuesta para visibilizar ante la Jurisdicción Especial para la Paz y en general el derecho penal internacional que las personas LGBTQ+ sufren violencia en el marco de contextos del conflicto armado.
So this is some of the ways in which we can see how the patriarchy has imposed a system that has led to the violences against the people in the LGBTIQ plus collective. And we have documented over 244 cases that prove this kind of violence. So it is we're trying to create a historic memory. We're trying to show the world that this violence has been perpetrated.
Thank you so much, Kat, for sharing about your work. Thank you for doing the work. And I think we called this panel, we had a discussion about this beyond meaningful representation, and we actually wanted to offer a critique about this approach, because it's not just about meaningful participation, but about what can we do so that people affected by violence live and thrive and can dream and have experiences of liberation and joy. So thank you so much for putting that into practice every day with your work and together with your colleagues. And thank you for being here. With that in mind, I turn over to Madeline, and we are looking forward to hearing about your work at Wolf, and particularly how some of the themes that involved in the context of the conversation link with your work on the international stage, with UN actors beyond, through courts, but maybe also otherwise. So thank you so much for being with us, and we look forward to what you have to share.
Thank you, Lily. And just to say hi, Jamie. I feel I've got my back turned to you, but I don't think I do in real life, do I? Jamie was good enough to join us at Will, try to explain some of the things she was explaining earlier to a difficult audience, perhaps. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the vision of intersectional gender justice using law to get to equality, which is sort of the theme that we're talking about. So I'm going to look sort of way back and be that boring lawyer from 35 years ago to say, yeah, yes, we had. Yes, we did. And we thought we were getting there in terms of equality, but clearly not quite, because it's way more complicated than we seem to think. Or maybe it isn't. But maybe what we're doing is we're having to peel back some of the layers of the onion to better understand what it is that we've missed. Now, that boring lawyer of me is going to go on about cases, what I have been involved with, which is the sort of thing that puts everybody off, and especially after a lunch break. But I want to talk a little bit about it because I think it's important to think of legal strategies, given that we are using law. And I'm not an international criminal lawyer. But on the other hand, you want to get to criminal law, you've got to do the other stuff too. You've got to do human rights. You've got to do equality. You've got to understand the context within which cases are going. So I was the lawyer that did the P versus S, the first transsexual, as we called it then, case in the European Court of, in Luxembourg, European Court of Justice in Luxembourg. And I've got to say, what was really interesting, sorry. Yes, sorry, that better? I asked her first of all, and she was then manifesting basically as male, but very obviously female. And I said, well, why did you come to me? Because she'd been through 5 different law firms before getting to me. And she said, because you're a feminist. I thought it was a really interesting, I had hoped she said, because you're the best lawyer around that I could get my hands on, but no, you're a feminist, so that'll do. Anyway, so we took the case, and long story short, we won, but we had to cheat to get there. We had to use brain sex, which we now know is probably rubbish. We had to use a teleological approach using every single thing we could get our hands on. We put articles, learned articles in Nature magazine describing what transsexualism was, so we could overturn some of the primordial thinking that was going on around the whole question of sex, transsexualism. We won. And the actual judgment itself was poetry in terms of understanding what the human condition really is. And you know what? Nobody cared. Nobody batted an eyelid that we had won this massive case establishing rights for those who were had transgender syndrome then. It wasn't a scandal. It was, okay, this is fine. This is a good thing. Now everyone can have proper, you can basically have rights in your pre-state, your transitional state, your after state, because you're a human being and you have those rights, full stop. And that was beautiful, because that's exactly how it should be. And whilst we were doing that, we were also devising on the back of that case a strategy for how we could use the same legal principles in relation to LGBTQ rights in the ECJ again. And we had and this is where you get nasty, we wanted to pull a case where there was a lot of violence against a gay man who didn't have employment rights. And we were looking to identify that case, but we would have won, and we would have won because people will respond to things they can see are violently wrong in ways they will not respond to a civil wrong, like the denial of a bus ticket or a train ticket, which was a case that Grant eventually brought to the ECJ and which lost the strategy. But the next case we did manage to pull off was the gays in the military. And we won that one. But the reason, and again, one of the reasons we won that one was because it was about men in uniform, men performing a service for their country, which had general approval from their then great British public, and was then supported as a matter of human rights law. But the same principle involved. What on earth has that got to do with anything other than, your private life? So those two things set up, I think, what we thought was then going to be a whole deck of cards tumbling down. And we did get civil partnerships, then we got gay marriage. I'm talking about the British context, but then the European context. And so it did look as if that vision of intersectional, of law, intersectionality leading to equality was being realized. I have to say, I was personally quite angry we had to bring those cases, because the negativity in doing them from those who were opposed to our position showed exactly the nature of what a patriarchal state would try to do, because it's really invidious and it's very gendered in as much as the military didn't care about women, they only cared about men. Women were caught up in the slipstream of their paranoia about gay men. But I then switched and I started working in Bosnia, post-conflict Bosnia, just post-conflict Bosnia. And of course, these issues were still very pertinent in relation to the way in which human rights law should have been approached and what a transition should look like in Bosnia, which is what we were there to try to address. But it wasn't something that was considered to be important at that time. Now, how many times have we heard that? On gender, on women's rights, on gender. It's not now time, girls, later. It's not now time if you are LGBTQ, later. We'll deal with it later. And if you don't deal with it now, you're still dealing with it a lot later. There was only one women's organization that would actually touch working on LGBTQ issues in Bosnia. And it was partly because of a historical anomaly, not having addressed it before, so it wasn't an issue. It now is an issue, but we are 30 years into a post-conflict. How have we taken that forward at Wolf? The Women's International League for Peace and Freedom is 108 years old, so LGBTQ issues were not pertinent in 1915, not spoken to, but there, and actually acted upon. But what we do now is very consciously integrate the understandings of human rights from a diverse perspective into all the work that we do. So that working with our sections on the ground, of which we have now, I forget, 48, but you can check the website to get me wrong, but about 48 in lots of different places of the world, including conflict, post-conflict, pre-conflict. And within that, we always, when we're doing reports to treaty bodies, when we're doing submissions with the Universal Periodic Review in Geneva, we always make sure that we have got what we think is capturing the overall gender dimensions of the human rights violation, which of course have to look at issues of LGBTQ. But the point to that is not, and that's just to say that's why it's so important to partner with organizations who are specializing in surfacing the harms that are being done, because capacities being what they are, you do need those who can bring that into the overall human rights discourse, because we're not a specialist, we're a peace organization, right? So we need to work with others on these other issues. Now, why is this important? And it's important for all the reasons Angela said in the panel this morning. It's about intersectionality. It's not because we want to reify, in Nancy Fraser's words, LGBTQ as being something special. No. It's because we need to identify and better understand the political economy within which all of that is located. Who has power? How do they use it? Why do they use it? In what way do they use it? And what impact does that have? So we're locating human rights in the social and cultural norms within a country, within a society, so we can then see the impacts, the negative impacts it has on different persons within the communities. Because only by looking at identifying the harms do you know what redress there can be. Only by understanding why, the intention behind the harms, do you understand the root cause of that, so you can actually make sure that law and practice accurately reflect and redress those harms. That's why it's important, particularly when you're in a transitional justice moment, to ensure that you're capturing the panoply of that intersectionality. You know, as Angela said, she could have had a lot of different outcomes according to whichever identity she was placed in at any one moment in time. The same is true for all of us. A lot of it's economic, racial, all of those things, but we have to make sure that we have them in our understanding, so we understand complexity and can address it both legally and in a policy sense within a transitional justice framework. And I actually prefer the language of transformative rather than transitional, because the transition just gets you to something which will transform if you do it right. And you've got to make sure the funding is there, you've got to make sure the will is there, you've got to make sure the law is there. And of fundamental importance, I think, underpinning all of that is to have the vision of where you need to be. What is it you're seeking to achieve at the end of a move from conflict into a peace? What does a sustainable peace look like? And it has to have all those in it. We're in a very difficult period, I think, right now, for all sorts of reasons, not just on LGBTQ, but as was said at the beginning, if you look at all the different parts that we have missed, and we need a lexicon, I really think, to understand everything that we've been talking about. But there is a danger, and it was highlighted with the particular perspective of the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. There's a danger of fragmentation. Patriarchy is extraordinarily good in being able to divide us against each other. It's what it's always done. So now it's going to have real feminists against self-identifying trans. It's going to have, you name it, it's going to have a way of actually slicing us. This is the war on woke, whatever woke is. Woke actually means adhering to human rights, supporting human rights, ensuring the respect, dignity of individuals. But, far be it from me to comment on Republican policy. But when that danger of fragmentation, that danger of patriarchy turning us against ourselves, is one we have to be extremely, extremely careful about and be strategic. Very strategic in how we do it. For example, I'll just say, yes, none of us, some would have agreed with what the Special Rapporteur said. I did have a conversation with her. But was it strategic of us to ask for her to be removed, the only special rapporteur that anyone would ever have removed, and it happens to be the one on violence against women, which exposes us to all sorts of criticisms? We have to be absolutely sure that we're working together to understand what we need to do in order to protect that alliance, to make sure we have got that intersectionality baked in our thinking. And sometimes, as I said at the beginning, we do need to peel that onion back, to have a look, to see what it is that we're missing, and then we can put it back so that we have the onion in its whole form, so that we can actually make use of it in ways that, that keep the integrity. So I think whilst we can say, yes, it's important that we examine these things, fundamentally important is to be together. Fundamentally important underneath that is to make sure that we are understanding the role and importance of economic, social, and cultural rights, Camilla's point. If we're busy getting on being safe in our lives, we have our security, we have our education, we have our healthcare, we have our workplace, we have climate security. If we have those things, we're not so busy having goes at each other and being vicious towards each other and being divisive. So I think we will get there. That vision of having that overall equality, getting rid of the delusions of gender, as they call it, we will end up not worrying about pronouns because we'll just have whatever one we want. We'll get there. But we've got a lot of work to do in order to make sure it's safe that everybody gets there. And the most important thing is we do it together. Thank you.
Thanks, Madeline. Can I go ahead and jump in, folks? I did want to say that I had the opportunity to go to Jane Addams' whole house. So Jane Addams was one of the founders of WILF. And it was really exciting because they actually celebrate her long-term lesbian relationship in the house. And you can visit the bedroom where there's a portrait of her with her partner. So I think there's also part of this queering and like asking queer questions, which I want to highlight what I think some of the really amazing points raised on this really rich panel is remembering that just like the case that you just mentioned, Madeline, that maybe people don't have this understanding of this history, that this isn't starting in the past 5 years. Feminist and queer commitments and what that means about which issues are brought forward are so central to this moving beyond the individual and thinking more collectively about, not just participation, but actually liberation and restructuring what justice we're looking for. And I just find it, we have to constantly resurface what gets marginalized, and this idea that LGBTQ people weren't there, just as someone said, I think in the last panel, assume there's survivors in the room when you're talking about gender-based violence. Assume there's queer people, assume that trans people, right? I think that shift is really transformative, as you said. And I think I really loved so much of the points that Tariq raised about these queer questions, about thinking differently about what a judge is meant to be doing, and how this is so much of this work is not criminal, it's actually social. And that's why I think Katrina's point about the collective process here and about creating these peace houses as sites of supporting community, not just to not be targeted violently, but to actually imagine joy and thrive in community and be queer people existing every day already, right? And so I wonder, I would, of course, be interested to hear a bit more about how the work that everyone is doing is impacting LGBTQ people. Specifically, I would be interested if there's any story that anyone wants to share. I would also encourage folks to we would love to take questions from the audience, but and so please jump to those questions if we have them. But if we have a moment to hear about any specific campaign or specific experience of a queer person or collective effort, I would love for us to keep this as grounded and specific as we can, because telling the queer stories and understanding the specific lesbians and bisexual transgender women who are already in the spaces we're in, I think is so much of the work of moving through some of this silencing. And I think this idea of really detailing a bit more what the collective dimensions of this are, and how I think that in the experience of the feminist and queer commitments that I've seen, it is so much about, very much related to moving beyond, this idea of bringing people to justice and instead being very clear about the harm that socially has allowed, I'm most familiar with conflict-related violence and how people talk quite often about how it's actually the family, it's actually teachers, it's actually folks who didn't say anything and actually maybe supported a space to allow for this violence. And so I think it would be really helpful if we could hear a little bit more about ways that folks are working to counter this. And I do think this is also about education of judges. It's also about lifting up the voices of queer judges, right? There's a Queer Judgment Project that folks should check out if they're not familiar about it yet, Queer Judgment Project. And I think I can't actually see if we've got questions in the audience, but if we could go ahead and start taking those questions, or alternatively, maybe if Tariq wants to respond to some of the prompts.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for these concluding reflections that were hopefully a preparation for any questions that may be in the room. So does anyone have any questions or interventions that you would like to share in the space?
Thank you all for sharing your perspectives. It's very helpful. I don't know if Tariq's still on, but I do have a question. You had mentioned that you had some concerns with social media and the impacts on the community, and I'm wondering if you could just unpack that a bit further to the extent you're able to, just get a little more granular of some of the concerns that you have, with respect to social media. That would be helpful for, I think, all of us to understand in a more sort of detailed perspective, if you're able to share that.
Maybe we take 2 more questions if there are any.
Thanks so much. My name is Amrita, and I am coming as the head of gender with UNRWA. So my question is actually going to probably be specifically addressed to Tariq, but open to the panel, which is building on what Tariq was saying about these challenges. There is a huge regional backlash and conflation of terms in relation to gender, including state-sponsored statements within the international community. And what this does is it makes it very difficult to do the type of work that we would like to try and support because of the risk to anyone who might identify, be associated or perceived as being connected. It also has the related challenge of requiring us to start from scratch, to redefine, actually, gender equality is not sexual orientation. It's not about just women and girls. What does this do for the entire community? And so I guess my question to Tariq is really whether there's been any sort of use of maybe not ICL, but how to navigate this tension in a way that doesn't undermine the gains that have already been made, and at the same time respectful of the risks to many people operating in this space. And broader for the panel is, further ideas on strategies on how to navigate that, because it really shifts the narrative, certainly closes the space, but it shifts the narrative to one where you're really reduced back to the basics to try and get people to at least use the right terms and definitions. And that becomes very difficult to then even have this type of conversation around how do we look almost at the early warning signs, because this is about human rights violations as a precursor to international criminal law violations. Thank you.
Was there another question?
Hi, thank you very much for everyone on the panel for your contributions. I had a question for Katrim. It's not about LGBTQI, but perhaps you could elaborate on it. You mentioned in your remarks that gender stereotypes are visible in the criminal law system in Colombia. Rightfully so, I think. Have you noticed a difference since the criminalization of femicide? Are there any changes? Has there been more knowledge about gendered crimes? And if so, could you please elaborate?
Tarek, are you still with us? Wonderful. There was one
Yes, I was just
question
waiting. I was
dedicated
just
to
waiting
you.
to see.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So I'll try to answer both questions at the same time before I give the floor to my colleague. I'll start with the digital space. And what we're currently facing is really a disconnect between the needs of what we need in order to protect people's safety, security, information, and dignity on the ground, and the existing frameworks and the existing policies, procedures, and resources primarily in these sort of large global multinational, I'm not sure exactly how to frame them, corporations that are very active in this space. I'll give you an example. We're very concerned about how algorithms are even produced and how they are disseminated. How is it that you can work with a language such as Arabic and be able to detect and isolate hate speech terms without contributing to censorship? Or even to recognize the fact that Arabic, classical Arabic, is not the language that almost anybody uses online, and there's more than 18 to 20 different dialects through which hate speech happens. And anyway, hate speech isn't just a collection of words, it's an ever-evolving sort of series of expressions, anecdotes, idioms, words that are very culturally specific. And so it becomes not just an issue of what the technology can do, it's an issue of what these organizations, what these companies are, and how do they choose to implement their policies and their procedures, and when. When it comes to the MENA region in particular, we've seen a really very slow and quite ineffective application of all of these safeguards, all of these policies and procedures when it comes to safeguarding queer people, particularly due to the intense backlash and the intense discombobulation that has been going on for the past 2 years, where regional endemic homophobic and transphobic narratives and positionalities were greatly enhanced and in many ways even more confused by the greater global gender movement, which has also arrived, and most spectacularly during the World Cup of 2022, where we saw so many issues. I mean, we don't have enough time to even to unpack how exactly this manifested in the region. But what was clear is that many of these social media platforms had processes, but were unable or unwilling or unsure of how to implement them. But then a few months later, you see a hyper implementation of these policies when it comes to what's going on in Gaza. So obviously, it is a very complex array of stakeholders that do not just include traditional actors that we find around legal spaces. I mean, businesses are now part of this conversation, and really that's where my interest in developing regulatory frameworks. I mean, the EU started it, the US is sort of starting it, but what about the rest of us, where a lot of the harm is actually happening, and how can we have access to justice with these new emerging actors? When it comes to the regional backlash,
Thank you so much, Tarek.
I'll stop
I just
there.
want to thank
stop
you.
there.
Just 1
Yeah.
minute, because I want to give the other participants a chance to comment as well. Thank you. Yeah, you go ahead with your last point. Sorry.
No, actually, I mean, I think I said everything. I'd
Okay.
rather give the floor to my
Then we
colleague.
had
Thank
2
you.
more questions, and I give over to you, Katrim. There's an additional question that maybe can inform your answer, which is online.
that says, what are the expectations of the LGBTQ plus victims of the internal armed conflict whom your NGO supports regarding reparation measures? And do they feel minimally satisfied with the truth? What about other measures such as indemnization or restitution?
Gracias por las preguntas. Voy a empezar por la primera. Bueno, empezaré por la primera pregunta. Y es cierto, en Colombia se han reconocido crímenes como el feminicidio o la misma Jurisdicción Especial para la Paz ha imputado, por ejemplo, el crimen de persecución basado en género. Pero, digamos, si hay en este momento mayor conocimiento de la violencia basada en género o de la violencia perpetrada contra las mujeres y personas LGBTQ+, eso no necesariamente ha llevado a disminuir los niveles de violencia. ¿Y por qué hago este énfasis? Y es porque hemos mapeado que entre el año 2022 y el año 2023 hubo un aumento de violencias que se perpetraron en contra de las personas LGBTQ+.
Thank you for the questions. Oh, it actually works. Fantastic. Yes, in Colombia, firstly in Colombia, the crime of feminicide has been recognized, has been criminalized, and the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has also established a charge based on gender-based persecution. So we do know more about this violence against the collective, but this has not led to a reduction in the levels of these types of violence. And we actually see that there has been an increase in 2022 and 2023.
En ese sentido, la conclusión es que sí hay un mayor conocimiento de crímenes motivados en la violencia basada en género, pero eso no necesariamente está disminuyendo los niveles de violencia.
So yeah, as I was saying, the conclusion is that yes, we do know more about these crimes, but this has not led to a reduction in the levels of these crimes, of the perpetration of these crimes.
Y frente a la pregunta de las reparaciones o las expectativas de las víctimas en el marco de la justicia transicional, yo creo que sería necesario tener un panel adicional para hablar sobre reparación, pero hemos tenido como algunas experiencias en ciertos territorios del país y un poco lo que la gente generalmente pide es que haya contribución a la verdad, que haya una verdad sobre cuáles fueron las violencias que se perpetraron en el marco del conflicto armado en contra de las personas LGBTQ+, y que si bien hubo una comisión de la verdad, para las personas es necesario que, o también han asumido como una medida de reparación, que sea la Jurisdicción Especial para la Paz quien diga y determine que efectivamente hubo crímenes que se perpetraron en contra de las personas LGBTQ+. En conclusión, es la mejor forma o la expectativa que han comentado las víctimas en distintas diligencias es que se supere la invisibilización de la violencia.
So, well, and with regard to the question on reparation and the expectations of victims in terms of transitional justice, I think we would need a different panel to address this. But yes, what we have seen from the different experiences that we have heard from the people in the different regions of the country is that what people want is to contribute to truth. And despite the fact that a Truth Commission was established, what people really say now is that they want a special jurisdiction for peace to acknowledge that these crimes were committed against the people from the LGBTI plus collective. So what they want is to end their invisibility.
Over to you, Madeline. Last but not least.
I'll be super short, but that was a brilliant question from you. In relation to what can we actually be doing in real life? There's lots of discussions going on in Geneva right now about the backlash, and Sam is here. He's been some of them as well. And I think there's a bit of a consensus that we've done really, really well. If you think of it, over the last 30 years, in terms of what we've achieved in law, has been quite incredible, particularly on women's rights, but not exclusively, which is why I thought, when I said we thought we were getting there, we thought we were getting there. And now there is this incredible backlash. So brilliant intervention by the Argentinian ambassador before the change of government. And he was saying, what perhaps we need to do is reframe the discussion. Let's keep and protect what we've got before we go into the next phase. So we use what we have without necessarily naming it all the time. And I think this is very good. He was saying that, in Argentina for the abortion vote, it was not about a woman's right to choose, because that's too nefarious, or nebulous, I should say. It was more about the health consequences if you didn't, which was going to cost so many hundreds of thousands of lives. And so suddenly everyone's got an interest in this, because it could be their mum, their sister, their whatever, and everybody's engaged. And so that maybe is the intelligent way to go about it, is about thinking, why is it we're doing this in the first place? It's not about to have this nebulous right which people can't actually see, but to actually have it, to live it, to actually give it, in the words of human rights law, to make it practical and effective. So what do we do for that? So part of it is to give these laws that we've actually managed to get on the statute books life. And the way we do that is to create a context in which they can be made real. And that goes back to this basic point. It's about valuing social and economic rights and actually making sure that people have that security so that they can then we can all enjoy what it is we're supposed to have, without then having to marginalize and pick off those we then see as our enemies who are preventing us from having those rights. So it's a question of always strategy. We know it's going to take a long time. This is, it's been short, really, but we're way ahead of where we thought we'd be, at least in terms of legal determination. So now we've got to pump if you like, we've got to pump the fuel into the whole thing, or better put, give it the stimulus that's needed in order to make it work. Thanks.
Thank you so much for these last words. And they leave us with a lot of impulses. I hope we could provide some engagement into what an expansive idea could look like. I hope we looked at things a little bit differently, but also bearing in mind what strategies do we have, and what strategy may be effective, may be appropriate, may be least harmful, and what strategy is essentially feminist and intersectional feminist in nature. I would like to thank Tarek. Thank you so much for joining us. Katrim, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you even more for the work you do on a daily basis. I hope there will be more queer spaces within quote unquote gender spaces in the future. Let's make it together. Thank you, Jamie. I'm really sorry neither of you could travel and be with us. We miss you. Have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. If there are any final words, please name them now. Solidarity and love to you and everybody here. And we look forward to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. What a great panel. And you may have noticed, or you may not have noticed, that Lily is not actually the founder and executive director of Legal Action Worldwide. That's me. Lily, of course, is the co-founder of the Emergent Justice Collective. I just thought I would correct that in case you were wondering. Okay, thank you so much. We have a 15-minute coffee break. And then I believe we have the last panel of the day. So please join us for coffee and refreshments. Thank you. Everybody, can I encourage you to take your seats? Can I? That's very good. Can you encourage everybody to come in? Hello, everybody. Can I encourage you to come back? Okay, great. Okay, everybody. Can we restart? Okay, everybody, we're restarting. But we're just waiting for Lisa. Lisa's on her way. This is my copy. I've got to somebody pinches it. My copy. Or somebody pinches it. Oh no, it's not. It's not my copy, but I don't know if it is. Okay. Indra, do you want to wait? I think we can start. Yeah. By now? Yeah, we're supposed to start. So you want? She's on her way. Yeah.
She's on her way.
Mhm, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I didn't realize.
It's great.
Do we know how far she is? How far away she is? We only have Thank you. Okay. I didn't understand it.
Indra is saying if we run out of time.
Yeah.
And we don't have who would give a, there's only one person here in closing remarks. You? Well, no, you or Susanna. I was saying.
Yeah, no, let's have more time for this.
Let's have more time for this.
Yeah, we don't need 20 minutes.
No, that's.
Yeah, absolutely. And on tomorrow.
Yeah. For. Do you know who Liana is?
I was just looking for her, which makes me think she's.
She's just going to find. All right then.
Are you going to stay up here?
No, I can go and sit down there. Yeah, makes it easier for you, I think. Okay, everybody. I love the fact that we can't get your attention. That means that's what you should be doing. You're all speaking to each other. That is wonderful. But we've got to come back together now for the last panel session. I need a bell. You know, one of those things, right? Oh, there we go. Very good. So the last panel is breaking the continuum of structural discrimination, prosecuting gender persecution. You may notice one panelist is missing. Lisa is arriving very shortly, but due to time, we're going to proceed with the panel if you all agree. Very good, very good. But I'm delighted to welcome Professor Kim Seelinger, who of course is the Research Associate Professor at the Brown School of Social Work, Public Health and Social Policy, and the Senior Coordinator for GBC and Crimes Against or Affecting Children at the ICC Office of the Prosecutor. And Indra, just in time, perfect. You knew your name was up next. Voila, Lisa, who also needs very little introduction. We'll let you catch your breath. Lisa Davis, who's a special advisor on gender persecution to the ICC prosecutor, and of course also Professor of Law and co-director of the Human Rights and Gender Justice Clinic at CUNY School of Law. Indira, you don't need an introduction because we introduced you earlier. And I'm, if anybody's a Gemini. Now, there we go. These two people have been absolutely pivotal in your work, of course, in the ICC policy papers on gender persecutions and gender-based crimes. I'm going to hand over to Indira for this panel. A warm welcome. Good to see you.
Hello, everybody, again. And great to have these two people sitting on either side of me, illustrious persons. Lisa, do you want to catch your breath? And we can start that way. Yeah, start with Kim. So this session, we're going to talk about two important initiatives in the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC. I think they're important. That's my opinion. The very recently launched revised policy or new policy on gender-based crimes and the gender persecution policy from last year. Like, time is just, yeah, 2022 now, because it's only just 2024 and my head is still in 2023. So we thought we'd just talk through, well, they will talk through their policies and about the process of putting them together, which was an interesting process in itself, I would say. And we're hoping that we'll have a bit more time than we have had in some of the other panels to have some questions and discussion. Yeah, let's see how we go. So I'm going to start with you, Kim, if you'd like to tell us a bit about the process of the gender-based crimes policy and maybe give us a few examples from the policy, highlights or areas of interest so we can flesh it out a bit for the audience.
Thank you. I'm so glad you joined, Lisa. I always am, but really, really today. And I came in late, I'm sorry, I had meetings this morning, but I wanted to start by saying congratulations to Susanna and to Indira and Valerie, who perhaps is online, but congratulations on a terrific book. I was so excited to receive it and make my students buy it. And so a tremendous amount of work and a huge resource. So thank you and congratulations. And also hello to all of you. I miss you. It's really nice to see you all and be in this type of space with you. So thank you for having me. Okay, so Indira asked me to just do a quick walkthrough on the gender-based crimes policy, which was indeed launched in December at ASP. And forgive me, those of you who were at the launch or part of the consultation, you know most of this initial part already, but let me just go over it for those of you who are newer to the policy. When the prosecutor Khan took office, he made, he was very emphatic that gender-based crimes and crimes against and affecting children would be strategic priorities for the office. This is part of the office's mandate under the Rome Statute, actually, and he wanted to review what we've been doing so far, what our challenges have been. We don't have a brilliant track record in the investigation, prosecution, and conviction of some of these crimes. And so he really wanted to take a reinvigorated look at it, which included revisiting our initial policies. In 2014, for example, we had issued as the office the policy on sexual and gender-based crimes. Many of you were perhaps involved and consulted in that process. In 2016, there was also the release of a policy on children. I'll talk about the first policy, which is the one I had more of a role in developing. So I was at the time special advisor on sexual violence and conflict. So I was tapped to help lead the review and the revision of the 2014 policy on sexual and gender-based crimes. And so Lisa had already led the way the year prior in the gender persecution policy, and I wanted to learn from her process, adapt it for this policy, which had been around already. It wasn't a full rewrite necessarily, it was a review and a revision. Plus, there were different actors to call into consultation, for example. So from January to March, we started just doing our due diligence, reviewing what we've done, what the literature was, what many of you had published in terms of critique and comment on the office's performance on gender-based crimes, and doing an internal consultation process with colleagues at the Office of the Prosecutor to see, in the view of our own investigators, our own analysts, our own prosecutors, where were our challenges? Why were we struggling with some aspects of these cases? So we started with the internal review, the desk review, and the internal consultation. And we also had a call for public comment. Many of you participated, and we really, really thank you for that. The prosecutor put out a call for submissions in the spring. It was open for a few months, and we received, I'd say it was probably at 25 very, very detailed, in-depth contributions from civil society, from national authorities, from academic experts. And I put a social science hat on and we coded all of them, like to make sure that we didn't miss any major themes, sub-themes, sub-themes. And we made sure that we addressed, whether we integrated affirmatively or not, but we made sure we addressed everything everyone had raised in our revision process. In the summertime, we were able to invite a number of external experts to consultation, either in person or in a hybrid format. We did this in July, and then we had additional regional consultations in the MENA region, across Latin America, and in French-speaking Africa, just in case there were experts who had not participated fully because of language barriers in July. And so we did in-language consultation after that across those regions. Anyway, I'll move more quickly just to say it was an attempt to have meaningful external and internal input. We tried to be as introspective and candid with ourselves as possible about what had to be addressed in a new policy. And we wrote the policy with implementation in mind, frankly. You'll see, for those of you who have already reviewed it, it's divided into an introductory section, key terms and concepts, of course, and then the conceptual section on the Rome Statute relevance, but then the whole second half of the policy is application to practice, every stage of our work, from preliminary examination up through potential appeals. And so we tried to write it so that it is practically relevant, and also the language. We wrote it very plainly. I think one of the critiques many people had of the 2014 policy is it reads very heavily, very academically, and we really tried to correct that in this writing. Okay, so highlights. Indira asked for a couple highlights. Maybe just I'll name a couple challenges too. We're still dealing as the court with the Rome Statute definition of gender, right? Which poses some challenges, but it is the definition we have. And so we worked that, and we took Lisa's lead in trying to show how that can be interpreted now as opposed to 20 years ago when the language emerged in the statute. But then also the balancing act of what goes in a policy and how detailed and operational can we be in a policy document that is also a public document. So you'll see we try to hit the balance between explaining how we would do work without putting all of the tools on the table. It would become too long, and it would not be appropriate for a policy document. Some of the highlights, you'll notice the title changed, right? It's the policy on gender-based crimes as opposed to sexual and gender-based crimes. And we did this for a reason, because we really wanted to clarify that while at the, for many, many years, as we know, there was a need to emphasize the sexual and highlight that and surface that because it was so ignored or so pushed aside in many of our tribunals, or just seen as the only form. Actually, it's we had to maybe overcorrect it in a way. We reverted to gender-based crimes to really reconceptualize or make clear that the office's approach is that gender-based crimes is the umbrella term. It includes forms of sexual violence. Theoretically, sure, one might think of purely sexual, non-gendered forms of harm, but it's, as a practical matter, quite difficult. And regardless of motivation and targeting, people choose tools for a specific reason, and sexual forms of violence are often chosen because of the gendered impacts that can be foreseen, right? So it's really inextricably linked in our view. So gender-based crimes includes crimes under the Rome Statute for us that involve sexual violence, involve reproductive violence, and or other forms of gender-based violence. And this is the reframing we wanted to make, and it's signaled in the title of the document. And then also we wanted to clarify that, I mean, really trying to extend from the incredible work many of you have been doing on bringing an intersectional lens to this work, making sure that we make that front and center in this policy. Can we build gender competence that is actually intersectional, so that we look at all of the ways, all of the crimes under the Rome Statute are gendered in a way, but also may be informed by other characteristics, other local contexts. So trying to use a more complex lens to all the crimes under the Rome Statute, and to contextualize harms that we think of typically as gender-based crimes, contextualize them with other crimes in the Rome Statute. So on one hand, looking at all crimes in the Rome Statute as potentially gendered in form or impact or motivation, but also even if in a particular factual scenario, a crime is not in that way, what is its relationship to the other actions and conduct that are happening that are manifestly gendered? Because there is often a relationship there, and we need to understand those connections to contextualize these crimes properly. And then finally, you'll see in the policy that we tried to be frank about our own shortcomings and the myths and misconceptions we as an office have struggled with. You know, any institution, as you know, is made of human beings who carry their own worldviews, carry their own biases about gender, for example, into the room, and how they interpret the law and how they see an investigation, whose expertise they accept, which survivors they make what assumptions about. And addressing some of those misconceptions felt very important to us, and we were explicit about the need to do that. The last highlight I'll say, I'll mention right now, because I know I'm speaking too long, is we want to be serious about implementation. I mean, I told the prosecutor when I agreed to take it on that I wasn't interested in drafting a policy that would just be another document that sits on a website or on a shelf. And this is where I have to say my public health social work hat does come in useful, because I also happen to be a lawyer who understands a bit about implementation science and monitoring and evaluation. So now that the policies are launched, my role, the reason I agreed to leave the comfy chair of the university and come to this court where my office has fluorescent lighting is like, I'm serious about implementation. And my job now is to implement the gender persecution policy in-house, the gender-based crimes policy in-house, the children's policy in-house. And in the coming year, Patty will lead us, of course, in the development of the slavery crimes policy. All of those policies and then some become my implementation job. So you can come to me this year if you have advice, or if I have failed to set up the right structures or the right measurements or indicators. Come talk to me, because that's something that we have not yet done as an office, and I want to start doing that now. And may that be a blueprint for how we implement other policies that are even not related. I'll stop talking there. I'm so relieved Lisa is here too. But I know Indira had other questions. I'm not sure how you wanted to pose them or when, but I'll pause for now. Thanks.
Thank you. God, I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask them now. I think we'll come back to you with the other ones, and maybe Lisa can talk about the gender persecution policy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. One of my favorite topics. All right, the gender persecution policy paper.
Yes.
What is it? Why do we do it? How did it happen? What are some of the highlights in it? Okay. So one of the first things that the prosecutor asked me to do when he asked me to be the special advisor on gender persecution was to write a policy paper for the office. And the reason he wanted a policy paper for the office is because for decades we've had the Rome Statute. And for decades we've had the crime of persecution on the law books in the Rome Statute. And for decades we've never had a single successful prosecution of gender persecution. So you have to ask yourself why. Now that is changing. We do have the Hassan case, fingers crossed, decision coming out fairly soon, any day now, that will hopefully give us our first successful prosecution, but at least it's our first case that we've been able to bring successful charges. And of course, we've seen other jurisdictions, regional jurisdictions like in Colombia doing this as well. But why is it that we didn't have any recognition of gender persecution for so many decades? And I think the reason is because we don't understand gender persecution. So we all know the term gender-based violence, right? Gender-based violence is not a crime, right? It's a term of art. How do you prosecute a term of art? Gender persecution is the charge we use under international criminal law to holistically charge gender-based crimes. You can attach it to sexual violence crimes. But other than sexual violence crimes, which we have a great enumeration under the Rome Statute, we don't have enumeration of gender-based violence crimes. And that's because gender-based violence crimes are every crime. It's any crime that's committed with the intent to discriminate based on gender. So it's rape, it's torture, it's murder. It's torturing a woman because she didn't wear a proper hijab. It's murdering a man because he was perceived as gay. All of these crimes can be gender crimes, and you can attach gender persecution as a crime to show, to demonstrate that discrimination. And we have to do that, right? Because what happens if we don't highlight why that torture happened or why that murder happened? We're only telling half the story. And if we only tell half the story of what happens in conflict, we are further invisibilizing the discrimination that fueled it. And then we can't address it after conflict. And then it just continues. The cycle of violence continues. And that's why gender persecution, really all persecution charges, are so important. So the prosecutor wanted a policy paper for this reason, to help guide the office in how to bring these charges. So we were talking and we said, well, why don't we do it a little differently? So how policy papers or treaties or resolutions, these things that often will take civil society feedback, how they're usually done is they post a draft first, and then they say, comment on the draft. And what happens? How much does that draft really change after those comments come in? Very little. And the reason is because every word is negotiated before it becomes a draft. Every word is negotiated. And so then you can't really change it. It's too late. And it almost becomes an exercise in technical changes. But you could miss huge issues. And who are the experts in conflict? Who are in the trenches every day on the ground addressing violence, negotiating hostage exchange, providing food across borders? Who's doing that work? It's civil society, especially women's civil society. So you have to have their input because they actually know how it works in that context. And that's important to capture. So we said, well, let's just open up a call. Before we draft one word, let's open a call for 9-10 months and get civil society's input. What do you think should be in this policy? That actually received some pushback. Yeah, from who? Lawyers. What does civil society know about a legal policy? Why would you open it up to just anybody? This is a technical document. It has to be based on international law. And I said, yeah, well, what you do is you open up the comments, and not just civil society, states, UN agencies, experts, everyone. And then what we did was we held a legal experts meeting afterwards to go through all the comments, because our job is to take those comments, to take those demands, priorities, urgencies, insights, and to frame them under international law. How are they under international law? How can we include them in the policy? How does it make sense so it's a legal document? And then I began drafting. And that process takes time, but it gives you a better product. And then after the draft was done, another legal experts meeting to go over it, open for a shorter window of time to receive technical feedback, because at that point, we had also deliberated over whether to use the word can or may, how defense attorneys were going to use it. We did all of that. So a little reluctant to change it at that point too. But the good news is, because it was open for such a long time, and because there were organizations like Women's Initiative for Gender Justice, WILF, Madre, Outright International, who were out there gathering support from civil society, putting out the call in multiple languages, letting grassroots activists know that this was a process happening, that their voices could be heard, something the court doesn't have the capacity to do. So we need international NGOs helping make that bridge. Because of that, we were able to get over 500 submissions representing over 100 countries and territories, the most ever in the history of the court's process. And 99% of those submissions are reflected. What they wanted, what they called for, what victims need, they're reflected in the words of the policy. And what we have is a holistic, robust policy. So to bring it back to some of the highlights that really did also come from civil society, one is that it's the first policy to explicitly say LGBTQI plus persons. They exist, they're real, they're victims in conflict. They fall under the rubric of gender and gender justice, and they deserve rights too. And we have to look at gender from an intersectional approach, because it's not just about your sexuality, it's also about your gender and your gender identity and your gender expression. Because we know that lesbians are going to be harder to find in conflict. Because why? Because of the way women can be oppressed in conflict. Because the way women are hard to find. If you can't have a cell phone, if you're married off at an early age, if you're not allowed to leave your house without a mahram, you're not going to be able to access justice. It's compounded by both your identity as a lesbian and your identity as a woman. So we have to look at intersectional forms of discrimination. But that's something great that civil society also gave. They said, it's not just about intersectionality around gender. You got to look at intersectionality around all vulnerable groups. You have to look at Black women and Indigenous women in Colombia, because while they're experiencing crimes, why they experience sexual violence, is not just because they're women, it's also because they're Black and Indigenous. It's also about racist stereotypes that fuel racist and misogynist stereotypes that fuel sexual violence crimes against them. And we have to unpack this intersectionality. So it really works in unison, looking at the other forms of discrimination, the holistic forms of discrimination that make up a perpetrator's intent to commit crimes. Because that's how we're going to root out racism and misogyny, by working together, by looking at how they intersect together. Otherwise, we miss it. That was happening in Colombia. Afro-Colombian women said, there's women's rights activists working to end sexual violence, but we're not included there. And there's Afro-Colombian activists working to end racism and violence perpetuated by racism, but we're not welcome there. Where do we fit? So we took an intersectional approach, and we've taught the courts there, the tribunal process, the special jurisdiction for peace. We've discussed this with them, and now they're looking at this from an intersectional approach. But this is what it takes. This comes from civil society. This only comes from people in the trenches who experience an issue, who know how it works. And it's about working together in movement. So that's what the policy paper does. It takes this mercurial, outdated, opaque definition of gender, and it explains it. And the answer is easy. The answer is that both sides of the delegates that were drafting the Rome Statute, they both win. That discrimination can be based on sex or gender, which encompasses sex. But the point is, it means everyone, because everyone has gender identity or perceived gender identity. Everyone has sexual orientation or perceived sexual orientation. Everyone. And everyone can be a victim of gender persecution. That's the point. So it lays out how to do that process. And hopefully, we'll start seeing the rewards of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, impassioned speech. Thank you. So one of the things that I was hoping we could get you both to talk about is the potential, both of the crime of gender persecution and some of the conceptualizations in the policy, both policies, to expand accountability for gendered violations. So I wondered if you would talk about that. If you see such potential, I mean, in the case of gender persecution as a specific crime, we might say that there's the potential to bring in conduct that is not currently enumerated as a crime under international law, under the Rome Statute specifically. But maybe also there's an even broader potential, this is my idea, which you're going to talk about. There's even an even broader potential impact on courts' understanding, the ICC's understanding, and broader community, ICL practitioner community, on what gender means and how it impacts all crimes, if that makes sense. And similarly, in the context of the gender-based crimes policy, some of the conceptualizations, reconceptualizations, what you see there about potential for a broader impact outside the OTP. Do you want to go first, or?
I prefer not to follow Lisa. So yeah, I'll go first. So I think it's such a great question, Indira, and part of what we say and want to commit to in the gender-based crimes policy is to releasing the office from its focus on Article 7.1g, for example, right, which is the famous, like, where we think of the list of what the gender-based crimes in the Rome Statute are. You know, we're all familiar with it. It's the list that gets cited all the time. And to really widen the aperture, as I keep saying, to the whole statute, and think about how almost essentially, except for, of course, some rarefied types of war crimes, which we tend not to charge anyway, can be gendered, right, in form or intention or in the impact. And if we take that aperture, then, as Lisa mentioned, essentially all the crimes under the Rome Statute are gendered in some way, right? And depending how you think of the term gender-based crimes, like maybe they're gender-based or maybe they're not, but they certainly are gendered, right? And so if we start with that frame for our analysis, this is one way of making sure that whatever facts we are seeing in a situation from the very initial gathering stage, this is a lens we continue to bring. So we understand, even if, say, a facially neutral crime, like the bombing of buildings in such and such context, having our teams make sure does this have any gender disparate impacts? Is there anything gendered about that, whether it's the selection of the buildings, the impact, who tends to be in those buildings? So really walking through that. And I think that is one requirement of the policy that will help us take this lens throughout and improve our understanding of all the crimes that we are facing. I want to maybe pull on the thread of reproductive justice in particular, for example, just as an illustration of this. So, and we take the lead very much from other jurisdictions. The Colombians are leagues ahead of us in how they've thought about and articulated and are addressing forms of reproductive violence in the HEP, for example. And if we think about how much work we as an office need to do in terms of conceptual reproductive justice, it's a little daunting, but it's there, right? We have certain crimes in, say again, Article 7.1g that are clearly reproductive in nature, right? We have our forced pregnancy enumerated there, it's obvious. But what I've started to ask my colleagues in the office now that I sit in on team meetings and sit in on evidence reviews is, for every single crime, whether they're talking about starvation or detention or displacement, what is the reproductive cost? Like, how does that affect the decision-making about whether to have children, when and how and where? How does it affect folks' ability to have children, for example? Or these seem like obvious questions, but it has not thus far been part of the consideration or the analysis. And I really thank, again, civil society, many of you who have been leading the charge on this, but it helps us remember to take this lens now, and it is part of the policy and how we plan to implement. So I think that is one way that we can bring these lenses to any crime under the Rome Statute. I think the other thing that the policy may help us to do is, as I mentioned earlier, sorry, these are my reading glasses. My eyes are so old now. I have to use them now, but not when I look at you. The need to address our own biases is so important because it also the policies, of course, are squarely about gender, and then the other policy is children. But in the course of acknowledging biases and doing these exercises with the teams, I think we'll start to help ourselves identify what are our misconceptions and assumptions about disability. Like, do we even see it? What do we think of when we think about being intersectional? We're thinking about certain types of disability and perhaps not all. So I think the very imperative to address, name our biases and our assumptions in this set of themes will help us do so across the board and enrich our approach to everything. And when we talk about intersectionality in the court, this will help us actually do that in a true way. The other thing that I would say really quickly is, we've done a lot of learning about policy development in the office in the last couple of years. As Lisa described the process for the gender persecution policy, we had a similar but slightly adapted process for the two that we released last year. There are a couple more policies coming out this year: slavery, but environmental crimes and cyber crimes, all run by different people. So just starting to think about what we mean, how we develop a policy, how we think about integrated, harmonized approaches to those policies and implementation in a cohesive way will be very critical. And I think that will enrich, that'll make sure we bring a gender lens to all of these things, whether it's environmental crimes, cyber crimes, or whatever comes next year. So maybe I'll pause there then.
Thank you. I really like hearing those words, cohesive, coherence, when you talk about the policies in the OTP, because it's been a kind of a long-standing concern of mine before this current round of policies that there really wasn't much coherence, especially on gender. They're all just like stuck there in their own little worlds. So it's good to hear. Yeah, thank you. Lisa, would you like to go for it on that question too?
Sure. Well, Indira asked a great question. She said, how can this policy be useful for crimes that are not, or acts that are not enumerated as a crime under the statute? And one of the great things about persecution is it gives us a chance to do this. So there are 6 elements under persecution. The first element is about fundamental rights deprivations. In fact, persecution is defined as the severe deprivation of a fundamental right contrary to international law. So what does this mean? Well, under element 1 in the Rome Statute, you have to show that there was a severe deprivation of a fundamental right when you're looking at a crime of persecution. Well, that's easy, because if you're taking the traditional approach of attaching persecution to a crime, well, all crimes are severe deprivation of fundamental rights, right? Rape, torture, murder, those are severe deprivations. So great, check, done, move on, right? Wrong. We're not going to move on. We're going to stay on this element, because this element is actually our window to human rights law. This element is our bridge to being able to bring in and prosecute international human rights law. So we know criminal law and human rights law are 2 different pillars. They're not binding on each other. They're very separate. So persecution is that bridge to human rights law. And what it does is it allows us to bring in these crimes, these human rights violations, when they're a severe deprivation of a fundamental right and they're connected to the crime that we're looking at that's persecutory. So what does this mean? Well, this means that if you bomb a school because you want to stop girls from going to school, that you're not only bringing in the bombing and the murder that might have happened from that bombing, you can put the denial of the right to education on trial. You can do that because you can talk about it under element 1 as a severe deprivation of a fundamental right. Barring girls from school, I would say, if it meets a temporal jurisdiction, right, if it's for a long period of time, is a severe deprivation of a fundamental right. And that triggers other fundamental rights deprivations. How can you vote? How can you participate in religious ceremonies, civic participation? How can you work a job? How can you shop for yourself if you don't have basic literacy skills? You can't do all those things. So there's so many other rights that are then connected to losing that right. So we can look at all of these rights and we can talk about all of these rights deprivations in our brief. If we make all the elements, if we meet the merits of our case, but if we do that, we can talk about it. The problem is we're going to miss it if we're not thinking about persecution when we look into conflict. Why is this? Well, let's say there's a bombing of a school. An investigator goes in and looks at this bombing and says, well, I see male teachers, female teachers who died. I see the father walked his daughter to school, the custodian who died. I don't see gender persecution. I see, all sorts of victims. We might miss the persecution. We might miss it. If we don't take a step back and say, why? Why did that perpetrator commit that crime? Why did he bomb the school? Did he bomb it because he had an intent to enforce a policy of prohibition of education for girls? Because if he did, we can start to build a case for gender persecution and we can put education on trial. And it's a way to get those acts that we don't think about as traditionally falling under human rights law into our briefs. And isn't that what we should be doing? Isn't that how we rebuild justice after conflict? By talking about these rights? I mean, isn't that what activists want us to do? So we need to be thinking about this. We need to be thinking about how to do just a little bit of extra work so we can tell that whole story of what happens in conflict.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to have a whole 2-hour panel just on that these kinds of issues. I mean, I see we always go to examples you gave, for instance, and myself included, go to examples that are conflict related, as in, there's explosions and violence and so on. But I'm also really interested, we're not going to talk about it today, but I am also really interested in how this crime, gender persecution, can be used even more broadly for state tolerated discriminatory regimes. And we can get into all of that another time. But I did have another question for our panelists on complementarity, but I think with your agreement, you've already mentioned a little bit. I was thinking maybe we just go to our participants for questions and comments, because we've been talking at you a lot today, and we're going to finish. We have to finish on time. So is that okay? Yeah. So let's do that, because I think we're finishing at 4:25, 4:30. Oh, okay. We've got tons of time then. 4:25. Okay. So we can take quite a few questions, and I have to change glasses for this. Okay, we have Amrita. I remember your name. Your name I don't know. It's Randa. Oh, Randa. Yes, I didn't see your hand. And behind you? Sorry? Shaki. Okay, so can we start with those three and we'll come to you after? Thank you. So if you can try and keep your questions or comments really quite brief so we can get to as many people as possible and also give our panelists time to respond, that would be great. And also remember that we have these wonderful interpreters, so make sure you don't go too fast. Thank you.
So just building on this, it's been, I'm sure, on all of our minds is the question of Gaza, because you talk about pillage, starvation, forced displacement, and looking at the gender dimensions of that to open up this. And we look at 48% of the population being under 18, 70% of the casualties being women and children, the forced pregnancies, 480 or something, like 5,500 a month. And it's been going on. So I just was wondering whether you had already turned your mind to this, because we start to see everything that you're saying around gender persecution really unfolding before our eyes in very obvious ways, and that have been relatively well documented in terms of the gender dimensions to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the exciting presentation. Well, I was lucky to be in the roundtable on sexual and gender crimes last summer. So I'm very acquainted with the discussions, but thank you also for raising Gaza, but not only Gaza, all the occupied territory and the war crimes and crimes against humanity that are unfolding every day before our eyes. And I think as Palestinians now, we are opening our eyes to how we could, after the ICJ yesterday, last week, and now our eyes to the ICC with opening the possibility of lodging complaints, how could we as human rights activists and feminist organizations help the victims and survivors to bring up their cases before the court? Because as you mentioned, Lisa, many of them could be built up on the fundamental rights that have been deprived. And from there, we can really take up many of the rights and that are being affected by the clear-cut crimes that have been committed, crimes against humanity or crimes, war crimes that have been committed. Now here, how to bring in the gender perspective and bring it to every crime that is being committed is the duty of of us as feminist and human rights defenders. But also the challenge is dynamic, because now in our context, we are not using gender. They want us to say that we are defending women's and girls' rights, because every time, this is the backlash that we're suffering from, every time we raise the issue of gender equality, we are being accused openly within a very conservative social cultural constraints as being linked with LGBTQI movement, as if this is a very big taboo, although this is not incriminated in the law, but in the culture and in the perspective of the society. And many of the wins or gains that we made are being collapsing. Now, the position of the international community, Western countries, with regard to right of Israel, quote unquote, to self-defense, has been negatively impacting us as feminist human rights defenders. So how could we do with these challenges while bringing in, and definitely we believe in the gendered perspective and component, but how could we do it within our context as well? Thank you.
First, thank you for this panel, as well as to my fellow question actors for bringing up amazing points. My question is, given your extensive work on the document, and I'm reading it right now, it's really extensive. I was wondering if there is any more parts to it that wasn't reflective or representative in the current form that you'd like to see expanded on in the future. And then kind of how going towards this comprehensive and cohesive policies outside of just the lens of gender, how do you get that to be in the other areas like cyber or ecological, and kind of in particular provide the lens to experts, the gender lens to experts in those fields, so you can have a common understanding? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions. I guess the short answer to the first question is yes, we've started thinking about these things in the context of the Palestine conflict. So that's, I can't say very much. This is a situation where I am personally asked to sit in on every team meeting. And so that is my assurance on this. I don't sit in on every team meeting for other situations just yet. I come and go, but this is one that we want to make sure that we do take that lens through across all the spectrum of harms that are arising in the file. That's all. I apologize. That's really all I can say about the case specifics to you. But please know that we are fully aware, and we'll be increasing our capacity to do that analysis and be cognizant of the many different forms and impacts in the crimes that you've just noted. Randa, it's good to see you again. Thanks for coming. And maybe two points for you. One is we do seek to engage civil society on an ongoing basis particularly with respect to this conflict, but also other situations. But this is the one that you asked about. And we had a civil society meeting last week with 5 groups to start with at the request of groups that approached the prosecutor at ASP. And so we started with that. And I think the plan is to have future meetings, whether in person or hybrid. But I think what you can do is let me know which groups that you think should be at the table or involved in some way, and I will try to do that. It was a very, the meeting last week was it was closed and just an initial meeting, but I think we'll have more leeway in the future meetings to invite more and more people and get more perspectives. And I think that one thing that you can do, you were asking how to engage with the office and then of course with victims and survivors. I can't advise you about how to access and engage with victims and survivors in the conflict. You know better than I do. There's no advice I can give you in this particular context. It would be foolish of me to try, but in terms of engaging the office, I don't know how many of you know, we have OTP link established now. It's new, I'm still learning it. I don't have direct access to it immediately, but it is a link on the OTP website where anyone, individual, organization, national authority, if they choose, it's a secure link through which you can submit information that you think might be relevant to one of our situations and investigations. And so you fill out a form, you can attach documents, everything that's lodged there is reviewed and then determined to whom it must be directed. So that is one direct channel that anyone in this room can use on any situation, not just the one that we're discussing right now. So I wanted to advise you of that. In terms of the backlash you mentioned, Renda, I hear you, and you're not alone. I think many parts of the world, many activists around the world fear this backlash. And for your particular case, I think know that depending on the information that's submitted and that we have in front of us, we can take the lens and make sure that we think of gender inclusively and are sensitive to specific impacts for individuals who are LGBTIQ, even if you as an organization can't present that way or advocate openly in that way. Whatever information we have, either through your assistance or through our own discovery or investigation, this is a lens, of course, we'll bring to our own cases. And then, Shaggy, your question, it's a good question. I think there are degrees of, competence about gender across the office, and the folks who are developing policies, they know it is a lens they're going to have to bring. They have to consult with me and my team and other colleagues who can help bring that perspective. So for example, next week, I have to show up for the first time ever on a panel about cyber warfare. I don't know a lot about cyber warfare, so I'm going to bring all the gender I can to that conversation as the only woman on the panel. But we'll do it that way, right? Like we are going to force ourselves into spaces where it may seem like a strange topic to add to the panel, but we're going to add it. And I will be in the drafting and in the review of all of these policies. That's a direct request from the prosecutor. So those are some ways we can do it. And I think with the implementation, we haven't had time to talk with, we're going to just really increase the baseline familiarity and receptivity at every level of our team. So this doesn't have to be such a forced affair sometimes. So. Thanks, Kim. Lisa, do you want to add? Sure.
I guess to the first 2 questions, I would say document. Any court, including the International Criminal Court, it can't do its job alone. It needs civil society input. It needs those Article 15 submissions. And I think that they're very powerful and effective in terms of being able to bolster the work that the office does. So to the extent that you can document crimes and document acts that may amount to crimes or evidence that contributes to crimes, preserving that, and it doesn't have to be physical. This is just about witnesses and victims and knowing where they go and what happens to them and can we stay in touch with them, and balancing that with knowing when a victim may be ready to talk and when they may not be ready to talk until they're in a space where they can, and knowing how to preserve information in ways that can't be impeached, right? So, what we post to social media, doesn't need to be specific sometimes because specificities can be impeached down the road. So thinking through these complexities and making sure we're preserving a robust amount of data that's also protected and sensitive to victims, I think is the best way that civil society can support an investigation or preliminary examination that's already open at the court. Switching to the second question, in terms of what would I want to put in the policy that's not there now? Lots of stuff, but not necessarily for this policy. So this policy is a technical document. It's a mechanical how to prosecute, document, investigate gender persecution. But what about prevention? What about humanitarian aid? Finding survivors, making sure that programs are tailored to be able to meet those survivors. What about reconstruction? What about peace processes? How do we include gender persecution victims at the table under a survivor-centered approach? And wouldn't that approach, taking the approach of including victims of gender persecution, it not only opens the door to LGBTQI plus persons to be at the table who have never or rarely been at the table, it also helps bolster the movement to get women at the table, which has been really a problem and challenging and had so many obstacles and challenges to the 1325 docket that it's a way that these things can work together to be able to increase that. So how do we do that? How do we talk about persecution in all of those areas? Because that's outside of a mechanical document that's about accountability. And the answer is, and so it's very great that you asked this question, the answer is we need a larger document that can touch on these different pillars, that can touch on prevention, protection, and participation. And for this reason, the office is about to post on their website this week or next week, soon, very soon, a call for civil society input to a new document, Principles on Gender Persecution. And this document is really to be a complement to the policy paper, policy papers. And the principles is to look at these three pillars and how we can work on gender persecution from a prevention, protection, participation, and relief and recovery point of view. And of course, where's the starting point to writing any policy or document, including principles? Civil society, us, right? Us. So look for the call, get submissions in. It'll be open until the end of November, and make your voices heard.
Yeah, thank you. I think you just identified another maybe unintended consequence or potential of the paper and all of the work that's gone into, all of the thinking that's gone into that document. So yeah, cool. Okay, I would like to now take the questions actually from the people online first. Being a person who's always online on the other side of the world, I do understand how it can be a bit frustrating. Okay, right. So a question for Professor Lisa Davis. The second element of the crime of gender persecution, the perpetrator targeted such person or persons by reason of the identity of a group or collectivity, or targeted the group or collectivity as such. How to define the group or collectivity? Is it necessary for proving this element that the person targeted belonged to the gender group? Can you give examples on this point? Thanks a lot. Thank you. I think that's Daniel. Thank you, Lisa.
So under persecution, there are grounds that are protected from persecution. There's 7 of them, plus other universally recognized grounds. Gender is one of them. So the targeted group, which you could call, as slang the gender group, includes a very broad set of victims. Because that's how it's defined under international law. It's been defined that way under persecution in lots of different tribunals. So the targeted group can include anyone that the perpetrator intended to discriminate against who was a victim of that discrimination. So it includes LGBT people, women, men. It includes allies, affiliates, sympathizers. If somebody is at a women's protest, if a man's at a women's protest and he tries to intervene and protect a woman who's protesting and he's beat, he could be a victim of gender persecution as well. So it includes a very broad swath of victims. And it also doesn't require the victim to have to say what their identity is. So we don't have to out people. We don't have to get into whether somebody was a member of the LGBTQI community or not. If that victim is deceased, for example, and that family is not comfortable with the idea of talking about their sexual orientation or gender identity, because it might put that family at threat. We don't have to do that. We don't have to out people. But where people can talk about being a member of the LGBTQI plus community, that can be evidence. That can be evidence of the persecution. So it helps, but it's not a requirement. So in that way, targeted groups are defined very, very broadly.
Note on that, you can look to refugee law for some guidance. Been doing it for 20-something years in refugee law, and it isn't the same body of law, obviously, but it can be inspiration.
We have another, we're actually really getting very down to the wire. I'm having people flash "shut up now" cards at me. No, she's way too polite for that, aren't you, Angelica? Okay, so if we don't get to your question, maybe we can take them on notice or something of that nature. So this one is from online. Was Tigray included in these consultations? I assume that's referring to consultations on both policies. If not, what were the key factors that were used in the selection of civil society organizations, and how can we now participate? I say this based on the fact that there are independent international investigations, including that show that rape was used and is currently being used as a weapon of war in Tigray by Ethiopian, Eritrean and Amhara forces, currently in unconstitutionally and forcefully occupied areas of Tigray. Kim, would you like to respond to that?
Super quickly, for the children's policy and the gender-based crimes policy, I don't recall having any submissions from groups in Ethiopia or present in the consultations. I'm quite aware of the violence you're referring to. We did research and our report on this, and I think Lily, who's in the room, also has great expertise on this particular conflict. The process of selecting the CSOs, it was a little bit of a mix of folks who had submitted written input. We chose from some of those that seemed quite helpful, and then also regionally. But I apologize, there were no Ethiopian participants that I can recall. I don't know, Lisa, if you had any representation from Ethiopia or folks in Tigray specifically in the gender persecution consultations.
Yes, so I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, we have time for one more. If you could be as brief as possible in your question. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
So sometimes it's nice, it's better to look to the left. Okay, few points. First of all, thank you. Second, it's important that you made the distinction between gender persecution and gender-based crimes. According to what Lisa said, I'm thinking about forced disappearance, but not only women that disappear, that women and motherland look for this disappeared people and they suffer from sexual violence. So this is an important thing to do. Second, about consultation, so important. And I really highlight what you mentioned about NGOs, international NGOs, but I think it is important to go directly to the victims, because many victims cannot access to NGOs. Many victims doesn't have access to internet. So how to get close to them? And the last, so important, this policy, I like to mention, what about sexual harassment? But not only by perpetrators or prosecutors, but inside institutions like the court or the prosecutor office or any office in the court or institution. How to deal with that? Because sometimes we know about cases of sexual harassment. Nobody talk about that. So we talk about the crimes for the perpetrators, but not inside the institution. And I think that this is important to highlight what's going on inside. Thank you.
Yeah, super quickly.
Sorry for the rush.
No, it's nice to see you again. It's been a while, huh? But yes, agreed. When we have more time, we talk about the relationship between gender persecution, gender-based crimes. It's in some ways a simple relationship. In some ways, it's also a little more complicated the more you unpack it. But I agree, the issue of sexual harassment, you'll see we refer to it a little bit in the gender-based crimes policy when we talk about institutional measures that we should be taking. And I didn't get to it here, but we talk about implementation of sort of the gender equity and equality strategy throughout the court, which is not just about OTP, it's also about registry and chambers. So that point is absolutely correct. We need to make sure we are a healthy institution in order to do this work, and also a gender sensitive institution. So you'll see the consideration in recruitment, in performance objectives, like we're trying to build it into the system itself. So I totally agree with that. And then accessing victims directly, I wish we had been able to do that more. We did have victims, self-identified survivors, participate in the consultations for the gender-based crimes and the children's policy, actually. And we also consulted folks who had been witnesses as about child-related crimes they had suffered in past cases. We also were able to consult with them. But it was just hard in the period of time we had to do it. When I'm at the university or when it's a lot easier from civil society and the academy to do that, I think. And so I totally agree that is an area of growth, and I think something that the court has to figure out how to do with the resources and the reach it has. Okay, that's my quick answer to you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll make this very quick. One is, I agree with everything you said. And I realize that one thing we should have added is that we really need both these policy papers, the gender-based crimes and gender persecution policy papers. Because the gender persecution policy paper is really a policy paper that shows how to charge the crime of gender persecution. The gender-based crimes policy is really going into detail about other crimes that are also gender-based crimes, such as sexual and reproductive violence when they amount to crimes. So you have to have that foundation of understanding what a gender-based crime is first before you're ever going to be able to bring charges of gender persecution. So they really work together and complement each other.
I'm just going to say, please join me in thanking our two wonderful panelists, and also as it's the end of the day, I want to thank the interpreters too, even though I didn't need to listen, but thank you.
Well, that brings us to the end of the first day. You know, there were some people that were telling me earlier, I've got jet lag, I'm exhausted. Well, there was no chance of falling asleep during that fantastic panel. Of course, we could have talked to you all evening. We don't have that opportunity, but of course, we are continuing tomorrow. The co-organizers have sacrificed their closing remarks. So it's just me who's going to thank everybody. I just have to say thank you for your, what's the word, your, recognition of the valuable contribution of civil society, about raising the issue of Palestine, and the honesty that we've saw from the panelists today. It's really inspiring. Of course, if we look at now, how many people are here? 81, but we were supposed to finish at 4:30. I noted there were 94 participants online. Thanks to them. Thanks to all of you. What a wonderful audience. To all the speakers and the moderators, you've all been amazing. Let's put our hands together, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good.